What if the last dragon didn't grow up in exile, but in the cold heart of the north? What if Daenerys Targaryen was raised beneath the walls of Winterfell, surrounded by wolves instead of whispers, honor instead of fear, and fell in love with the one man she was never meant to have? Because this isn't just a love story. This is fire meeting ice long before the world was ready for it. A dragon princess raised by the Starks, a future king of the north bound to the blood of old Valyria, and one forbidden bond strong enough to change the fate of Westeros forever. Would their love unite two legendary houses, or destroy them both before the game even begins? This is the story of what if Daenerys Targaryen was raised in Winterfell and fell in love with Robb Stark. Now let's start.
Not the gentle cold of a banked hearth or a window left cracked. The Winterfell cold. The kind that crept through stone walls and wool blankets and settled into your bones like it owned them. Daenerys Targaryen had lived in the north for 16 years, and she still woke every morning with her teeth on the edge of chattering. She lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling of her chamber. It was a good chamber, she reminded herself. Not in the family wing, never quite in the family wing, but close enough. Warm enough most nights when the hot springs that ran beneath the castle walls did their ancient work. Lady Catelyn had given her extra furs 2 winters ago, good northern furs, thick and heavy. A kindness, or guilt, or politics. With Lady Catelyn, it was always hard to tell which. Daenerys threw the furs aside and swung her feet to the cold stone floor. Her breath fogged in front of her. She dressed quickly. Wool shift, leather breeches she'd stolen the habit of wearing from Arya, a thick gray tunic that had once been Robb's before he'd outgrown it. She caught herself pressing the collar to her nose and stopped, feeling stupid. It hadn't smelled like him in years. It was just a tunic. She braided her hair by feel, silver white and impossible to hide, the one part of herself that Winterfell could never make northern. She tried dyeing it once, at 12, with walnut husks she'd begged from the kitchen. It had turned a splotchy, miserable brown that made Sansa gasp and Arya laugh until she fell off her chair. Robb had looked at her with this expression she still couldn't name, something between confusion and hurt, and said, "Why would you do that?" She'd washed it out that same night and never tried again. The halls were quiet this early. Dawn was still an hour off, and the torches guttered in their brackets, throwing long shadows across the gray stone. She passed Hodor in the corridor near Bran's room. The massive stable boy gave her a cheerful Hodor, and she patted his arm the way you'd pat a friendly horse, gentle and fond. The kitchens were already alive. Gage, the cook, had the bread ovens roaring, and the smell hit her like a wall, yeast and wheat and something sweet underneath, honey maybe. He nodded at her without surprise. She'd been coming to the kitchens at this hour for years. Oat cakes or bread? Both, she said, and he snorted but cut her a slab of dark bread and pushed a plate of oat cakes across the work table. She ate standing up, the way the servants did, because it had never occurred to her to do otherwise, and because sitting alone at the long tables in the great hall at this hour felt too much like a statement about something she didn't want to examine. "Lady Stark wants the good flour brought up from the lower stores today," Gage said, not looking at her, his hands busy with a bowl of something. "Some occasion, I gather." "What occasion?" He shrugged the way servants shrug when they know perfectly well but aren't going to be the ones to say it. Daenerys took another oat cake and went to find out for herself. The courtyard was gray and frozen, puddles from yesterday's thaw skinned with ice that cracked under her boots. 2 of the Stark household guards were crossing toward the armory, and they nodded at her. Alan and Harwin, men she'd known since she was small enough to ride on Harwin's shoulders. They didn't bow. No one bowed to her. She was not a lady of this house, not truly, and the lack of ceremony had long ago stopped feeling like a slight and started feeling like freedom. She found Jon Snow in the practice yard. He was alone, which was how he often was at this hour, working through forms with a blunted longsword against a straw dummy that had seen considerably better days. His dark hair was damp with sweat despite the cold, and he moved with that quiet, coiled intensity that always reminded her of a shadow given purpose. "You're going to kill that straw man," she said, leaning against the fence rail. Jon glanced at her, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "He insulted my honor." "Your honor will survive." She watched him for a moment. His form was good. Sir Roderick said Jon was the most naturally gifted swordsman of the Stark boys, which was a thing that was said only when Lady Catelyn was out of earshot. "What do you know about Gage pulling up the good flower?" Jon lowered the sword and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "A raven came last night, late." "From where?" "King's Landing." The words landed in her stomach like stones. She kept her face still. She'd learned that young, how to keep her face still when the word king came up, when anyone mentioned the South, when someone said Targaryen in that particular tone that meant be careful. The dragon's daughter is listening. "What did it say?" Jon looked at her directly. He was the only one besides Robb who always looked at her directly when things got uncomfortable. "The king is riding north. Robert Baratheon is coming to Winterfell." She heard the ice crack under a guardsman's boot across the yard. She heard a horse stamp in the stables. She heard her own heartbeat in her ears, steady and stubborn. "When?" "A month, maybe less. He's bringing the whole court. The queen, the children, the Kingslayer." He paused. "Half the small council from the sound of it." "Why?" "No one's told me. I imagine no one will." There was no bitterness in it, or if there was, it was the old kind, worn smooth by years. Jon set the practice sword on the rack. "You should hear it from Lord Stark, not from me." "I'm hearing it from you." You are." He met her eyes again, and there it was, that thing between them that had no name, the recognition of two people who occupied the same strange space in a household that loved them but could never quite claim them. The bastard and the hostage. "Dany, it'll be all right." She almost laughed. "You don't know that." "No," he admitted. "I don't." She pushed off the fence rail and walked away before her face could betray anything else. The godswood was where she went when she needed to not be seen. It was a strange choice, she knew. The Targaryens had kept the new gods when they'd had gods at all, and the old gods of the north were as foreign to her blood as the snow itself. But the godswood didn't care about blood. The weirwood tree stood ancient and red-eyed and utterly indifferent to the affairs of men, and there was a comfort in that. Daenerys sat on the cold ground between its roots, her back against the white bark, and pressed her palms to the frozen earth and breathed. Robert Baratheon was coming. The man who had killed her brother Rhaegar on the Trident. The man who had sat on her father's throne and called it justice. The man who had, if the whispers she'd spent a lifetime collecting were true, wanted her dead as an infant, wanted Viserys dead, wanted every drop of dragon blood scrubbed from the world, and he was coming here, to the only place she had ever been allowed to call home. She pressed her palms harder against the earth. The cold bit into her skin. She thought about fire. She often thought about fire in moments like this, though she couldn't have said why. Not the fire of hearths or candles, but something older, something that lived in the deep places, something she could almost taste at the back of her throat when her emotions ran high. "There you are." Robb Stark came through the trees with his direwolf at his heels. Gray Wind was half-grown and already enormous, a lean gray shadow with golden eyes that tracked everything with unsettling intelligence. The wolf padded ahead of Robb and shoved his great head into Daenerys' lap without ceremony. "Your wolf has no manners," she said, scratching behind Gray Wind's ears. "My wolf has excellent manners. He likes you better than he likes me, which shows tremendous judgment." Robb dropped down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He was wearing a heavy cloak over his leathers, his auburn hair tousled from sleep or wind, and he looked. She stopped the thought. She'd been stopping that thought for a year now, maybe longer, and she was getting worse at it. "Jon told you," Robb said, not a question. "Jon told me. I was coming to find you. You found me." He was quiet for a moment. Gray wind settled across both their laps, a warm weight, and Robb stroked the wolf's flank absently. "My father told us at supper last night you'd already gone to your room. I was tired. You're always tired at suppers." He said it gently, but there was something beneath it, an observation he'd been holding for a while. Daenerys was always tired at suppers. Suppers meant the Great Hall, and the Great Hall meant the full household, and the full household meant Daenerys Targaryen sitting in her careful place. Not at the high table with the family, not with the servants, but at the near end of the lower tables with Theon and whatever visiting minor lords might be present. A place of honor that was also a place of distance. She'd stopped noticing it until Robb had started noticing it for her. "The king is coming with the whole court," Robb said. "My father thinks he means to offer him the position of hand. Jon Arryn, dead. 2 weeks ago, according to the Raven, Daenerys absorbed this. Jon Arryn had been the hand of the king for as long as she'd been alive. He'd also been, she knew, one of the architects of the arrangement that had kept her alive, the argument that a Targaryen ward was more useful than a Targaryen corpse. With him gone. "What does your father say?" she asked. "He hasn't said much. He's been in the solar all morning. My mother's been organizing the household since before dawn. She wants the entire castle cleaned and provisioned for 100 guests." He paused. "Dany, don't. I haven't said anything yet. You were going to say something about how I shouldn't worry, or how my position here is secure, or how no one is going to let anything happen to me. And I need you to not say that right now." He was quiet again. Grey Wind's tail thumped once against the ground. "All right," Robb said. "What do you want me to say? Tell me what you're actually thinking." He turned his head to look at her, and she made the mistake of meeting his eyes. Tully blue, his mother's eyes, but there was nothing careful or political in them. Robb Stark had never learned to hide what he felt. It was his greatest vulnerability, and, she thought sometimes, his most dangerous weapon. "I'm thinking," he said slowly, "that Robert Baratheon is a drunk who won a war 17 years ago and has been rotting on the throne ever since. I'm thinking that he's coming north because he needs my father to clean up his mess, the way he's always needed my father. And I'm thinking that if anyone in his party so much as looks at you wrong, I'll put them in the dirt." "Robb, you asked what I was thinking." "I asked for honesty, not a declaration of war." "Same thing sometimes," he smiled, and it undid something in her chest that she immediately tried to redo. "You're part of this family, Dany. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what title you do or don't have. You're ours." She wanted to say, "I'm not, though. I'm a Targaryen. My father burned your grandfather alive. Your father's best friend killed my brother. I am a political calculation wrapped in a girl's body, and one day the math is going to stop working in my favor." But Robb was looking at her with that open, stubborn certainty, and Grey Wind was warm across her legs, and the godswood was quiet and still, and she let herself have the lie for just a moment. "Yours," she repeated, and her voice came out softer than she intended. Something shifted in the air between them. Robb's hand moved half an inch, maybe less, toward hers on the ground. Grey Wind's ears pricked. A raven called somewhere in the canopy above. Footsteps. They both pulled back like children caught stealing. Theon Greyjoy came around the weirwood tree with the particular smirk he wore like armor. He was lean and sharp-featured, dark-haired, handsome in the way that knives are handsome. Young lovers in the godswood, how very romantic. "Shut up, Theon," Robb said without heat. "Your mother wants you." something about rearranging every chamber in the castle for the royal visit. Theon leaned against the weirwood tree and looked down at Daenerys with an expression she'd never been able to fully read, not cruel, not kind, something sideways. So the usurper's coming to visit his favorite pet northerner. Should be fun, for some of us. You're in a fine mood, Daenerys said. I'm always in a fine mood, it's my natural state. He picked at the bark of the weirwood. Funny, isn't it? The two wards of Winterfell. You'd think they'd seat us together at the welcome feast, but I suspect they'll put you somewhere prominent where Robert can see how well-trained you are, and me somewhere I can't steal the silver. Theon, Robb said, and this time there was heat. Theon raised his hands in mock surrender. I'm only saying what everyone's thinking. The king's coming and he's bringing the whole circus, and there are two people in this castle who'd better watch their step. I'm one. He looked at Daenerys. You're the other. He walked away, whistling something tuneless and sharp. Gray wind growled low in his throat. Robb's jaw was tight. He doesn't mean. He means exactly what he says. He always does. Daenerys stood, brushing frost and dirt from her breeches. That's the one honest thing about Theon. She left the godswood before Robb could say anything else, because if she stayed, she was going to either cry or say something she couldn't take back, and she couldn't afford either. The weeks that followed turned Winterfell inside out. Lady Catelyn commanded the preparations with the precision of a general marshalling an army. Every chamber was aired and cleaned, every tapestry beaten, every flagstone scrubbed. The kitchens worked day and night. Hunters went into the wolfswood and came back with deer and boar and elk. The ale stores were inspected, found wanting, and supplemented by frantic orders to White Harbor. The broken step on the east stair that everyone had been stepping over for 3 years was finally repaired. Even the practice yard was tidied. The straw dummies were stuffed and propped into attitudes of martial dignity. Daenerys threw herself into the work. It was easier than thinking. She helped in the kitchens until Gage gently shooed her out. You're highborn, my lady. Act like it. Then helped in the stables until Hullen said much the same thing. Then helped Maester Luwin organize the rookery until the old man gave her a long, thoughtful look and said, You know you don't have to earn your place here, child. She almost said something honest. Instead, she smiled and thanked him and went to find something else to do. It was during these frantic weeks that she fell into the habit of spending her evenings in the library. Winterfell's library was modest by Southern standards. Nothing compared to the Citadel, Maester Luwin told her, or even to the collections at Highgarden. But it had books, and books didn't look at her with complicated expressions or say things with double meanings. She read histories, mostly. She told herself it was idle interest. In truth, she was reading about her own family with the desperate, guilty hunger of someone who had been starved of something they didn't know they needed. The Targaryens had ruled Westeros for nearly 300 years. They had built the Iron Throne. They had united the 7 kingdoms with fire and blood. Her ancestor Aegon had landed at what would become King's Landing with his 2 sister wives and 3 dragons, and in the space of 2 years, he had broken every king on the continent. She read about Aegon's conquest, about Meager the Cruel and Jaehaerys the Conciliator, about the dance of the dragons, when Targaryen had fought Targaryen and their dragons had torn each other apart in the sky above Westeros. About the slow decline, the last dragons growing smaller with each generation until they were the size of cats, twisted and stunted, and then they were gone, and the Targaryens were just another noble house with a fancy name and no teeth. She read about her father, the Mad King, Ares Roman II Targaryen. She read the dry, careful accounts that Maester Luwin had available, histories written by Maesters who served the new regime and knew better than to be too sympathetic. Even sanitized, the picture that emerged was clear enough. Her father had been insane. Not eccentric, Not cruel in the ordinary way of cruel kings, but genuinely, catastrophically mad. He had burned people alive for amusement. He had seen traitors in every shadow. At the end, he had planned to burn King's Landing itself, 500,000 people. Rather than let Robert Baratheon take it, Jaime Lannister had killed him. The Kingslayer, who was coming to Winterfell with the rest of the royal court. Daenerys closed the book she was reading and sat in the library's dim candlelight and thought about what it meant to be the daughter of a monster. She thought about it clearly and without self-pity, because self-pity was a luxury she had never been able to afford, and because the truth was the truth whether you flinched from it or not. Her father had been mad. Her brother Rhaegar had stolen, or loved, depending on which story you believed, Lyanna Stark, and the resulting war had destroyed everything. Her mother had died giving birth to her on Dragonstone while storms raged outside. Her brother Viserys was somewhere across the narrow sea, a beggar king in exile, nursing his grievances and his claim, and she was here, in Winterfell, reading about it all by candlelight like it was someone else's history. You'll ruin your eyes, she startled. Robb was in the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, looking at her with that expression again, the unnameable one. "You keep finding me," she said. "You keep being findable." He came in and sat across from her, glancing at the book on the table between them. His eyebrows rose. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Light reading. "I like to know where I come from. You come from here. Robb, you come from here, Dany. You've lived in Winterfell since you were a baby. You took your first steps in the Great Hall. You broke your arm falling out of the broken tower when you were 7, you and Bran, climbing where you shouldn't have been. You know this castle better than I do. You know the hot springs, the crypts, every passage in the walls. This is where you come from." "That's not what the history books say." "Damn the history books." He pulled the heavy volume toward him and flipped it open to a random page. "Look at this. House Targaryen of Dragonstone words, fire and blood. That's your house words, is it? Fire and blood, apparently. And what are ours?" She looked at him. "Winter is coming. Winter is coming, and it's always coming, and we're always ready for it. And you have been getting ready for winter your whole life right here with us." He pushed the book aside. "You're not your father, Dany. You're not your brother. You're not some entry in a history book. You're the girl who beat me at riding when we were 10 and wouldn't let me forget it for 3 years. 4 years. Fine, 4 years, and you're still not letting me forget it, which rather proves my point." He was smiling, and she was smiling, and the candlelight was warm and golden between them. And she felt that thing again, that dangerous, impossible gravity that kept pulling her toward him no matter how hard she tried to maintain her careful orbit. "The king is going to look at me and see my father," she said quietly. "Then the king is a fool. He's the king, Robb. He can be both." She laughed despite herself, a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere unguarded. Robb's smile widened, and he looked so pleased with himself for making her laugh that she wanted to hit him and kiss him in equal measure. "Come spar with me tomorrow," he said. "I don't spar. You should. Arya does. Arya is 9 and terrifying. I'm 16 and a political liability." "Arya is 9 and terrifying. You're 16 and terrifying, and I want to spar with you because you've been cooped up in this library for a week, and you look like a caged animal." The word caged landed harder than he'd intended. She saw him register it, saw the wince. "I didn't mean." "I know what you meant." She closed the book of lineages and stood. "Tomorrow morning, dawn, and I'm using a real sword, not one of those blunted things. You don't even know how to use a real sword. Then I suppose you'd better teach me." He stared at her for a moment, then laughed, bright and startled and warm. And she carried the sound of it back to her chamber like a stolen coal, holding it close against the cold. Dawn came gray and bitter, and Robb was already in the practice yard when she got there, two swords laid out on the fence rail. Not blunted, tourney swords, real steel, castle-forged, the kind Sir Roderick kept locked in the armory for actual use. "I half thought you wouldn't come," he said. "Then you don't know me as well as you think." He handed her a sword. It was shorter than his, lighter, chosen with thought. She wrapped her fingers around the grip and felt the weight of it settle into her arm, and something in her blood woke up and paid attention. "Right," he said, drawing his own blade. "Basic guard position. Feet apart like this. Blade up, angle it, no, like this." He stepped behind her to adjust her grip, and his hands were warm on hers, and she could feel his chest against her back, and neither of them moved for a beat too long. He stepped away. Cleared his throat. "Good. Now when I come at you, I want you to." She swung at him. It was wild and untrained and completely instinctive, and he barely got his blade up in time. Steel rang against steel in the cold morning air, and the shock of it traveled up her arm to her shoulder, and she liked it. Gods help her, she liked it. "I said when I come at you." She swung again. He parried, stumbled back half a step, and his eyes went wide with something that might have been alarm and might have been delight. "You're supposed to wait for instruction. I'm a Targaryen. We don't wait." She came at him a third time, and this time he was ready. He caught her blade, turned it, and with an economy of motion that showed just how good he actually was, he disarmed her. The sword clattered to the frozen ground. His blade tip hovered an inch from her throat. They were both breathing hard. Their breath mingled in white clouds between them. "Lesson 1, Robb said quietly. "Don't telegraph your swings." "Lesson 1, she replied. "Don't stand that close to a dragon." She saw his pupils dilate. She saw the way his grip on the sword tightened, then loosened. She saw him make a decision and then unmake it, and then step back with a discipline that looked like it physically hurt. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked, his voice carefully light. "Same time tomorrow." They trained every morning for the next 2 weeks. She was terrible at first, all instinct and no technique, throwing herself at him with a ferocity that made up in passion what it lacked in skill. But she learned fast. Frighteningly fast, Robb told her, and she could see in his face that he wasn't just being encouraging. She absorbed his teachings the way dry ground absorbs rain, and by the end of the first week she could hold a guard, execute a basic parry, and occasionally, very occasionally, get past his defense. "It's in your blood," Jon said, watching from the fence one morning. He'd started joining them, sparring with Daenerys when Robb was tired, pushing her harder than Robb did because Jon understood something that Robb didn't. She didn't want gentleness. She wanted to be good. "Targaryens were conquerors," Jon continued. "Dragon riders, warriors. It makes sense that you take to it." "Targaryens were also mad," she said, wiping sweat from her face. "Does that make sense too?" Jon gave her a long, complicated look. "Not all of them were mad. Enough of them were." "Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin," he said. It was an old saying she'd read it herself in one of the library's histories. "Greatness and madness, 2 sides." "And which side did I land on?" He smiled, rare enough to be remarkable. "You haven't landed yet." She thought about that for the rest of the day. The preparations for the royal visit consumed Winterfell utterly. Lady Catelyn was everywhere, inspecting rooms, directing servants, conferring with Maester Luwin about protocol and seating arrangements, and the 1,000 small details that separated a successful royal welcome from a disaster. Daenerys watched her with something close to admiration. Whatever else Catelyn Stark was guarded, political, impossible to fully read. She was magnificent in command. It was Catelyn who found Daenerys in the sewing room 3 days before the king's expected arrival. Sansa was there too, working on an embroidery of the Stark direwolf with the preternatural neatness that characterized everything Sansa did. Arya had been there earlier, but had escaped at the first opportunity, probably to pester Jon or climb something she shouldn't. Daenerys, Catelyn said, and the use of her full name, not Dany, never Dany from Lady Stark, was a signal that this was official. We need to discuss the feast. Of course, my lady. Catelyn sat straight-backed and composed, her auburn hair caught in a simple northern style. She was beautiful, Daenerys had always thought, in the way that well-made armor was beautiful, everything in its place, every line serving a purpose. You will sit at the high table. Daenerys blinked. Sansa looked up from her embroidery with wide eyes. My lady, at the welcome feast. You will sit at the high table with the family. Catelyn's voice was even measured. It is my husband's wish, and I agree with it. Robert Baratheon took you as his ward and placed you in our care. If you are seated below the salt like a servant, it sends a message that we are ashamed of you or that we consider you a prisoner. Neither message serves us. Thank you, my lady. Don't thank me. This is politics, not sentiment. But something in Catelyn's eyes softened just fractionally. You will need a proper dress. Sansa, take Daenerys to see the seamstress this afternoon. Something appropriate for a lady of noble birth. What house colors should she wear? Sansa asked, ever practical about these things. Catelyn hesitated. It was a loaded question, and everyone in the room knew it. If Daenerys wore stark gray, it was a claim she had no right to make. If she wore Targaryen red and black, it was a provocation that could undo everything Ned had built. If she wore something neutral, it was its own kind of statement, the absence of belonging. Blue, Daenerys said quietly. Both Starks looked at her. Not any house's color, just blue. Catelyn regarded her for a long moment, and something passed between them, an understanding, woman to woman, about the careful navigation of spaces where you were wanted but not quite welcome. Blue, Catelyn agreed. A good choice. That evening, Daenerys found Ned Stark in the Godswood. He was sitting where she usually sat, before the heart tree, his greatsword ice across his knees. He was cleaning the blade with an oiled cloth, the way he always did when he needed to think. The Valyrian steel caught the last light and threw it back in ripples. He looked up when she approached. Dany. She loved that he called her Dany. She loved that he'd always called her Dany from the very beginning, from before she could remember. He was the closest thing she had to a father, and they both knew it, and neither of them had ever said it aloud because saying it would make it true, and the truth was too complicated. She sat beside him. Lord Stark. We're in the Godswood, child. You can call me Ned. She never did, though. It felt like crossing a line that, once crossed, could never be uncrossed. Jon told me about the king's visit 2 weeks ago, Ned sighed. I expected he would. Why didn't you tell me yourself? He was quiet for a long time, working the cloth along ice's edge. Because I didn't know what to say. I've been trying to work out what to say to you for 16 years, Dany, and I'm no closer to having it right. You could start with the truth. The truth. He set the cloth down and looked at her. Ned Stark's face was long and solemn. A northern face, not handsome but honest. His gray eyes held a weight that she'd always known was there, but had never fully understood. The truth is that Robert is my friend and my king, and he's coming here to ask me to be his hand. And I don't want the job, but I'll probably take it because that's what duty requires. The truth is that bringing you to Winterfell was the best decision I ever fought for, and I don't regret it, and I never will. And the truth is that Robert's feelings about your family are complicated. He hates us. He hated your father, with reason. He loved your brother, or rather, he hated your brother for taking Lyanna, which is its own kind of love, twisted around. Ned picked up ice and held it before him, the red weirwood light playing along the dark steel. Robert is not a simple man, whatever he pretends. He'll look at you and see Rhaegar's eyes, Aerys's blood. He'll see everything he fought to destroy. But he's not cruel, Dany, not the way people think. He wanted me dead, when I was a baby. The silence that followed was so complete that she could hear the leaves of the heart tree rustling in the wind. Ned's hands went still on the sword. "Who told you that?" "No one told me. I've lived in this castle for 16 years. I'm not deaf and I'm not stupid. The servants talk. The guards talk. Even the ravens, I sometimes think, carry whispers." She met his eyes. "Is it true?" Ned Stark set ice aside and put his hands on his knees and looked at the weirwood tree like it might give him an answer. "After the sack of King's Landing, after the Lannister men killed your brother Rhaegar's children, there were those who argued that the remaining Targaryens should be dealt with. Robert was. He was not himself in those days. The war, Lyanna, all of it. He listened to the wrong counsel. And you." "I told him that I would not be part of the murder of children. I told him that if he wanted to kill babes in their cradles, he could find another man to do it, and another friend, because Eddard Stark would be neither." Something fierce moved behind his calm exterior, old and deep. "Jon Arryn agreed with me. Between the two of us, we convinced Robert that taking you as a ward was the wiser course, a Targaryen raised loyal to the crown, a symbol of mercy. A hostage, a child," Ned said firmly. "Whatever the politics, whatever the reasons, you were a child and you deserved to live. I have never thought of you as a hostage, Dany, not once, not for a single day." She believed him. That was the terrible thing. She believed him completely, and it didn't change the fact that the rest of the world saw her exactly the way she described. "When the king comes," she said carefully, "what do I do? You be yourself. You be the girl I've raised, sharp, kind, braver than she knows." He put his hand on her head the way he'd done when she was small, and she felt tears press against the backs of her eyes. "And if Robert says anything to you that crosses a line, you come to me. Not to Robb, who will do something stupid and heroic. To me. I'll handle it." "You can't protect me forever." "No," Ned agreed, "but I can protect you now, and now is all any of us have." She left the godswood with the conversation sitting heavy and warm in her chest, like a coal that wouldn't cool. She passed through the corridor toward her chamber and found Theon leaning against the wall outside the kitchens, gnawing on a chicken leg. "You look like you've been crying," he said. "I haven't been crying." "Almost crying, then." The Stark specialty, emotional conversations in the godswood. Very moving, very northern. He tossed the chicken bone to a passing dog. "You know, my father bent the knee after the rebellion too, only he didn't have the good sense to give up a baby. He gave up his only living son." She stopped walking. Theon rarely talked about this, the reality of his situation, the mirror of hers. He usually buried it under smirking and archery and visits to the winter town brothel. "I was 10, he said. "Old enough to understand exactly what was happening. Old enough to see my father's face when he handed me over. Do you know what the worst part was? He didn't cry, didn't hug me, just nodded like he was delivering a shipment of iron ore." He laughed, and it was the worst sound. "At least you were too young to remember, at least you got that." "Theon, don't." He held up a hand. "Don't be kind to me. I can't stand it when you lot are kind to me. It makes everything worse." He pushed off the wall and gave her that sideways smirk. "Get some sleep, dragon girl. The king will be here in 3 days, and we hostages need to look our best." He walked away into the dark corridor, and she stood there for a long time, thinking about cages and coins and the strange alchemy of belonging. 3 days. The castle was a barely controlled frenzy. Sansa was beside herself with excitement, chattering about Prince Joffrey and the Queen and the glamour of the South, with the breathless enthusiasm of a girl who had never been south of the neck. Arya was mostly interested in whether the Hound would really be as terrifying as the story said. Bran was climbing the walls, literally, trying to get the first glimpse of the royal column from the highest tower. Rickon was 3 and understood nothing but the general atmosphere of excitement, which he expressed by running into things. Daenerys spent the 3 days training. She trained with Robb at dawn. She trained with Jon after breakfast. She trained alone in the afternoons, running through the forms Robb had taught her until her muscles screamed and her mind went quiet. She trained until her palms blistered and the blisters tore and her sword grip left blood on the leather. "You're going to hurt yourself," Robb said on the second day, catching her wrist and turning her hand over to look at the torn skin. "I'm fine. You're bleeding." "I'm fine, Robb." He looked at her, and she saw the question he didn't ask. "What are you preparing for?" She didn't have an answer. She only knew that the king was coming, and something inside her, something old, something that had nothing to do with Winterfell or the Starks or the careful life she'd built in the north, wanted her ready. On the evening before the king's arrival, Daenerys stood in her chamber and looked at herself in the polished bronze mirror that served as her glass. The dress was blue, as she'd chosen, a deep, dark blue like the winter sky just after sunset. Sansa had helped with the fitting and the seamstress had done fine work. It was northern in cut, high-collared against the cold with gray fur at the cuffs and hem. It looked like something a Stark might wear if a Stark had silver hair and violet eyes. She stared at her reflection. The hair. The eyes. The face that was, according to everyone who remembered, the image of her mother's, Rhaella Targaryen, who had died bringing her into the world. There was no hiding what she was. No walnut husk dye, no northern dress, no 16 years of wolf bread and godswood prayers could change the blood that ran beneath her skin. She heard a knock. She opened the door. Robb stood in the corridor, dressed for the evening meal, looking scrubbed and formal and distinctly uncomfortable in his good doublet. He opened his mouth, then closed it. His eyes moved over her in the blue dress, and his expression did something complicated. "You look. Don't say nice. If you say I look nice, I'll hit you." "I was going to say you look like trouble," she smiled, and it was a real smile, sharp and surprised and bright. Good trouble or bad trouble, the best kind. He offered his arm, the way a lord offers his arm to a lady, formal and deliberate and meaning more than the gesture itself. "Come on. Tomorrow the circus arrives. Tonight we're just us." She took his arm. His warmth bled through the fabric into her fingers, and she thought about fire again. Not the destructive kind, not her father's kind, but the kind that keeps you alive through the longest winter. "Just us," she agreed. They walked together through the gray stone corridors of Winterfell, and behind them, a torch on the wall flared bright and hot without a draft to feed it, and neither of them noticed. But the flame burned on, long after they had gone. Chapter 2. The king's arrival. They heard the column before they saw it. A low rumble that came through the ground first, felt in the soles of the feet before the ears caught it. Hundreds of horses, dozens of wagons, the creak and clatter of a royal procession stretching back along the King's Road like a jeweled serpent winding through gray hills. Bran spotted the first outriders from his perch atop the gatehouse tower, and his shout carried down into the courtyard where the entire Stark household stood assembled in their finest, breath fogging in the morning cold, waiting. Daenerys stood at the end of the family line. It had been Catelyn's decision, the placement. Ned and his wife in the center, as was proper. Robb to his father's left, then Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. Daenerys to Catelyn's right, between the Lady of Winterfell and Theon Greyjoy, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his jaw set in a way that made him look older than his 19 years. 2 wards, flanking the family like mismatched bookends. "Stop fidgeting." Theon murmured without moving his lips, "I'm not fidgeting." "Your left hand has clenched and unclenched 4 times in the last minute. I counted." She forced her hand still. Theon gave the faintest hint of a smirk, and for once it carried no malice. just the shared understanding of two people who knew exactly what it felt like to stand in someone else's line and pretend you belonged there. The gates swung open. The outriders came first, Baratheon men in gold and black, their cloaks snapping in the northern wind, looking thoroughly miserable in the cold. Then the Kingsguard in their white cloaks, 4 of them riding abreast, and Daenerys picked out Jaime Lannister immediately because it was impossible not to. He rode like he was born in the saddle, golden-haired and handsome, and looking at Winterfell's gray walls with an expression of faintly amused disdain. His white cloak billowed behind him, immaculate, the Kingslayer, the man who had driven his sword through her father's back. She watched him pass and felt nothing. She'd expected rage or grief or some echo of inherited fury. Instead, there was only a cool, steady clarity, as if some part of her had made its peace with this particular ghost long ago. He'd killed a monster. The monster had been her father. Both things were true, and neither one required her to feel anything about Jaime Lannister's pretty face. Behind the Kingsguard came the wheelhouse, an enormous gilt-and crimson monstrosity that must have slowed the entire column to a crawl on the Kingsroad. The Queen's conveyance. Through its curtained windows, Daenerys caught a flash of golden hair, a pale face, and then it passed. And then the king. Robert Baratheon rode through the gates of Winterfell on a war-horse that looked barely adequate to the task. He was massive, not the muscular mass of a warrior but the heavy, settled mass of a man who had stopped fighting and started feasting. His black beard was streaked with gray, his face florid, his eyes small and shrewd above fleshy cheeks. He wore black and gold, the Baratheon colors, and a crown that sat on his head with the ease of long habit. He looked, Daenerys thought, like a ruin. Like a castle that had once been mighty, its walls still standing but the foundations rotting from within. You could see the man he'd been, the broad shoulders, the powerful hands, the jaw that must have been fearsome when it was sharp. But that man was buried now under years of wine and grief, and the slow corruption of a power he'd never really wanted. Ned stepped forward. Robert swung down from his horse with a grunt, and for a moment the two men simply looked at each other. Then Robert opened his arms and said, "You've gotten fat." And Ned glanced pointedly at the king's belly, and Robert laughed, a huge booming sound that filled the courtyard, and they embraced like brothers. Daenerys watched the reunion with a tight, controlled stillness. This man had killed Rhaegar, had sat on the throne her family built, had wanted her dead, and now he was hugging Ned Stark, the man who had saved her life, laughing in the courtyard of the only home she'd ever known. The world was not simple. She had always known that, but watching it proved in the flesh was something else. Robert moved down the line. He clasped Rob's hand and said something about the boy being built like Ned. He told Sansa she was beautiful, which made her blush scarlet. He ruffled Rickon's hair. He asked Arya her name, and when she told him, said, "Show me your muscles, girl," which Arya did with fierce pride. Then he reached Daenerys. She had practiced this moment. In her room in the Godswood, in the quiet spaces of her mind, she had rehearsed the curtsy, the lowered eyes, the murmured, "Your Grace." She had prepared herself for the wave of emotion that would come when Robert Baratheon's eyes settled on her face. She was not prepared for the way the laughter died. It went out of him like a candle snuffed. One moment, he was the jovial, red-faced king playing at reunion, and the next he was something else entirely, a man staring at a ghost. His small eyes locked on her face, traveled over her silver hair, her violet eyes, and something moved behind his expression that was old and savage and sad all at once. "This is her, then," he said, not to Daenerys, to Ned. "Daenerys, your grace, my ward. I know who she is." Robert's voice was rough. He took a step closer, and Daenerys held her ground. She did not flinch. She did not look away. She met the king's eyes with the steady, violet gaze that was the only inheritance she would ever claim, and she waited. Robert looked at her for a long time. The courtyard was silent. Even the horses had gone still. "You look like him," Robert said finally. "Your brother, something about the eyes." "I wouldn't know, Your Grace, I never met him." Something shifted in Robert's face, a flicker that might have been guilt, might have been anger. "No," he said, "you wouldn't have." He turned away abruptly and clapped Ned on the shoulder. "Take me to your crypts, Ned. I want to pay my respects." And just like that, he was done with her. He walked away without another word, and Ned followed him with a backward glance at Daenerys that said, "We'll talk later," and the royal column continued to pour through the gates. Servants and squires and knights and hangers-on. The whole gaudy machinery of the southern court cramming itself into Winterfell's gray, practical spaces. Daenerys stood very still in her place and let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. "Well," Theon said quietly beside her. "That was horrifying." The queen emerged from the wheelhouse like a jewel from a box. Cersei Lannister was the most beautiful woman Daenerys had ever seen, and Daenerys distrusted her immediately. It wasn't the beauty itself. It was the way Cersei wore it, like a weapon kept sharp through constant maintenance. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her green eyes were luminous and cold. Her smile, offered to Lady Catelyn with practiced warmth, didn't reach past her cheekbones. She had 3 children. Joffrey, the crown prince, was golden and pretty, and had a mouth that curled in a way Daenerys recognized as contempt pretending to be boredom. Miachella was sweet-faced and shy. Tommen was round and cheerful and immediately began trying to pet every dog in the courtyard. Cersei's gaze found Daenerys the way a hawk finds a mouse in a field. "The Targaryen girl," she said to Catelyn, not bothering to lower her voice. "She's pretty. I expected something more. Dramatic. Daenerys is a valued member of our household, Your Grace." Catelyn replied, and there was something in her tone, not warmth exactly, but a territorial precision. Whatever Catelyn's complicated feelings about the dragon girl in her home, she was not about to let an outsider draw blood in her own courtyard. Cersei smiled that razor smile. "How generous of you." The royal party settled into Winterfell like a conqueror's army settling into occupied territory, which, in a sense, was exactly what they were. Southern servants clashed with northern ones over everything from firewood to food. Lannister guardsmen swaggered through the corridors in crimson cloaks, looking down their noses at the gray stone walls. The kitchens worked around the clock. Gage looked like a man besieged. Daenerys made herself small. It was an old survival instinct, honed over years of knowing exactly how visible a silver-haired girl was in a castle full of dark northerners. She kept to the edges of rooms, spoke when spoken to, moved through the castle by the back passages and servants' corridors that she'd mapped in childhood. She attended meals but sat quietly. She dressed plainly. She was, in every way she could manage, unremarkable. Robb hated it. "You're disappearing," he told her on the second evening of the visit, cornering her in the corridor outside the library. "You've been doing it since they arrived. You used to take up space in a room, Dany. Now you're trying to take up none. I'm being careful. You're being invisible, and it's not the same thing." "It is exactly the same thing, and you know it. Do you think Cersei Lannister isn't watching me? Do you think the Kingslayer isn't? Every southern lord in that great hall is looking at me and calculating, is the Targaryen girl a threat? Is she useful? Is she worth befriending or worth destroying? The safest thing I can be right now is uninteresting. Since when do you care about safe? Since the most powerful man in Westeros looked at me like I was a stain he'd forgotten to scrub out." That stopped him. Robb's jaw worked, and she could see the anger moving through him. Not at her, at the situation, at the fundamental injustice of a world that required a girl to shrink herself to survive. You shouldn't have to live like this, he said. Lots of people live like this. Theon lives like this. Your bastard brother lives like this. Every second son and minor lord's daughter and common smallfolk woman in the Seven Kingdoms lives like this. I am not special, Robb. I am just very visible. He stepped closer. The corridor was narrow, lit by a single torch, and the shadows it cast made his face all angles and intensity. You are special. Don't. You are. Not because of your name or your blood or any of that, because of who you are. The girl who reads histories by candlelight and trains with swords at dawn and makes Grey Wind follow her around like a lovesick fool. Grey Wind does not follow me around. He absolutely does, and so do I, apparently, and I'm tired of pretending I don't know why. His voice dropped. Dany. Robb, we can't. I know. It would be a disaster. Your mother would. I know. The king would. I know. I know all the reasons. I've listed them to myself every night for the past year. There are dozens of them, and they're all very sensible, and I don't care about a single one. The torch on the wall flared. Neither of them noticed. They stood in the narrow corridor with less than a foot between them, and the air was thick with everything unsaid, and Daenerys felt that heat again. The fire beneath her skin, the old thing, the deep thing, the thing that had nothing to do with Winterfell. Tomorrow night is the feast, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. I'll be at the high table. Everyone will be watching. Good, good, let them watch. He reached out and took her hand. His fingers were warm. His thumb traced a circle on her palm once, and her entire body caught fire from that single point of contact. You're going to sit at that table, and you're going to hold your head up, and you're going to be exactly who you are. Not invisible, not small, not careful. He squeezed her hand. You're a dragon, Dany. Act like one. He let go and walked away, and she stood in the corridor with her palm burning and her heart hammering and the torch on the wall blazing twice its normal height, and she thought, I am so terribly in trouble. The welcome feast was a spectacle. The great hall of Winterfell had been transformed. Long tables groaned under the weight of northern fare, roasted boar and venison, dark bread and sharp cheese, honeycakes and blackberry tarts, barrels of ale and casks of arbor gold that had been hauled north at considerable expense. Torches lined the walls, banners hung from the rafters. The stark direwolf and the Baratheon stag intertwined, and Daenerys tried not to think about the fact that the Targaryen dragon was notably absent. She wore the blue dress. Sansa had done her hair, braided and pinned in a style that was part northern, part something older, something that Sansa had found in a book and recognized as a Valyrian court style from 2 centuries past. It suits you, Sansa had said, with the quiet authority of a girl who understood beauty the way her brothers understood swords. Daenerys had looked in the mirror and seen a stranger, not a Stark, not a Targaryen. Something in between that had no name yet. She took her seat at the high table. Catelyn had placed her between Robb and Miechella Baratheon, a careful choice that kept Daenerys near the family while buffering her from the more volatile royals. Robert sat at the center, already deep into his cups. Cersei sat beside him with the frozen grace of a woman who had long ago stopped expecting her husband to be sober at public functions. The hall filled. The noise built, conversations and laughter and the clatter of plates and cups and the distant strains of musicians playing something jaunty in the gallery. It was loud, it was chaotic, and it was the most exposed Daenerys had felt in years. Robb leaned over. Breathe. I am breathing. You're doing that thing where you hold perfectly still and pretend you're a piece of furniture. Furniture doesn't breathe. You breathe. She let out a breath. He grinned, and she almost kicked him under the table, and the normalcy of it, the easy, stupid intimacy of 2 people who had grown up together, loosened something in her chest. Miechella, on her other side, was watching her with open curiosity. Are you really a Targaryen? I really am. My mother says the Targaryens used to ride dragons. They did, a long time ago. Could you ride a dragon? Daenerys looked at the princess, 8 years old, golden-haired, guileless in the way that only a child raised in comfort could be, and smiled. There aren't any dragons left to ride. But if there were, Daenerys said, I think I'd like to find out. The feast progressed. Robert drank. Cersei watched. Ned and the king talked in low voices, their heads together, and Daenerys caught fragments. Jon Arryn and the realm and I need you, Ned. That confirmed what Robb had told her. The offer of the handship was coming. Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It was during the third course, a haunch of roasted elk, that Robert attacked with more enthusiasm than he'd shown for anything else since arriving, that the trouble began. It began, as trouble often does, with wine. Robert's cup was bottomless. The servants refilled it as fast as he drained it, and with each refill his voice grew louder, his gestures broader, his topics less diplomatic. He told war stories, the rebellion, the trident, the long march south, with the practiced rhythm of a man who had told them 1,000 times and never grew tired of the telling. There I was, he bellowed, halfway through a retelling of the Battle of the Bells that Daenerys suspected bore limited resemblance to actual events. 6 Targaryen loyalists between me and the gate, and I swear to the gods, Ned, my hammer was singing. He stopped. His eyes, glassy with wine, had drifted down the table and landed on Daenerys. The silence spread outward from him like a stone dropped in water. Targaryen loyalists, he repeated, and something in his voice changed register, dropped from bombastic storytelling to something lower, rawer. Your father's men, girl, did you know that? Men who fought and died for the Mad King. The hall went quiet. Not completely, the lower tables still buzzed with conversation, but at the high table every head turned. I know my history, Your Grace, Daenerys said. Her voice was steady. She was almost surprised by how steady it was. Do you? Robert leaned forward. His eyes were small and hard and slightly unfocused. Do you know what your father did to Ned's father, to his brother? Burned one, strangled the other, made the boy watch while his father cooked inside his armor. That's your history, girl. That's the blood in your veins. Robert. Ned's voice cut in, quiet and sharp as a knife. That's enough. Is it? Is it enough, Ned? Because I look at her and I see Rhaegar. I see those eyes, those damned violet eyes, and I remember. You remember a war that ended 17 years ago. Ned's hand was on Robert's arm, firm but not forceful. And a girl who was born after it ended, she had no part in any of it. She has his face, she has her face, her own. And she has been raised in my household, under my roof, by my hand, and she is not her father. Ned paused, and his next words were quiet enough that only the high table heard them, but they landed with the weight of iron. I will not allow her to be mistreated in my hall, Robert, not by anyone. The silence at the high table was absolute. Cersei's green eyes were bright with interest. Jaime Lannister, seated further along, had gone very still. Robb's hand, beneath the table, had found Daenerys's knee and gripped it, hard, and she could feel the tension in him like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Robert stared at Ned for a long, terrible moment. The rage in his face was not political. It was personal, the old wound of Lyanna Stark that had never healed and never would. And Daenerys understood with sudden clarity that Robert's hatred of her had nothing to do with her father's madness and everything to do with her brother's beauty, and a woman who had chosen a dragon over a stag. Then the moment broke. Robert sat back and laughed. Not the booming laugh from the courtyard, but a harsh, cracked thing, and drained his cup and shouted for more wine and turned to the lord beside him to resume a different conversation entirely. And the high table slowly, carefully, began to breathe again. Daenerys sat in her blue dress with Robb's hand on her knee and the eyes of half the court on her face, and she did not look away from the table, and she did not cry, and she did not burn. Not yet. The feast lasted hours. Daenerys endured it with a composure that she suspected looked like calm from the outside, and felt like controlled demolition from within. When the tables were finally cleared, and the musicians struck up dancing tunes, she rose from her seat with a murmured excuse and slipped out through the side entrance near the kitchens. The cold hit her like a slap, and she welcomed it. She walked fast, almost running through the covered walkway toward the first keep, her heels clicking on the stone. She needed to be somewhere with no people and no eyes and no kings who looked at her like she was responsible for every crime her bloodline had ever committed. She made it to the first keep, the oldest part of the castle, largely unused now, its upper floors given over to dust and pigeons. She leaned against the cold stone wall and pressed her forehead to it and finally, let the mask crack. She was shaking. Not from cold. She was never really cold, not deep down, though she'd learned to mimic it, but from rage. Pure, clean rage that came from somewhere below her stomach and filled her chest and throat and pressed against the backs of her eyes. Robert Baratheon. Drunk, broken, pathetic Robert Baratheon, who couldn't look at her without seeing a dead man. Who sat on a throne he'd won with a warhammer and never once deserved. Who had wanted to murder her as an infant, and now had the gall to sit at Ned Stark's table and make her feel small for the crime of existing. She thought about fire. She thought about it the way she always thought about it when her emotions broke their banks. Not as destruction, but as release, as the thing that lived coiled inside her waiting for permission. She pressed her palms flat against the stone wall, and the stone was cold, freezing cold, northern cold, and she pushed heat into it without thinking, without knowing she was doing it, and the surface beneath her hands grew warm. That was impressive. She spun. Jaime Lannister stood at the far end of the walkway, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, watching her with an expression that was impossible to read in the dim light. He was still in his white cloak, still golden, still carrying that aura of careless perfection that made everything around him look shabby by comparison. Sir Jaime, Lady Daenerys. He pushed off the pillar and walked toward her, unhurried. I mean Robert's performance. Impressive in its gracelessness, he's always been talented at ruining a perfectly good feast. She didn't respond. Her heart was hammering. This was the Kingslayer. This was the man who, "You're wondering whether to be afraid of me," James said. He stopped 10 feet away, close enough to talk, far enough to be unthreatening. Everyone does, the first time we're alone. They look at me and they think about the Mad King, and they wonder what kind of man kills his own king and whether that kind of man might kill anyone. I'm not afraid of you. No, he tilted his head. You should be. I'm very dangerous, ask anyone. You killed my father. The words fell between them like a sword dropped on stone. Jaime went still, and for the first time the mask of amused indifference shifted. Something raw moved beneath it, quick and fierce and immediately contained. I did. While he sat the Iron Throne, your king whom you'd sworn to protect. Yes. Why? Jaime looked at her for a long time. The torchlight caught his green eyes and turned them to flame. Has anyone ever told you why? The real reason? People have told me a great many things about you, Sir Jaime. Most of them involve words like honor and the lack thereof. Something like a smile crossed his face, bitter and bright. Of course they have. The Kingslayer. Man without honor. Oathbreaker. I've heard them all. I've been hearing them for 17 years. They're a fine story, the knight who betrayed his king for ambition, for his father's approval, for a seat at the victor's table. He paused. Would you like the true story? Would you tell it? I've never told anyone. Not Cersei, not my father, not Robert, who never bothered to ask. He leaned against the wall opposite her, mirroring her posture, and his voice dropped. Your father was going to burn King's Landing, all of it. Every man, woman, and child. He had caches of wildfire hidden throughout the city, beneath the Great Sept, the Dragon Pit, the slums of Flea Bottom, the Red Keep itself. 500,000 people. He gave the order to his pyromancer. Burn them all, he said. Those were his exact words, burn them all. The walkway was very quiet. Daenerys could hear her own breathing. I killed the pyromancer first, Jaime continued, his voice flat and precise. Then I killed your father. I drove my sword through his back while he screamed, burn them all, for the 50th time. And I sat on the Iron Throne and waited for someone to come and judge me, because I was 20 years old and I didn't know what else to do. And Ned Stark found you. And Ned Stark found me, and looked at me with those gray, honorable eyes and decided I was a monster. A shadow of old pain crossed his face. He never asked why either. None of them did. Easier to have a villain than a complicated truth. Daenerys studied him. She had spent 16 years assembling a picture of the world from fragments, overheard conversations, stolen books, the careful silences of people who didn't want to tell her things. She had learned to read faces the way scholars read texts, and what she read in Jaime Lannister's face right now was not deception. You saved the city, she said. I broke my oath. You saved 500,000 people. And I killed your father. Both things are true. I've spent 17 years living with both things being true, and I can tell you from experience that the world doesn't have much use for nuance. He looked at her, and his expression shifted again, from raw to something approaching respect. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Something softer, something broken. The Targaryens I knew were either brilliant or shattered, and I couldn't guess which side the last one standing would fall on. He studied her. You're neither. You're something else, something new. She pushed off the wall. I'm a ward of Winterfell who needs to get back to the feast before someone notices I'm gone. They've noticed. Your Stark boy noticed the moment you left. He was halfway out of his seat when I told him I'd check on you. You told Robb you'd check on me. I told the eldest Stark boy that I needed air and happened to be going in the same direction. He's not stupid, he didn't believe me, but he's also not reckless enough to make a scene by following me. Jaime paused. He cares about you, obviously and completely. He should work on hiding it. There are people in that hall who will use it. People like your sister. Jaime's face went carefully blank. People like my sister. They looked at each other across the dim walkway, the Kingslayer and the Mad King's daughter, and the air between them held no malice and no forgiveness, only the weight of a history they were both, in different ways, imprisoned by. Thank you for telling me the truth, Daenerys said. It's not a gift, it's a burden. Now you have to carry it too. He turned to go, then stopped. A word of advice from someone who spent a lifetime in courts. Robert is loud, but he's not your danger. He'll bluster and drink and call you names and pass out in his cups. He's a storm, violent but brief. The ones you need to watch are the ones who smile. He walked away, white cloak catching the torchlight, and disappeared around the corner. Daenerys stood alone in the first keep walkway and pressed her hand to the stone wall where she'd pushed heat into it moments ago. The stone was still warm. She went back to the feast. She came in through the kitchens, which were organized chaos, Gage shouting orders, servants rushing platters, a boy turning a spit over a fire that leaped and danced. She slipped through the service entrance into the great hall and was immediately intercepted by a man she did not know. He was slight, almost delicate, with a pointed beard and clever gray-green eyes and the kind of smile that looked like it had been designed by an engineer, precise, functional, and entirely artificial. He wore a silver mockingbird pin on his doublet. Lady Daenerys. He said as if they'd known each other for years. I was hoping we'd have a moment. I don't believe we've met, my lord. Lord Petter Baelish, master of coin on the king's small council. He fell into step beside her as she walked. Though most people call me Littlefinger, a childhood nickname. Not terribly dignified, but it stuck. Lord Baelish. She knew the name. Catelyn had mentioned him once, an old friend from her childhood in Riverrun. From the way Catelyn had mentioned him, carefully and briefly, Daenerys suspected there was more to the story. "You must forgive Robert his display earlier," Littlefinger said, guiding her toward a quiet corner of the hall with the gentle insistence of a man accustomed to steering conversations. "The king is a sentimental man. He still mourns Lyanna Stark, and the sight of a Targaryen stirs old feelings. I'm aware of the king's feelings about my family. Are you?" His smile sharpened. "Then perhaps you're also aware that feelings are the most exploitable resource in the Seven Kingdoms, more valuable than gold, more reliable than armies. A man's grief, properly leveraged, can move mountains. Or topple them. Is that what you do, Lord Baelish? Leverage feelings? I facilitate outcomes. I find that people with the right information at the right moment tend to make the decisions that benefit everyone." His eyes were bright and attentive. "For instance, a young woman in your position might benefit from knowing that she has friends at court, friends who see her value. I have friends already. The Starks. Yes, excellent people, honorable, loyal, northern to the bone." He made these qualities sound like charming limitations. "But honor is a currency with limited circulation outside the north, my lady. In King's Landing, you need different coin." She stopped walking and faced him. "Lord Baelish, I've known you for approximately 1 minute, and in that time, you've offered me sympathy, intelligence, and alliance, all without me asking for any of it. In my experience, when someone gives you 3 things for free, the price comes later and it's steep." Littlefinger's smile widened, and for a moment the mask cracked just enough to show something real beneath, surprise maybe, or delight. The expression of a man who had expected a pawn and found a player. "You are interesting," he said. "I was told you were quiet. I am quiet." "That's not the same as stupid." "No," he agreed. "It certainly isn't." He gave her a shallow bow, performative, like everything about him. "I suspect we'll speak again, Lady Daenerys. In the meantime, a gift, truly free, no strings. Be careful of the Queen. She sees you as a threat, and Cersei Lannister destroys what threatens her. It's her only consistent quality." He melted into the crowd with the ease of a man who had spent his life making entrances and exits through the spaces between people. Daenerys found her way back to the high table. The feast had devolved into its later stages. Robert was telling bawdy jokes at one end, the younger children had been taken to bed, and the hall had the loose, warm atmosphere of a gathering that had crossed the line from formal to familiar. Rob was waiting for her. "Where did you go?" Low, urgent, his eyes searching her face. "Fresh air. Jaime Lannister followed you. He found me. We talked." "You talked with the Kingslayer. He's more complicated than you think. He killed your father, Dany. My father was going to burn 500,000 people alive." She said it quietly, watching Rob's face change. "Jaime killed him to stop it. He spent 17 years being called a monster for saving a city." Rob opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "How do you know that's true?" "I don't, but it fits. It fits better than the alternative, and it fits what I know about my father." She sat down and poured herself a cup of wine she didn't intend to drink. "Also, Littlefinger introduced himself to me." "Who?" "Petter Baelish, the master of coin. Small man, pointed beard, smiles like a snake that learned a party trick. What did he want? To be my friend, which means he wants something else." Rob shook his head slowly. "I hate the South. You've never been South. I hate the idea of the South. Everyone scheming, everyone lying, everyone saying one thing and meaning 12 others. Give me an honest enemy with a sword. At least you know where you stand." "You stand where they let you stand," Daenerys said. That's the game. I don't want to play. Neither do I. But the game is being played around us whether we want it or not. She looked out over the great hall, the Baratheons, the Lannisters, the Northern Lords, the Southern Knights, all of them eating Stark food and drinking Stark ale and calculating Stark value. Your father is going to accept the handship, probably, which means he's going south, to King's Landing, into the middle of all of this. I know. Does that worry you? Robb was quiet for a moment. My father can handle himself. Your father is the most honorable man I've ever met. In the north, that's a shield. In King's Landing, it's a target. Something sharp moved behind Robb's eyes, the glint of a mind that was quicker than people gave it credit for, buried under the good looks and the easy charm. You've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this since the Raven arrived. And I think things are about to change, for all of us. I think Jon Arryn's death wasn't an accident, and I think Robert didn't ride 1,000 miles just because he misses your father's company, and I think there are pieces moving on a board we can't see. She met his eyes. I think we need to be ready. Ready for what? I don't know yet. But I know I'm tired of being a piece. I'd rather be a player. The feast wound down around them. Lords stumbled to their beds. Servants cleared the tables. Robert was carried out by 2 Kingsguard, singing a battle song off-key. Cersei left first, trailing her ladies like a golden comet trailing lesser stars. Daenerys and Robb were among the last to leave the hall. They walked together through the corridor, gray wind materializing from wherever the direwolves went during feasts and falling into step beside them. The castle was quiet now, the southern guests tucked into their borrowed beds, and Winterfell felt almost like itself again in the silence. They stopped at the junction where their corridors split, his toward the family wing, hers toward her chamber in the adjacent hall. Dany. Robb. What you said earlier about being a player, not a piece. He stepped closer. Whatever you're planning, whatever you're thinking, I'm with you. You don't even know what I'm thinking. Doesn't matter, I'm with you. She looked up at him in the dim corridor, this boy who was becoming a man, this son of wolves who looked at a dragon and saw not a threat but an ally, and she felt the heat rise in her again, fire heat, blood heat, the oldest heat in the world. You shouldn't say things like that, she whispered. Not to me, not when I can't, he kissed her. It was not graceful, it was not practiced. It was the clumsy, desperate press of a mouth that had wanted to do this for so long that the wanting had become a kind of pain. And when it finally happened, it happened all at once with no finesse and all feeling. His hands came up to her face, her hands gripped the front of his doublet, and Grey Wind sat down in the corridor and watched them with an expression of wolfish satisfaction. When they broke apart, they were both breathing hard. Robb's eyes were wide, as if he'd surprised himself. I've wanted to do that for a year, she finished. At least. Longer. Longer, she agreed and pulled him back in. The second kiss was better, slower, deeper, the kind of kiss that is also a conversation, an argument, a declaration. She tasted wine and wood smoke and something underneath that was just Robb, clean and warm and northern and hers. God's help her, hers. They pulled apart again, and reality settled around them like cold water. This is a terrible idea, she said. The worst. Your mother will lose her mind, yes. The king will. I genuinely do not care what the king will do. Robb, I'm serious. This isn't, we can't just, there are implications. I know there are implications. There are always implications. There are implications to breathing, to eating, to standing in a corridor at midnight. I am so bloody tired of implications. He pressed his forehead to hers. I love you, Dany. I've loved you since I was old enough to know what the word meant, and probably before that. And I am telling you now in this corridor with my wolf as witness that I will not pretend otherwise. Not for the king, not for my mother, not for anyone. She closed her eyes. The heat in her chest was enormous, a sun, a forge, a dragon's heart, beating. "I love you too," she said, because it was true, because it had always been true, because some truths are too big to keep carrying in silence. "And it terrifies me, because loving you makes me dangerous. You were always dangerous. Not like this. When you have nothing to lose. But now," she opened her eyes, "now I have something I would burn the world to keep." He looked at her, and she saw that he understood. Not just the emotion, but the weight of it, the literal, physical reality of what it meant for a Targaryen to love something enough to burn for it. "Then we burn together," he said. "If it comes to that." They stood in the corridor with their foreheads touching and their hands intertwined and the cold pressing in from every side, and between them, the warmth held. Gray wind whined softly. Somewhere in the castle, a torch guttered out and relit itself. Later that night, long after Robb had walked her to her door and left with a look that promised everything and resolved nothing, Daenerys lay in her bed and stared at the ceiling and could not sleep. She thought about Robert's face when he'd looked at her. The raw grief in it, the hatred that was really heartbreak wearing armor. She thought about Jaime Lannister in the walkway, telling truths he'd kept buried for 17 years. She thought about Littlefinger's engineered smile, and the warning about Cersei that was also, she suspected, a move in a game she couldn't yet see. She thought about Robb's mouth on hers and the way the world had gone bright and sharp and right in a way it never had before. And she thought about fire. It had been getting stronger. She hadn't told anyone, not Robb, not Jon, not Ned. The heat that lived inside her, the thing she'd carried since childhood like a second heartbeat. When she was young, it had been small, a warmth in her palms, a tolerance for hot water that made the servants nervous, a tendency for candles to flare when she walked past. She'd learned to ignore it, or at least to file it away under the long list of things about herself that didn't fit the life she'd been given. But lately, in the past year, maybe longer, it had been growing. She could feel it now, a constant low burn beneath her skin like coals banked in a hearth. When she was angry, it surged. When she was afraid, it flickered. When Robb kissed her, it had roared. She pressed her palms together under the furs and felt the heat between them, skin to skin. And for the first time, instead of pushing it down, she let it rise. Her palms glowed, not brightly, a soft, amber luminescence, like sunlight filtered through honey. She held her hands up before her face and watched the light dance beneath her skin, and she felt no fear, no surprise, only recognition, as if some deep part of her had always known this was coming and had been waiting for the rest of her to catch up. Fire and blood. She closed her hands. The glow faded. She lay in the dark and breathed and felt the heat settle back to its usual low burn. "I am a dragon," she whispered to the empty room. The words hung in the air, and the hearth across the room, long since burned down to ash, flickered back to life without a spark to wake it. Daenerys watched the flames dance and did not sleep for a long, long time. She rose before dawn and dressed in the dark and went to the practice yard. Jon was already there, which she'd expected. He was one of the few people in the castle whose routine the royal visit hadn't disrupted, largely because the royal visit was pretending he didn't exist. "Spar with me," she said. He looked at her face, and whatever he saw there made him reach for a practice sword without argument. They fought in the gray pre-dawn light, steel ringing against steel, and Daenerys pushed herself harder than she ever had, faster, fiercer, letting the heat in her blood drive her arms. Jon parried a strike that would have opened his guard if she'd been 6 inches taller and stepped back, breathing hard. "Where is this coming from?" "I'm angry. Clearly. But you're also faster than you were 2 days ago, stronger. Your instincts are—" He blocked another swing and grunted. "Seven hells, Dany." She pressed the attack. Something had unlocked in her since the feast, since Robert's contempt and James' truth and Robb's kiss and the glow in her palms, and she couldn't put it back. The sword in her hand felt like an extension of her arm, and her arm felt like an extension of the fire inside her, and the fire burned so bright, she disarmed him. The move was nothing she'd been taught. It was instinct, a twist of the wrist, a step inside his guard, a flick that sent his sword spinning from his grip to clatter on the frozen ground. Jon stood empty-handed with her blade at his throat, and for a moment neither of them moved. "Yield," she said. "I yield." He sounded dazed. "How did you?" "I don't know." That was a master's move. That was something Sir Roderick couldn't teach in a year of practice. That was, "I don't know, Jon." She lowered the sword. Her hands were shaking, not from fear or exertion, but from the excess of whatever was burning through her. "Something is happening to me." He looked at her with those dark, stark eyes that held depths no one in this family seemed to want to examine, and he said, very quietly, "I know. You know. I've seen the way torches move when you walk past, the way fires grow when you're angry, the way you never shiver, even in the worst cold." He picked up his sword and sheathed it. "I've been watching for a long time, Dany. I wasn't sure, but after what I just saw," he gestured at the space between them. "You didn't learn that move. It came from somewhere else, somewhere inside you." "What is it?" "I think it's what you are, what you've always been." He held her gaze. "I think the dragons aren't as dead as everyone believes." They stood in the practice yard as dawn broke over Winterfell, cold and gray and ancient, and something in the air between them hummed with the promise of change. From above, on the walkway overlooking the yard, someone watched them. Cersei Lannister stood in the shadows, wrapped in furs against the northern cold she despised, her green eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl who had just disarmed a trained swordsman with a move that shouldn't exist. The Queen watched, and the Queen began to plan. Chapter 3. Fire and snow. The morning after the feast, Ned Stark accepted the position of Hand of the King. Daenerys wasn't in the room when it happened, but she didn't need to be. She saw it in Catelyn's face at the midday meal, that particular stillness that Lady Stark wore when something had been decided, and she had accepted it, and was already calculating the logistics. She saw it in Ned's heavy silence, the way he ate without tasting, his gray eyes turned inward to some private calculus of duty and dread. She saw it in Robb's jaw, set tight, the muscle in his cheek jumping. Nobody said anything at the table. The younger children ate and chattered, oblivious. Sansa was radiant. She'd already heard, somehow, and the prospect of going to King's Landing had lit her up like a lantern. Arya was stabbing her peas with a fork and looking mutinous, which could have meant anything. Bran was feeding scraps to his direwolf under the table, with the studied innocence of a boy who knows exactly what he's doing. After the meal, Daenerys found Robb in the armory. He was sitting on a bench between racks of swords and shields, staring at the wall with the unfocused intensity of someone who was either thinking very hard or trying not to think at all. Gray Wind lay at his feet, head on his paws, ears flat. She sat beside him, not touching, close enough. "He told Robert yes," Robb said without preamble. "I know. He's taking Sansa and Arya south. My mother's staying here with me and Bran and Rickon." He paused. "He asked if you wanted to go." Something cold moved through her chest. "Go south, to King's Landing," he said. "The choice was yours. You're Robert's ward. Technically, you go where the king commands. But my father thinks Robert won't care either way. He'll forget about you the moment he's south of the Neck." "And your father, what does he want?" Robb turned to look at her. His eyes were red-rimmed, though she suspected he'd die before admitting it. "He wants you safe. He thinks Winterfell is safer." "He's right. Are you staying then? Are you asking me to?" He reached over and took her hand. It was becoming a habit between them, this reaching, this contact. Since the kiss in the corridor, something had broken open and couldn't be sealed again. They hadn't spoken about it directly. There'd been no time, no privacy, but it was there in every glance, every accidental brush of shoulders, Every conversation that said one thing on the surface and something entirely different underneath. "I'm asking you to do what you want," Robb said. "Not what's safe, not what's political, what you actually want." She thought about King's Landing, the Red Keep built by her ancestors, the Iron Throne forged by dragonfire, the city her father had tried to burn and her family had ruled for 3 centuries. Part of her, a small, hungry part that she kept locked away, wanted to see it, wanted to walk those halls and feel the weight of history and know in her bones what had been taken from her blood. But King's Landing was also Cersei Lannister's territory, and Littlefinger's web, and 1,000 other spiders spinning in the dark, and she would be walking among them without armor, without allies, with nothing but a name that half the realm feared and the other half despised. "I'm staying," she said. Robb's hand tightened on hers. "But I'm not staying because it's safe." She added, "I'm staying because this is where I need to be. Things are changing, Robb, I can feel it, and when they change, I'd rather be standing on ground I know." He nodded. Then, quietly, "Good, because I need you here. For the war effort," he almost smiled. "For everything." They sat in the armory amid the cold steel and old leather, holding hands in the space between swords, and said nothing more for a while, because some things don't require words. The royal column departed Winterfell 4 days later. Daenerys stood in the courtyard and watched Ned Stark ride south with the king, his back straight, ice strapped across his saddle. Sansa rode in the wheelhouse with the queen and Miechella, already playing at being a southern lady. Arya rode her own horse, scowling, needle, the thin sword Jon had given her in secret, hidden in her luggage. She watched Jaime Lannister ride past without looking at her. She watched Cersei's wheelhouse creak through the gates, and through the curtained window she caught a flash of green eyes and a smile that promised nothing kind. She watched Littlefinger ride by on a gray mare, and he tipped his head to her, the smallest acknowledgement, a reminder that he hadn't forgotten she existed. And she watched Ned Stark pause at the gate and turn in his saddle and look back at her one last time. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He looked at her the way you look at something precious that you're leaving behind, and his lips moved. She couldn't hear the words, but she read them. "Be safe, child." Then he rode through the gate and was gone. The days after the departure were strange and hollow. Winterfell, which had been bursting at the seams with the royal visit, suddenly felt cavernous. The southern servants were gone, the extra guards, the musicians, the hangers-on. The great hall felt too large for the diminished household. Even the kitchens were quiet, Gage moving through his domain with the dazed relief of a man who'd survived a siege. Catelyn withdrew into herself. She ran the household with her usual efficiency, but there was a brittleness to her that hadn't been there before, the strain of a woman whose husband had ridden into a nest of vipers and whose children were scattered. She spent long hours in the sept, praying to gods that Daenerys had never understood. Bran climbed. He climbed everything, the walls, the towers, the ancient broken tower that everyone told him to stay away from and no one could keep him from. He climbed with the fearless grace of a boy who had never fallen and couldn't imagine falling. His direwolf summer howling at the base of whatever he was scaling, because the wolves couldn't follow where the boy went. Daenerys watched him climb and felt something cold in her stomach. Not premonition exactly, something more like the awareness of fragility, the understanding that the world was full of heights and edges and that gravity was patient. She pushed the feeling away. She had other things to worry about. The heat inside her was growing. In the weeks since the royal visit, since the kiss, since the night her palms had glowed in the dark, the fire that lived beneath her skin had stopped being subtle. She woke in the mornings drenched in sweat despite the northern cold. Her bathwater, which the servants drew lukewarm, steamed when she stepped into it. She'd caught herself reaching into the kitchen fire to retrieve a fallen poker and pulling her hand from the coals without a mark. Gage had seen that. He'd gone white as milk and crossed himself to whatever god cooks prayed to and hadn't said a word about it since. She needed answers. The library had given her histories and lineages and the dry facts of her family's rise and fall, but what she needed now was something the histories didn't cover: the practical mechanics of what it meant to carry fire in your blood. The Targaryens had been dragon lords. They had tamed fire made flesh. But the books treated this as myth, as metaphor, as something that had ended with the last dragon's death over a century ago. The books were wrong. Daenerys knew that now. She knew it every time she pressed her palms together and felt the heat build between them. She knew it every time she walked past a hearth, and the flames bent toward her like flowers tracking the sun. She told Robb. They were in the Godswood, their usual place, sitting among the weirwood's roots with gray wind sprawled across the leaf litter nearby. It was evening, the sky heavy with clouds that promised snow, and the red eyes of the heart tree stared down at them with their ancient, indifferent gaze. "Watch," she said, and held out her hand. The glow came faster now, easier, as if the channel between whatever burned inside her and her skin had been widened by use. Amber light spilled between her fingers, warm and steady, casting soft shadows on the white bark of the weirwood. Robb stared. She'd expected fear. She'd braced for it: the flinch, the step back, the look of horror that said, "You're not what I thought you were." She'd prepared herself for the possibility that this would be the thing that broke them, that the reality of what she was would be too much for even Robb Stark's stubborn, beautiful devotion. He reached out and took her glowing hand in both of his. "It's warm," he said. His voice was steady. His eyes were wide but not frightened, they were amazed. "Does it hurt?" "No, it feels right, like stretching a muscle you didn't know you had." He turned her hand over, examining the glow the way he'd examine a new sword, with respect and curiosity and the practical interest of someone who wanted to understand how it worked. "How long?" "It's been building for years. Small things, heat tolerance, candle flames, the way fire responds to me. But since the feast, since Robert came, it's been—" She closed her hand and the glow faded. "Accelerating, since the feast." He was quiet for a moment. "Since we kissed. Since before that." "But yes, since then it's been stronger." "Are you telling me that kissing you woke up ancient dragon magic?" She looked at him. "Are you making a joke right now?" "I'm processing. Give me a moment." He sat back against the weirwood and rubbed his face with both hands. "All right. You have fire powers. You glow. Flames like you. You pulled your bare hand out of a kitchen fire and Gage nearly had a heart attack. Yes, the scullery maid told me, the whole kitchen knows and they're terrified. What else?" "The sword fighting. John noticed it too. I'm learning too fast. Moves I shouldn't know are coming to me like I've practiced them for years. It's not just fire, Robb. It's like something is waking up in my blood. Something old. Dragon blood. I think so." "What do you need?" She blinked. What do you need?" "To understand it, to control it, to figure out what's happening." "You need books, a Meister, time, space. Tell me what you need and I'll make it happen." She stared at him, this northern boy sitting under a weirwood tree, offering to help her with her Targaryen fire magic with the same practical determination he'd bring to a broken fence or a lame horse. "I love you," she said, because it was the only response that made sense. "I know." "What do you need?" "I need to go into the Wolf's Wood." He raised an eyebrow. "The Wolf's Wood?" "There are places, old places, that my family used before the rebellion. I've read about them. Winterfell was never a Targaryen stronghold, but the North wasn't always outside their reach. Targaryen kings visited, traveled, explored, and they left things behind. What kinds of things? I don't know. But there are references in some of the older texts. Maester Luwin has a collection of letters from the time of Yeharry's Eye, and in one of them, a Targaryen prince writes about a cache of the blood hidden near the Wolf's Wood, left for any dragon lord who might need it. A cache. That could mean anything. It could mean everything. Robb studied her face. When, tomorrow, at dawn, I'm coming with you, I know. He kissed her, quick and fierce and tasting of decision, and Grey Wind's tail thumped the ground like a heartbeat. They rode out at first light. The Wolf's Wood began where Winterfell's cleared lands ended, a vast expanse of ancient forest that stretched from the castle's western edge to the mountains of the Wolf's Wood and beyond. In summer, it was green and deep and alive with game. Now, on the cusp of the long autumn, it was a cathedral of bare branches and brown leaves and the sharp, clean scent of coming cold. Robb rode his gray gelding. Daenerys rode a black mare she'd claimed from the Winterfell stables years ago. A temperamental beast that had thrown every rider who tried her until Daenerys had walked up to her, put a hand on her nose, and the horse had gone still as stone. Hullen had muttered something about the old blood and hadn't questioned it since. Grey Wind ranged ahead of them, a gray ghost slipping between the trees. "How far?" Robb asked. The letters mentioned a river fork, 2 streams meeting at a rock face south of here. She'd spent the previous night poring over the old texts by candlelight, cross-referencing the Targaryen prince's vague descriptions with the maps Maester Luwin kept in the library. The landmarks were centuries out of date, but rivers didn't move and rock faces didn't crumble in a mere 300 years. They rode for 2 hours, following game trails deeper into the Wolf's Wood than Daenerys had ever been. The trees grew taller, older, their trunks thick with moss, their canopy blocking out the weak autumn sun. It was quiet, not the comfortable quiet of the Godswood, but the watchful quiet of a place that was paying attention. Grey Wind stopped. His ears went flat, his hackles rose, and he let out a low, rumbling growl that Daenerys felt in her chest. Robb reined up. "What is it, boy?" The wolf was staring at something ahead of them through a gap in the trees. Daenerys followed his gaze and saw it, a tumble of dark stone half hidden by undergrowth, too regular to be natural. Worked stone, carved stone. She dismounted and walked toward it. Dany, wait. She didn't wait. The heat in her blood was surging, pulling her forward with a magnetism that was physical and undeniable. She pushed through bracken and fallen branches and emerged into a small clearing where the remains of a structure rose from the forest floor like bones from a grave. It was old, incredibly old. The stones were massive black basalt, the same stone the Targaryens had used to build Dragonstone, quarried from the volcanic rock of their ancestral seat. But this was no castle. It was a vault, or had been. A single chamber sunk into the earth, its roof collapsed, its walls still standing waist-high in a rough circle. Carved into the stone, worn nearly smooth by centuries of weather, were dragons. Dragon motifs running around the perimeter like a frieze, their wings spread, their mouths open in silent roars. 7 hells, Robb breathed, coming up behind her. This is it. The cache. She climbed over the fallen wall and dropped into the interior. The floor was packed earth, covered in centuries of leaf litter and debris. It felt warm under her boots, warmer than it should have been, warmer than the ground outside. She knelt and pressed her palms to the earth. The heat answered. It rose through the ground like a heartbeat, like a pulse, like something alive recognizing something akin. The ground beneath her hands grew hot, not burning, not painful, but alive with a warmth that had no business existing in the cold northern earth. She pushed back, pushed her own heat down through her palms and felt the ground shift. The earth cracked, not violently, gently, almost tenderly, the way a shell cracks from the inside. A fissure opened in the packed earth, Running from her hands to the center of the vault, and beneath the dirt and debris, something gleamed. Robb jumped into the vault beside her, drawing his sword on instinct. "What did you help me dig?" They dug with their hands, pulling away centuries of earth, and as they cleared the dirt, the gleaming resolved into shape and color. A chest. Stone, not wood, carved from the same black basalt as the vault walls, sealed with a clasp that bore the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Daenerys's hands were shaking, not from cold, not from exertion, from recognition, from the bone-deep knowledge that this was meant for her, had been waiting for her, had been calling to her from beneath the northern earth for longer than she'd been alive. She reached for the clasp. "Wait." Robb put his hand on her wrist. "Are you sure?" "I've never been more sure of anything." She opened the chest. The eggs lay inside on a bed of ash, 3 of them, each the size of a man's head, their surfaces covered in tiny, interlocking scales that caught the weak light filtering through the canopy and threw it back in colors that shouldn't exist. One was deep red, veined with black and gold, like a dying ember captured in stone. One was pale cream shot through with streaks of burning copper. One was green as jade, dark as the deepest part of the wolf's wood, with bronze whorls that shifted when she tilted her head. Dragon eggs, petrified, the books would have said. Turned to stone over the centuries, beautiful but dead, the last relics of a species that had been gone from the world for over 150 years. The books were wrong about that too. Because when Daenerys reached into the chest and lifted the red egg, it was warm. Not the ambient warmth of the ground or the residual heat of her own hands. Warm from within. Warm the way a living thing is warm, with its own pulse, its own slow, ancient heartbeat ticking away beneath the scaled surface. "They're alive," she whispered. Robb crouched beside her. He reached for the green egg and pulled his hand back with a hiss. "That's hot. Not to me." She lifted the green egg with her other hand. It nestled against her palm like it had been made to fit there. She could feel it, a vibration, subaudible, somewhere between a purr and a hum, a frequency that resonated in her bones and her blood and the fire that lived behind her ribs. Robb watched her hold the eggs, one in each hand, her silver hair catching the light, her violet eyes bright with something that was not quite tears and not quite triumph, and he said very quietly, "What are you going to do?" She looked at him over the dragon eggs, these impossible relics of a dead age, warm and humming in her hands in the middle of a northern forest, and she said, "I'm going to wake them up." They carried the eggs back to Winterfell in saddlebags padded with Robb's cloak. The third egg, the cream and copper one Daenerys carried against her body, tucked inside her tunic, pressed to her skin. She could feel all 3 of them, a constant low thrum of awareness like hearing a conversation in another room. They were aware of her too. She was certain of it. The ride back was quiet. Robb was thinking, she could see it in his face, the rapid calculation of a mind that was already 10 steps ahead. He was his father's son in strategy if not in temperament. Where Ned Stark thought in terms of honor and duty, Robb thought in terms of possibilities and positions. "We can't tell anyone," he said as they emerged from the tree line and Winterfell came into view. "I know. Not yet. Not until we understand what they are, what they can do. If word gets out that you have dragon eggs, real, living dragon eggs, every lord in Westeros will want them. Robert will want them destroyed. Cersei will want them for leverage. Littlefinger will want them for whatever incomprehensible scheme he's running. And my mother will want them out of her castle." That was the hardest truth. Catelyn Stark was a rational woman, and dragon eggs in Winterfell, hidden there by Ned's Targaryen ward, was the kind of development that could bring the entire weight of the crown down on the north. "We hide them," Daenerys said. "For now, in my chamber." They respond to me, they'll stay warm as long as they're near me. And then, and then I figure out how to hatch them." Rob looked at her. "You say that like it's a simple thing." "I say it like it's a necessary thing. I don't know how or when, but I know that's what they need." "That's what I need." She met his eyes. "Rob, something is coming. I've felt it since before the king arrived, this pressure, this building storm. The eggs, my fire, all of it, it's not random. It's preparation. Preparation for what? I don't know. But when it comes, I intend to be ready." They smuggled the eggs into her chamber that evening after the household had retired. Rob kept watch in the corridor while Daenerys arranged them on the stone shelf beside her hearth. Red, green, cream nestled in furs, the firelight playing across their scaled surfaces and making them glow. She sat on her bed and looked at them and felt the connection hum between her blood and theirs like a plucked harp string. "I don't know your names yet," she told them softly. "But I will." The red egg pulsed. A single faint flash of light from within, like lightning seen from very far away. Daenerys smiled. The days fell into a pattern. Mornings, training with Rob and Jon in the practice yard. Her improvement continued to accelerate, and Jon had stopped pretending not to notice. He didn't ask questions. That wasn't Jon's way, but she caught him watching her sometimes with an expression that was part wonder and part something she couldn't name, as if he were seeing a reflection of something he recognized but couldn't place. Afternoons. The library, the old texts, every scrap of Targaryen lore she could find. Maester Luwin caught her once with a volume on dragon lore that he'd kept locked away, not appropriate for general reading. He'd said years ago when she'd asked, and instead of reprimanding her, he'd sat down and helped her translate the high Valyrian passages she'd been struggling with. "You have a gift for the old tongue," he'd said, surprised. "Most people take years to parse Valyrian grammar. You read it like a native speaker. It's my family's language. Languages aren't inherited, child. This is something else." He'd given her that long, thoughtful look again, the one that said he was filing something away for later consideration, and left her to her reading evenings. The eggs. She spent every night with them, sitting by the hearth, holding each one in turn, feeling for the life inside. They were growing warmer. The vibrations were stronger. Sometimes, late at night, she swore she could hear something from within. Not a sound exactly, but a pressure, a pushing, like something trying to break free. She experimented. She held the red egg in the fire. It sat in the flames like a jewel in a setting, the scales brightening to a fierce, living crimson, and the vibration intensified until she could feel it in her teeth. She pulled it out after an hour and cradled it in her bare hands, and the surface rippled beneath her fingers. She put the green egg in her bathwater, scalding hot, hot enough to blister normal skin, and watched it sink to the bottom and glow, turning the water the color of emerald light. When she reached in to retrieve it, the water had cooled to nothing, all its heat drawn into the egg. The cream egg she kept closest. It slept with her, tucked under the furs against her belly, and she dreamed of flying. 2 weeks after the royal departure, Bran fell. Daenerys was in the library when she heard the scream. Not Bran's scream, Summer's howl. The direwolf's voice rising in a sound of such raw anguish that it cut through stone walls and closed doors and reached her in the depths of the castle like a knife between the ribs. She ran. By the time she reached the base of the broken tower, a crowd had already gathered. She pushed through servants, guards, household staff, all of them frozen in a ring of horror, and saw him. Bran lay on the ground, broken. His legs were at wrong angles, terrible angles, and his face was white as the snow that hadn't yet fallen, and there was blood, not a lot, but enough, a dark smear on the stone beneath his head. Summer stood over him, howling, howling, the sound filling the courtyard and bouncing off the walls. Catelyn arrived seconds after Daenerys. The sound she made was not a scream. It was something worse, a low, wrenching moan that came from a place beyond words, the sound of a mother seeing her child broken on the ground. She threw herself down beside Bran and gathered him in her arms, and Maester Luwin was there, pushing through, shouting for a stretcher, for boiling water, for linen. Robb was there. His face was the color of ash. Rickon was there, crying without understanding why. Jon was there, standing back from the crowd with his hands clenched at his sides and his dark eyes burning. Daenerys stood at the edge of the circle and felt the fire inside her surge with a fury that had no target. Bran was 10 years old. He was the sweetest of the Stark children, the dreamer, the climber, the boy who wanted to be a knight and told everyone so with an earnestness that could crack your heart. He was 10. She watched them carry him inside, and she watched Catelyn follow with blood on her hands, and she watched Robb stand alone in the courtyard after everyone else had gone, staring at the broken tower with an expression that frightened her because it wasn't grief. It was calculation. She went to him. "Robb." He didn't fall. His voice was flat, controlled. "Bran doesn't fall. He has never fallen, not once. He's been climbing since before he could walk. He knows every handhold on every wall in this castle. Robb, he did not fall." Each word was a stone dropped into still water. Someone pushed him. She looked up at the broken tower. The window Bran had fallen from was high 60 feet or more. She could see the wall he'd been climbing, the ancient stone pocked with handholds that Bran could navigate in his sleep. The window he'd reached was part of the old keep, seldom used, a room that should have been empty. "Who was in the tower?" she asked. "No one's supposed to be. That section's been closed for years." Robb's jaw was set so tight she could hear his teeth. "But the royal party was here 2 weeks ago, and the guest chambers weren't enough, and overflow lodging was arranged in the older sections of the castle." "Who was in the tower, Robb?" He looked at her. "I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. Bran didn't die." Maester Luwin worked through the night, and by dawn the boy was stabilized, alive but broken, his legs shattered, his spine damaged in ways the old Maester couldn't fully assess. He would live, Luwin said. Whether he would ever walk again was another question. Catelyn didn't leave his bedside. She sat in a chair beside his bed and held his hand and stared at his pale face with an intensity that was almost violent, as if she could will him awake through sheer maternal ferocity. She didn't eat. She barely drank. When anyone tried to talk to her about household matters, she looked through them as if they were made of glass. Winterfell held its breath. Robb took over. He did it without fanfare, without announcement, without anyone formally handing him authority. He simply stepped into the gap his mother's grief had created and began making decisions. He met with Sir Roderick about security. He consulted with Maester Luwin about ravens to Lord Stark in King's Landing. He reviewed the household accounts, managed the servants, adjudicated a land dispute between 2 smallfolk farmers that had been waiting for Lady Catelyn's attention. He was 17 years old, and he carried it like he'd been born to it, because he had. Daenerys watched him and saw, for the first time, the lord he was becoming. Not a boy playing at leadership, but a man growing into it in real time, under pressure, with the stakes as high as they could be. She loved him for it. She ached for him because of it. Because she could see what it cost, the sleepless nights, the weight in his eyes, the moments when he'd stop in a corridor and put his hand against the wall and just breathe, gathering himself before the next decision. She went to him one night, a week after the fall. He was in Ned's Solar, his father's study, a room Robb had never used before and now occupied daily. He was bent over a desk covered in papers, a candle burning low, gray wind asleep by the fire. He looked up when she came in, and the exhaustion in his face made her want to cry. She didn't cry. She closed the door behind her and crossed the room and sat on the edge of the desk. "You need to sleep," she said. "I need to read these supply reports from the winter stores. You need to sleep. The supply reports will be there tomorrow. I know." He rubbed his eyes. "I keep thinking about him. Every time I close my eyes, I see him falling. And I think if I'd been there, if I'd stop. If I'd been paying attention instead of, Rob, stop." She took his face in her hands. His skin was warm under her palms, rough with stubble he hadn't bothered to shave. "You could not have prevented this. You are not responsible for this. And you cannot carry your mother's grief and your father's duties and your brother's tragedy all at once. No one can. Someone has to. Yes, but not alone." She held his gaze. "I'm here. John's here. Your mother will come back. She just needs time. And you need to sleep, because a lord who makes decisions while exhausted makes bad decisions, and we can't afford bad decisions right now." He closed his eyes and leaned into her hands, and she felt the tension in him. The iron rigidity of a young man holding himself together through will alone soften, just fractionally. "Stay with me," he said. "Rob. Not, I don't mean just stay. In the room while I sleep, I can't." He opened his eyes. They were bright with unshed tears. "I can't be alone right now, Dany." She stayed. She sat in the chair by the fire while Rob lay on the couch, not his bed. He refused to leave the solar, and gray wind settled across his feet. She watched the fire and thought about Bran and towers, and the question Rob had asked. Who was in the tower? She thought about the timing. Bran had fallen on one of the last days of the royal visit. He'd been climbing in a part of the castle that had been opened for overflow guests. Guests from the south. She thought about Jaime Lannister's warning. The ones you need to watch are the ones who smile. She thought about Cersei Lannister, who smiled like a blade. And she thought about a 10-year-old boy who never fell, who had climbed to a window where someone didn't want to be seen, and had come down the fast way. Rob's breathing deepened into sleep. Gray Wind's ears twitched in a dream. The fire crackled, and Daenerys sat in its glow and felt a cold certainty settle into her bones. She wouldn't be able to prove it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But she knew, with the intuitive conviction of a girl who had spent her life reading the silences between words, that Bran Stark had not fallen. He had been thrown, and the people who had thrown him were riding south with Ned Stark, and Ned Stark didn't know. She needed to send a message. But the ravens were Maester Luwin's domain, and Maester Luwin was loyal to the Starks. And a raven from Daenerys Targaryen to the hand of the king warning him that the queen and her brother might have tried to murder his son would be, at minimum, a political catastrophe, and at maximum, an accusation of treason against the most powerful family in the realm. She needed proof. She needed allies. She needed time, and somewhere in her chamber, 3 dragon eggs were getting warmer. The assassin came 2 weeks later. Daenerys was in Bran's room. She'd taken to sitting with him when Catelyn's grip on consciousness finally loosened into fitful sleep. When the door opened, and a man she didn't know stepped inside with a Valyrian steel dagger in his hand. He was nobody. A catspaw, a hired blade, ragged and wild-eyed with the look of a man who'd been given too much gold and too simple a task, and hadn't thought much beyond that. He saw Catelyn asleep in the chair and Daenerys sitting by the window and Bran unconscious in the bed, and his eyes went to Bran, and his hand tightened on the dagger. "You're not supposed to be here," he said to Daenerys, and his voice was the voice of a man whose plan had just gotten complicated. Daenerys stood. She didn't think. She didn't calculate. She didn't reach for the sword she'd left in her chamber because she hadn't expected to need a sword at a child's bedside at midnight. She simply stood, and the fire inside her rose with her, and she said, in a voice that came from somewhere very old and very deep, "Neither are you." He lunged. Not at her, at Bran. He crossed the room in 2 strides. Dagger raised, and Catelyn woke with a gasp and grabbed for the blade, and it cut deep into her palms, blood spraying, and she screamed. Summer hit him first. The direwolf came from the corner where he'd been sleeping, 100 pounds of muscle and fury, and his jaws closed on the man's arm with a crack of bone that echoed off the walls. The man screamed, dropped the dagger, and Summer bore him to the ground in a snarling, snapping explosion of teeth and gray fur. But the dagger skittered across the floor toward Bran's bed, and the man, mad with pain, mad with purpose, kicked Summer in the ribs and lunged after it with his good hand. And he was fast, faster than a wounded man should have been, and his fingers closed on the hilt. Daenerys caught his wrist. She didn't grab it. She caught it the way you catch a coal from a fire, bare-handed, deliberate, with the absolute certainty that it would not burn you. Her fingers closed around his wrist, and the fire came. The man screamed. Not the scream of the wolf bite. This was something else entirely. A high, thin sound of pure terror. Where Daenerys' hand gripped his wrist, his skin was smoking. She could see the burn spreading under her fingers, the flesh reddening, blistering, and she felt the heat pouring out of her with a focused intensity she'd never experienced before. Not a wildfire, not an explosion, but a directed burn, precise as a forge. She tightened her grip. The dagger fell from nerveless fingers. "Who sent you?" Her voice was calm, terrifyingly calm. The fire in her blood was singing, and it felt like power, and it felt like justice, and it felt like the thing she had been born for. The man was sobbing. "Please, my hand, please." "Who sent you?" "I don't know his name. A lord, small, dark-haired. He gave me the dagger and gold and said the boy needed to die, said it was a mercy." Catelyn was on her feet, her ruined hands dripping blood, her eyes wide with a fury that matched Daenerys' fire. Summer stood over the man, growling, waiting for permission to finish what he'd started. Guards pounded up the stairs. The door burst open. Robb was first through, sword drawn, wild-haired and barefoot. He'd come from sleep, hadn't stopped for boots or armor, had simply grabbed steel and run. He took in the scene in a single sweep. The assassin on the floor, Summer standing guard, Catelyn bleeding, Bran unconscious and untouched, and Daenerys standing over the man with her hand around his wrist and smoke rising from where her skin met his. "Dany." Robb's voice was very, very controlled. "Let him go." She looked at Robb. The fire in her eyes, literal fire, amber light flickering in her violet irises, slowly dimmed. She released the man's wrist. The burn mark was shaped like her handprint, seared into his flesh. "He came for Bran," she said. "Someone sent him." Robb nodded once. "Get him out of here. Lock him in the cells." The guards moved forward, dragging the whimpering assassin to his feet. Robb turned to his mother. "Let me see your hands." Catelyn didn't seem to hear him. She was staring at Daenerys. It was a long stare. A mother's stare, full of complicated things, gratitude and fear, and the sharp reassessment of a woman who thought she knew the people in her household and had just learned she was wrong. "You burned him," Catelyn said. "Yes." "With your hand?" "Yes." "How?" "I'm a Targaryen." It was the simplest answer and the truest one. "My lady, your hands need. I know what my hands need." Catelyn looked at the burn mark on the floor where the assassin had lain, then at Daenerys' unblistered palms, then at Daenerys' face. "We're going to talk about this." "Yes, my lady, we are." Catelyn turned to Robb. "Get me Maester Luwin, and double the guard on Bran's door." She paused. "And find out who sent that man, because I am going to destroy them." There was no softness in her voice, no grief, no fragility. Catelyn Stark had been broken open by her son's fall and forged back together by the attack on his life. And the woman who stood bleeding in that room was not the same one who had sat in silent vigil for 2 weeks. This woman was iron. Robb looked at his mother, then at Daenerys, and in his eyes she saw the understanding crystallize. The game had changed. It was no longer a matter of politics or position or the careful navigation of courtly threats. Someone had tried to kill his brother, first by throwing him from a tower and now by sending a man with a knife. This was war. Quiet, invisible, undeclared, but war. "I'll find out," Robb said. "I promise." Catelyn's hands were bandaged. The assassin was interrogated. The dagger, Valyrian steel, far too expensive for a common cutthroat, was examined and provoked more questions than answers. Who gives a beggar a priceless blade? Someone who didn't care about the cost. Someone rich. Someone who wanted the job done and didn't think about the trail it left. Catelyn's mind, sharpened by fury, cut to the heart of it. "The dagger is Valyrian steel," she said, standing in the solar with Robb, Daenerys, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick. Her bandaged hands were held before her like gauntlets. "There aren't 100 Valyrian steel blades in all the 7 kingdoms. Each one is known, catalogued, traceable. Find the blade, find the owner." "The man said a lord gave it to him," Daenerys said. "Small, dark-haired." "That could be half the southern court," Sir Roderick muttered. "Not half the southern court had access to Winterfell during the royal visit," Catelyn said. "And not half the southern court has motive to kill my son." The room was quiet. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Nobody was saying it. Daenerys said it. Bran was climbing the broken tower. "There are rooms up there that were used for guest overflow during the visit. If he climbed to a window and saw something he shouldn't have." "What could a boy see that's worth killing for?" Sir Roderick asked. "Something treasonous," Catelyn said quietly. Her eyes were distant, calculating. "Something that could destroy whoever was in that room." Robb's hand found Daenerys's under the table. She squeezed it. "I know," the squeeze said. "I know who. I can't prove it yet, but I know." After the meeting, Catelyn pulled Daenerys aside. They stood in the corridor outside the solar, the torchlight casting long shadows, and Catelyn looked at her with an expression Daenerys had never seen from her before. Direct, unguarded. Stripped of the careful diplomatic veneer that had characterized every interaction between them for 16 years. "You saved my son's life. Summer did most of the work. Summer is a wolf. He acts on instinct. You acted on choice. You put yourself between an armed man and a sleeping child, and you," she stopped, took a breath. "What you did to that man, the burning, can you control it? I'm learning to. How long has this been happening?" "Years. It's been getting stronger." Catelyn absorbed this. "Does Ned know?" "No." "Does Robb?" Daenerys hesitated. Catelyn's eyes sharpened. "He does. Of course he does." Something complicated moved across her face. "My son is in love with you. I'm not blind, Daenerys. I've seen the way he looks at you. I've seen the way you look at him. I had hoped it was a passing fancy, but—" She gestured at the closed door, at the room where Daenerys had burned a man with her bare hands to protect a Stark child. "This is not a passing fancy." "No, my lady, it is not. You are a Targaryen." "Yes." "You are Robert Baratheon's ward, and your family's name is poison to half the realm, and a match between you and the heir to Winterfell would be a political disaster of the first order." "Yes." "And you have fire in your hands and dragon's blood in your veins, and you just burned a man's flesh off for threatening my child." "Yes." Catelyn stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, she held out her bandaged hand. Daenerys took it, gently, mindful of the wounds beneath the linen. "Thank you," Catelyn said. 2 words, simple and bare, stripped of politics and calculation. The most honest thing she had ever said to Daenerys in 16 years of careful coexistence. "You're welcome," Daenerys said, and meant it the same way. Catelyn withdrew her hand. "We will discuss the rest of it, the fire, the implications, the situation with my son later. For now, there is a conspiracy to unravel, and I need all the allies I can get." She paused. "Even dragon-blooded ones." She walked away, straight-backed and steady, and Daenerys watched her go and thought. She didn't say no about Robb. About the match, the love, the impossible entanglement. Catelyn Stark, the most politically astute woman in the North, had laid out every reason it was a disaster and then had not said no. It wasn't a yes. It was a long, long way from a yes. But it was an opening, and Daenerys had survived 16 years in Winterfell by learning how to find openings and fit through them. That night, she went to her chamber and locked the door and sat before the hearth with the 3 dragon eggs arranged before her. Red, green, cream. They were warmer than ever. The vibrations had become constant, a low hum that she could feel through the floor, through the air, through her own skin. The red egg had developed a crack along one scaled ridge, hairline thin, and when she held it to the light, she could see something moving inside, a flicker of shadow, a suggestion of form. Soon, she told them. Not yet, but soon. She held the red egg in her lap and stared into the fire and thought about everything that had happened and everything that was coming. Ned was in King's Landing, walking into a den of lions. Bran was broken in his bed. An assassin had come for him with a Valyrian steel blade and someone else's agenda. The eggs were waking. The fire in her blood was growing. And somewhere south, forces were moving that would change the shape of the world. She thought about what she'd told Robb in the armory, weeks ago. I'm tired of being a piece. I'd rather be a player. She was done being careful, done being small. Done being the quiet ward who kept her head down and her impossible hair braided and her dragon blood banked. She was Daenerys Targaryen. Her house words were fire and blood. And the fire inside her was done waiting. She held the red egg to her chest and felt it pulse. Once, twice, 3 times in perfect rhythm with her heart. And somewhere far to the north, beyond the wall, beyond the reach of raven or road, something ancient stirred in the ice, and the world tilted imperceptibly on its axis. And winter, the real winter, the one the Starks had been warning about for 8,000 years, took its first slow breath. Chapter 4. A dragon among wolves. Catelyn Stark left Winterfell on a grey morning with her husband's Valyrian steel dagger wrapped in oilcloth, and a purpose that burned brighter than anything Daenerys had ever seen in the woman's careful eyes. She was riding south. Not to King's Landing, that was too far, too slow, and Catelyn was not a woman who wasted time on the scenic route when her children were in danger. She was riding to the Crossroads Inn at the junction of the King's Road and the River Road, where she could catch a ship down the Trident to King's Landing and be there in half the time it would take by horse. "I'll find Ned," she told Robb in the courtyard, her mare stamping impatiently beneath her. Sir Roderick rode beside her, grim and loyal, his white whiskers bristling in the wind. "The dagger will tell us who's behind this. Your father will know what to do. Mother, you are Lord of Winterfell in my absence and your father's." She said it with a finality that brooked no argument. "You have Maester Luwin to advise you, Sir Roderick's men for the garrison. I'm leaving Jory Castle as captain of the guard. You are capable of this, Robb." "I know I'm capable. I'm worried about you." Something softened in Catelyn's face. She leaned down from the saddle and put her bandaged hand on her son's cheek. "I survived the Riverlands and a Tully childhood and 17 years married to the most stubbornly honorable man in the North. I can survive a ride south." She looked past Robb to Daenerys, who stood a few paces back. Their eyes met, and the understanding that had formed between them on the night of the assassin held firm, not friendship, not yet, but mutual recognition. 2 women on the same side. "Watch over my children," Catelyn said, "with my life, my lady." Catelyn nodded once, wheeled her horse and rode through the gates with Sir Roderick at her side. Daenerys watched until the road swallowed them, and then she turned to Robb. He was standing very still, his hands at his sides, watching the empty gate. He was 17 years old and both his parents were gone, and his brother was crippled in bed and the weight of the North was settling onto his shoulders like snowfall, gently, inevitably, 1 flake at a time. "What do you need?" she asked. He almost laughed. "You always ask me that." "Because you never ask it of yourself." He turned from the gate and straightened, and she watched the boy pack himself away and the Lord step forward. It happened in the space of a breath, a squaring of the shoulders, a lifting of the chin, a subtle hardening around the eyes. "I need to hold court," he said. "There are petitioners who have been waiting since before the royal visit, small folk with complaints, a land dispute from the Serwans, a request from the Night's Watch for men and supplies." He started walking toward the great hall. "And I need you beside me when I do it." She fell into step with him. "That will raise questions." "I want it to raise questions. I want every lord and knight and farmer in this hall to see Daenerys Targaryen sitting beside the acting lord of Winterfell. I want them to understand that you are not a decoration and not a hostage and not a curiosity. You are my counsel. Rob. We're past careful, Dany. Someone tried to kill my brother. Twice. My father is in a city full of people who would happily see him dead. My mother is riding into God's know-what. I don't have time for careful. I need people I trust, and the list is very short, and you're at the top of it." They entered the great hall. Rob took his father's seat at the high table, the Lord's chair, carved dark oak, massive enough to make any man look small. Rob didn't look small. He settled into it like he'd been sitting there his whole life, gray wind padding to his side and lying down with proprietary ease. Daenerys sat to his right, not in a secondary chair, not at the end of the table, right beside him. The household staff exchanged glances. Maester Luwin, already seated with his quill and parchment, raised both eyebrows but said nothing. Theon Greyjoy took the seat to Rob's left and leaned back with his boots up on the table. "Playing lord already. Should I call you my lord or your grace? You should call me Rob, the same as always, and get your feet off my father's table." Theon smirked but dropped his boots. His eyes slid to Daenerys, and something unreadable flickered there. Not jealousy exactly, but an awareness of positioning. He knew what it meant, her sitting where she sat. Everyone would. The petitioners filed in. Rob heard them one by one. A farmer whose neighbor's pigs had destroyed his turnip field, a widow requesting relief from winter taxes, a minor lord seeking permission to expand his timber rights. Rob listened, asked questions, decided. He was fair. Not always generous. He denied the timber request on grounds that the Wolfswood needed conservation before winter, but consistently fair, and the petitioners left satisfied, or at least understanding. Daenerys watched him work and offered quiet counsel when he glanced at her. A word about the tax precedent Ned had set 3 years prior, a reminder about the Night's Watch request, and the political advantage of supporting it. Rob took her advice without performing deliberation about it, without making a show of consulting the Targaryen girl, and that naturalness was its own kind of statement. When the Night's Watch representative stepped forward, a tired, weathered man in threadbare black, Rob leaned forward with genuine interest. "How many men does the Watch need?" "As many as the North can spare, my lord. Commander Mormont sends his respects and his urgency. The wall is undermanned. We've lost 3 ranging parties in the last 2 months, and there are reports from beyond the wall that—" The man hesitated. "Reports that Lord Commander Mormont takes seriously, even if they sound like madness." "What kind of reports?" The man looked around the hall at the assembled household and petitioners and guards and lowered his voice. "The dead, my lord, the dead that don't stay dead." A murmur rippled through the hall. Rob's face didn't change. "You're talking about the old stories, White Walkers, the others." "I'm talking about what our rangers have seen with their own eyes. Men killed and risen. Cold that cuts through any fire. Things in the night that aren't wildlings and aren't animals and aren't anything that belongs in the world of the living." The murmur grew. Theon snorted audibly. Maester Luwin's quill scratched a note with the patient skepticism of a man of science. Daenerys felt the hair on her arms rise. Not from cold, from recognition. The pressure she'd been feeling, the building storm, the sense that something was coming that dwarfed the petty politics of kings and queens. This was what the eggs were preparing for. This was why the fire in her blood was waking. "You'll have your men," Robb said. "I'll send 100 from the Winterfell garrison and ask the bannermen to contribute what they can. And tell Commander Mormont that if the reports from beyond the wall continue, Winterfell wants to hear about it. Directly. By Raven." The Night's Watch man bowed low, surprised and grateful, and left the hall looking like a man who'd expected nothing and received more than he'd dared hope. After the petitioners were gone, Robb sat back in his father's chair and let out a long breath. Theon had wandered off to the practice yard. Maester Luwin was organizing his notes. The hall was quiet. "You believe him," Daenerys said. "The Night's Watch man about the dead." "I don't know what I believe. But I know the Night's Watch doesn't send men south to beg unless they're desperate, and I know my father always said the wall exists for a reason." He looked at her. "You felt something when he was talking. I saw your face. Something is coming, Robb. Something worse than politics. Worse than Lannisters. The eggs, they're not waking because of me. They're waking because they're needed." He was quiet for a moment. "Dragons against the dead. Maybe, I don't know, but the fire in my blood and the cold beyond the wall, they feel like two halves of the same thing. Fire and ice. Fire and ice." She looked at the empty hall, the gray stone, the banners of the direwolf, and felt the enormity of what was coming settle over her like a cloak. "We're running out of time." A raven came from King's Landing 3 days later. It was addressed to Robb, sealed with Ned Stark's direwolf sigil, and Robb broke it open in the solar with Daenerys and Maester Luwin present. His face went through a series of changes as he read: confusion, then anger, then a cold, deliberate calm that was more frightening than any fury. He set the letter down. "My father has discovered something. He doesn't say what. The Raven isn't secure enough. But he says the Lannisters are dangerous, that Bran's fall was no accident, and that we should trust no one from the south." "He confirms the Lannisters," Daenerys said. "He confirms it without confirming it. He's being careful. He knows ravens can be intercepted." Robb read the letter again, lips moving. "He says Catelyn arrived safely and they've identified the owner of the dagger. He doesn't name names, but there's a code, something my parents worked out years ago," he frowned, translating. "Tyrion Lannister. The dagger belonged to Tyrion Lannister. The imp," Maester Luwin's eyebrows climbed. "That seems unlikely. Tyrion Lannister is many things, but he's not a murderer. And what possible motive?" "The motive doesn't matter," Robb said. "What matters is that a Lannister blade was used to try to kill my brother, and my father is in King's Landing surrounded by Lannisters." He stood. "I need to call the banners." "My lord," Luwin said carefully, "calling the banners is an act of war. If you mobilize the northern houses without direct provocation, an attempt on my brother's life is not provocation enough. It's provocation for justice, not for war. There are processes. Accusations must be made formally, evidence presented to the king. The king is a drunk who can't see past his own grief, and the queen is a Lannister. What justice am I likely to find in Robert's court?" Luwin fell silent. He was an old man who had served Winterfell for decades, and he knew the limits of reason when a young wolf's blood was up. Daenerys put her hand on Robb's arm. "Not yet." He looked at her, and she saw the frustration boiling behind his eyes, the need to do something, to act, to ride south with steel and fury and drag Bran's attackers into the light. "Not yet," she repeated. "Luwin is right. If you call the banners now, without hard proof, without a public accusation, you look like an aggressor. The Lannisters will spin it. They'll say the North is in rebellion and Robert will have to respond, and your father will be trapped in King's Landing as a hostage. So what do I do? Sit here and wait while you prepare. Quietly. You write to your bannermen, not calling them to war but reminding them of their oaths. You increase the garrison. You stockpile supplies. You do everything short of mobilization, so that when the time comes, and it will come, Rob, I can feel it, you're ready to move in days, not weeks. He stared at her, and she watched the hot anger in him cool and harden into something more useful, not less intense, but more controlled, like iron pulled from the forge and shaped by the hammer. You sound like a general, he said. I sound like a Targaryen. We've been fighting wars since before the conquest. It's in the blood, same as the fire. She met his eyes. Be the wolf, Rob, patient, watchful, ready, but don't charge until you see the throat. He let out a breath. Write to the bannermen, not a call to arms, a readiness notice. That's a diplomatic fiction. It's a northern tradition. My father did it twice during the Greyjoy Rebellion before the formal call came from Robert. Then it's a precedent. She picked up a quill and pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her. Let's write it together. They spent the rest of the afternoon composing letters, carefully worded, politically deniable but unmistakable in their intent. The Umbers, the Karstarks, the Manderleys, the Glovers, the Mormonts, the Boltons. Every major house in the north received the same message. Winterfell was watchful. Winterfell expected difficulty. Winterfell wanted its friends close. The ravens went out at sunset, a dozen black shapes spiraling up from the rookery against a sky the color of bruised metal. Daenerys watched them go from the battlements. Jon stood beside her, his own black cloak wrapped tight against the wind. He was leaving in the morning, the night's watch, castle black, the wall. It was what he'd always wanted, what he'd chosen, and the choice carved a hollow space in the household that Daenerys felt like a missing tooth. You could stay, she said. She'd said it before. She'd keep saying it. I can't. You know I can't. There's nothing for me here, Dany. No title, no lands, no future. The Watches, it's a place where a bastard can be something. You're already something. A bastard. Everywhere I go in the north, I'm Ned Stark's bastard. At the wall, I'm just Jon. He paused. Besides, you heard what that recruiter said. The dead that don't stay dead. If that's true, if even a fraction of it is true, the wall is where I need to be. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that Winterfell needed him, that Robb needed him, that she needed him. But she looked at his face, that quiet, stubborn, achingly earnest face, and she saw the same thing she saw in the mirror. Someone who had never quite fit and was searching for the place where they finally would. Write to me, she said. Whatever you see up there, whatever you learn, write to me. Ravens from Castle Black to Winterfell. Maester Luwin will raid them. Write to me anyway, in Valyrian if you have to. I'll teach you enough to manage. He almost smiled. You teach a bastard a dragon's language. I'd teach my brother a dragon's language. The word landed between them, deliberate and heavy. Jon's eyes widened. That's what you are, Jon. I don't care what anyone says. You're the closest thing I have to a brother, and I am not letting you disappear behind the wall without telling you that. He looked away toward the north, toward the wall he couldn't yet see but could feel, that massive, impossible fact of ice and ancient magic sitting on the edge of the world. Valor Morgulais, he said quietly, and his pronunciation was terrible, and she loved him for trying. Valor Dohaeris. She took his hand. Come back, Jon, whatever happens, come back. I will. He left at dawn, riding north with a column of recruits and the remains of Benjen Stark's ranging party. Ghost, his white direwolf, silent and red-eyed, loped alongside his horse like a pale shadow. Daenerys watched from the battlements until the column disappeared over the first hill, and then she stood there a while longer, watching the empty road, and felt the household shrink again. Ned gone south. Catelyn gone south. Jon gone north. Sansa and Arya gone south. The family was scattered, and Winterfell was left with Robb and Bran, and little Rickon and Daenerys and Theon and the grey ghosts of everyone who'd left. She went to the eggs. They were ready. She could feel it. The pressure inside them had built to a constant, urgent thrum, like a drum being beaten from within. The cracks in the red egg had multiplied, spiderwebbing across the surface, and the flickers of movement inside were no longer flickers. They were pushes. Deliberate, rhythmic, a creature fighting to be born. The green egg was hot enough to scorch cloth. She'd taken to keeping them on the stone shelf above the hearth, nested in a bed of ash, because the furs she'd originally used had begun to smolder. The cream egg vibrated constantly, a low hum that she felt in her molars when she held it close. She needed fire. Real fire. Not a hearth or a candle, but fire, the kind that consumed, the kind that transformed. She'd read enough now to understand what the old Valyrian texts meant when they spoke of dragon hatching. Only death can pay for life. It wasn't metaphorical. It was a transaction. Blood and fire, the Targaryen words, and they meant exactly what they said. But she wasn't going to sacrifice anyone. She wasn't her father. She needed another way. Robb found her in the library, surrounded by books, her hair escaping its braid in silver wisps, ink on her fingers, the look of a woman who had been reading for 9 hours straight and had forgotten that time existed. "When did you last eat?" he asked. "What time is it?" "Past midnight." She blinked. "Oh." He set a plate on the table, bread, cheese, cold meat, an apple. She fell on it like a starving thing, and he sat across from her and watched her eat with an expression of fond exasperation. "What are you looking for?" "Dragon hatching rituals." The old texts all agree that fire is necessary, dragon fire ideally, but since there are no dragons to provide it, the Valyrians used sorcerous fire. Blood magic, essentially. But every account I can find involves sacrifice. Animal or human. The blood feeds the fire wakes the eggs. "You're not sacrificing anyone." "Obviously, I'm not sacrificing anyone. I'm looking for an alternative." She gestured at the books spread before her. "There's a passage in the Fires of the Freehold, badly translated, barely legible, that suggests the earliest dragon hatchings didn't require sacrifice at all. That the first dragon lords hatched their eggs through will alone, through the fire in their own blood. Your fire. My fire." She held up her hand and let the glow come, easier now, almost effortless, the amber light spilling between her fingers like trapped sunlight. "If my blood carries the same fire that woke the first dragons, then maybe I don't need a sacrifice. Maybe I just need enough heat. Enough heat to hatch a dragon egg. 3 dragon eggs." He was quiet for a long moment. "How much heat are we talking about?" "I don't know. The texts are vague, but the descriptions all reference immersion. The eggs need to be surrounded by flame, not placed in a fire, immersed in one. And so does the person hatching them. You want to walk into a fire." "I think I have to." "Absolutely not." "Robb." "No." He stood, the chair scraping back, his voice carrying an edge she rarely heard. "I have watched you glow and burn and pull your hand from coals, and I have not said a word, because I trust you and because I can see that whatever this is, it's part of you. But walking into a fire is not the same as holding a coal. You don't know if you'll survive it. You don't know, Dany." "I know I won't burn." "You know your hands don't burn. Your hands aren't your whole body. What if you're wrong? What if the texts are metaphorical or translated wrong, or they're not metaphorical? How can you possibly know that?" She stood and faced him across the table. "Because I dream about it. Every night, Robb. Every single night since I found the eggs, I dream of fire. Not destructive fire, living fire, the kind that creates. I stand in it and it doesn't hurt. It sings. And the eggs crack open and the dragons come to me and they're mine. They've always been mine and I'm not afraid." Her voice had risen. The candles on the table flared, their flames stretching tall and bright, throwing wild shadows. "I'm not afraid," she repeated, quieter. "I have never been less afraid of anything in my life." Rob braced his hands on the table and stared at her, and the candlelight played across his face, and she could see every emotion warring behind his eyes: fear, love, anger, awe. The desperate need to protect her smashing headlong into the equally desperate knowledge that she was something beyond his protection. "If you do this," he said slowly, "I'm going to be there. Rob, I will be there. I will watch. And if the fire takes you, if anything goes wrong, I will pull you out myself, and I don't care if it burns me to nothing. That defeats the entire, that's the deal. Take it or find another way." She looked at him. This impossible, stubborn, beautiful northern boy who loved a dragon so fiercely that he'd burn alongside her rather than let her burn alone. "Fine," she said. "You'll be there. But you stay back, far back. The fire won't be gentle and you're not immune." "Agreed." He came around the table and took her face in his hands. "I need you to promise me something." "What?" "Promise me you'll come out. Whatever happens in that fire, whatever you find, whatever wakes up, promise me you'll come out the other side." She put her hands over his. The heat between them was enormous. Hers, always hers, the fire in her blood that burned for him. "I promise." He kissed her, deep and slow, a kiss that was also a prayer, and the candles on the table burned so bright that the whole library glowed like noon. She chose the clearing in the wolfswood. The same clearing where they'd found the vault and the eggs. It felt right, circular, a return to the place where it had begun. She spent 2 days preparing, gathering wood, building a pyre in the center of the old vault's foundation, arranging the logs in the pattern she'd found described in the fires of the freehold. Not a random stack, but a structure, almost architectural, with channels for airflow and a central chamber where the eggs would rest. Rob helped. He didn't ask questions about the design, just followed her instructions with the grim efficiency of a man building something he didn't entirely believe in, but was committed to nonetheless. They worked in the cold autumn air, their breath fogging, the ancient black stones of the Targaryen vault watching from the undergrowth like the bones of a forgotten god. Theon found them on the second day. He rode into the clearing on his bay horse, took one look at the pyre and said, "Either you're burning something very large or you've both gone completely mad." Rob straightened up from the woodpile. "Theon, what are you doing out here?" "Following you. You've been disappearing into the wolfswood for 2 days and you're terrible at being subtle. I tracked you in about an hour." He dismounted and walked around the pyre with his hands in his pockets, examining the construction with the detached curiosity of a man who'd grown up on the Iron Islands, where fire was respected as an elemental force. "This isn't a bonfire. This is a ritual pyre. The structure, the channels, I've seen something like this in my father's old books. The Ironborn burn their dead on pyres like this. The Valyrians did something similar but bigger, much bigger." Rob and Daenerys exchanged a look. "You might as well tell me," Theon said. "I'll figure it out anyway, and I'll be insufferable about it." Daenerys studied him. Theon Greyjoy was many things, sharp-tongued, bitter, perpetually performing a version of himself that kept the real Theon safely out of reach. But he was also intelligent, observant, and, despite his best efforts to hide it, loyal in the way that abandoned dogs are loyal, fiercely and irrationally, and with a desperate need to belong. She held out her hand and let the fire come. Theon's eyes went wide. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. He stared at her glowing hand with an expression that cycled through shock, fear, and something she didn't expect, hunger. The hunger of a man who understood exactly what power looked like and wanted to be near it. "How long?" he asked, his voice rough. "Always. It's getting stronger. And the pyre, dragon eggs, 3 of them, I found them in the vault." She nodded toward the crumbling black stones. "They're alive, Theon. They need fire to hatch, and I need to be in the fire with them." Theon absorbed this with a stillness that was entirely unlike him. He looked at the pyre, then at Daenerys, then at Robb. "You're going to let her do this," he said to Robb. "I'm not letting her do anything. She's not mine to permit." "That's very enlightened of you. She could die." "She won't." "You don't know that." "I know her." Theon looked between them, the wolf and the dragon, standing in a clearing in the wolfswood beside a ritual pyre built to hatch creatures that had been extinct for 150 years, and he laughed. It was not his usual sharp, defensive laugh. It was genuine, almost wild, the laugh of a man who had just realized that the world was stranger and bigger than he'd allowed himself to believe. "You mad bastards," he said. "You're actually going to do this." "We're actually going to do this," Daenerys confirmed. "Right." Theon cracked his knuckles. "Then you'll need a perimeter. If that fire goes up the way I think it will, the whole wolfswood could catch. I'll dig a fire break around the clearing. And someone needs to keep watch. If a patrol from Winterfell sees smoke rising from the wolfswood, they'll come running." Robb stared at him. "You want to help? I want to be part of something that matters." The words came out raw, stripped of Theon's usual irony, and Daenerys saw the real boy beneath the smirk. The hostage, the exile, the iron-born prince without an island, desperate for a place in a story bigger than his own. "Then help," she said. Theon dug the firebreak. He worked with a ferocity that suggested he was digging out more than dirt, and by nightfall the clearing was ringed with a trench 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep. The pyre stood at the center, ready and waiting, the eggs nestled in its heart. They would light it at dawn. The night before, Daenerys couldn't sleep. She lay in her chamber with the walls pressing in and the fire in her blood pressing out, and the enormous, terrifying weight of what she was about to do sitting on her chest like a stone. She got up and went to Bran's room. The boy was still unconscious. Maester Luwin said he might wake any day, or might not wake for weeks, or might not wake at all. Summer lay beside the bed, the direwolf's golden eyes tracking Daenerys as she entered and sat in the chair that Catelyn had worn smooth with grief. "I don't know if you can hear me," she said to Bran's still face. "Maester Luwin says people in deep sleep sometimes can. I hope you can, because I want to tell you something." She took his small hand. It was warm, the Starks were always warm, runners of the hot springs that heated the castle, and she held it gently. "Tomorrow I'm going to do something impossible, or possibly something very stupid. The line between them is thinner than you'd think." She paused. "I found dragon eggs, Bran, real ones, alive, and I'm going to hatch them. I'm going to walk into a fire and bring them into the world, because I think the world needs them. I think the world needs dragons again." Summer's tail thumped once against the bed. "You would love them," she said, and her voice cracked slightly. "You would love them so much. You love everything brave and impossible and full of wonder. And when you wake up, because you will wake up, Bran Stark, I refuse to accept any other outcome. I want you to meet them." She squeezed his hand. Then she leaned down and pressed a kiss to his forehead, the way Ned used to do for her when she was small. "Hold on," she whispered. "Just hold on a little longer." She stood and left the room, and Summer watched her go with eyes that held something very old and very knowing. Dawn. The wolfswood was gray and silent, the trees standing like sentinels in the half-light. Frost covered the ground in a thin, white sheet that crunched under their boots as they walked the path to the clearing. Daenerys carried the eggs in a leather satchel against her body, their combined heat radiating through the leather like 3 small suns. Robb walked beside her, gray wind at his heel. Theon brought up the rear, a bow slung over his shoulder out of habit. They reached the clearing. The pyre stood exactly as they'd built it, a carefully constructed lattice of oak and pine, packed with kindling with a hollow center where the eggs would rest. The Targaryen vault stones surrounded it like the walls of a temple, their carved dragons watching from the undergrowth. Daenerys set down the satchel and removed the eggs one by one, placing them in the hollow heart of the pyre. Red, green, cream. They sat in their nest of kindling and glowed, actually, visibly glowed, a warm amber light pulsing from within each egg in a slow, synchronized rhythm. Robb stared at them. They're breathing. They're waking up. She straightened and turned to face him. She was wearing a simple white shift, nothing else. No leather, no furs, no shoes. The morning cold should have been brutal against her bare skin, but she felt nothing. The fire inside her had been building all night, all week, all her life, and it pressed against her skin from within like a second sun. "Remember your promise," Robb said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were not. "Remember yours. Stay back, no matter what you see. No matter what I see." She turned to Theon, who stood at the edge of the firebreak with his bow in his hands and his face unreadable. "If the fire spreads past the trench, it won't. But if it does, I'll handle it." He met her eyes. "Go wake your dragons, dragon girl." She walked to the pyre. The kindling crunched under her bare feet. She climbed the lattice of logs, finding footholds in the gaps, and settled into the hollow center beside the eggs. The red egg pressed against her left hip, the green against her right. The cream she pulled into her lap and cradled against her stomach. She looked up at the gray sky. The first true light of dawn was touching the treetops, turning the frost to diamonds. She looked at Robb. He stood at the edge of the clearing, gray wind beside him, his hand on the wolf's head, his eyes locked on hers. "I love you," she called to him. "Come back to me," he called back. She closed her eyes. She breathed in. She reached for the fire inside her, reached deep, past the glow and the warmth and the tricks of heated palms down to the source, the deep burning core of dragon blood that had been waiting inside her since the moment she was born. And she let it out. The pyre didn't catch fire. It erupted. A pillar of flame roared up from the center of the clearing with a sound like the world cracking open, a sound like thunder compressed into a single syllable, and the heat hit the tree line in a wave that sent Robb staggering back and Theon diving behind the vault stones. The fire was not orange. It was white at its core, yellow at its edges, and it climbed 10 feet, 20, 30. A column of living fire that split the dawn like a beacon. Inside the fire, Daenerys burned, not burned, became. The flames wrapped around her like silk, like water, like the embrace of something ancient and loving that had been waiting for her since before time had a name. She felt her shift disintegrate, felt the heat press against every inch of her skin and find no purchase, because she was not something the fire consumed. She was something the fire came from. The eggs cracked. All three, simultaneously, with a sound like 3 bells ringing in perfect harmony. The shells split along their spiderweb fractures, and through the gaps she saw movement, scales and wings and tiny, fierce mouths opening in silent screams. The red egg burst. A dragon spilled out, wet and glistening and impossibly small, no bigger than a cat, with red-black scales that caught the firelight and eyes like molten gold. It opened its mouth and shrieked, a thin, reedy sound that was nonetheless unmistakably the cry of a predator, of something born to rule the sky. The green egg shattered. The second dragon was dark as jade, with bronze horns curling back from its skull and wings the color of old copper. It unfurled from its shell with a hiss and spread its wings in the fire, and the flames didn't touch it. Because it was fire, it was made of fire, and it was alive. The cream egg cracked open like a flower blooming in fast motion, and the third dragon crawled out, pale gold and cream, smaller than the others, with eyes the deep violet of a late autumn sky. It looked up at Daenerys and chirped, a sound so incongruously soft and sweet in the middle of the inferno that she laughed, and her laughter was part of the fire, and the fire was part of her. She gathered them. All three, pulling them to her body, feeling their tiny claws grip her skin, their wings folding against her arms, their small, fierce hearts beating in triple time against her chest. They were hers. They had always been hers. They had been waiting in their stone shells for centuries, waiting for the blood that would wake them, waiting for her. The pillar of fire began to collapse. Not dying, settling, condensing, drawing back into Daenerys the way breath draws back into the lungs. The flames lowered from 30 feet to 20 to 10, and the pyre burned down, the logs consumed, the kindling gone, until Daenerys knelt in a bed of white ash with 3 dragons on her body and the dawn breaking golden above her. She stood. The fire was gone. The pyre was ash. The clearing was scorched black in a perfect circle. The firebreak Theon had dug marking the boundary between destruction and the untouched forest beyond. Smoke rose from the ashes in thin white columns, catching the morning light. Daenerys stood in the center of it, naked and unmarked, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders like moonlight, and 3 dragons, living, breathing, impossible dragons, clung to her body with tiny claws, their wings shifting and folding, their eyes bright with new life. Robb stood at the edge of the clearing with ash in his hair and tears on his face, and the expression of a man who was seeing the world remake itself in real time. Theon stood behind the vault stones with his bow forgotten in his hands, and his mouth hanging open, utterly and completely silenced for the first time in his life. Gray Wind sat on his haunches and raised his head and howled, a long, piercing note that climbed into the morning sky and carried across the Wolfswood, and from the direction of Winterfell, faintly, other howls answered. Summer. Shagadog. The wolves calling to each other across the miles, singing to the dawn, to the fire, to the return of something the world had lost and was only now beginning to remember. Daenerys walked out of the ashes. The ground was hot beneath her feet, but cooling. The dragons shifted on her shoulders and arms, chirping and hissing, exploring the world with the wide-eyed wonder of creatures for whom everything was new. The red one climbed to the top of her head and perched there, surveying the clearing like a tiny, imperious king. The green one wrapped its tail around her left arm and dug its claws into her shoulder, anchoring itself. The cream one nestled against her chest and closed its eyes and purred. Robb came to her. He was shaking, she could see it, his whole body trembling with the aftershock of what he'd witnessed. But he walked forward, steady and sure, and when he reached her, he didn't flinch from the dragons or the ash or the smoke that still curled from the ground. He took off his cloak and wrapped it around her shoulders. The dragons hissed at him. The red one snapped at his fingers and he pulled back, startled. "It's all right," Daenerys told them, and she wasn't sure if she said it aloud or in some other way, some deeper language of blood and fire that existed between Dragon Mother and Dragonchild. "He's ours." The red one subsided grudgingly. The green one eyed Robb with suspicious curiosity. The cream one didn't even open its eyes. "Dany." Robb's voice was barely a whisper. "You did it. I did it. You're alive. I'm alive. There are dragons on your shoulders." "Yes, Robb, I had noticed." He laughed, a cracked, wet, slightly hysterical laugh, and pulled her into his arms, cloak and dragons and all, and held her so tightly that the green dragon squawked in protest and the red one nipped his ear, and he didn't care about any of it. Because she was alive and warm, and his and the world would never be the same. "Well," Theon said, emerging from behind the vault stones with the dazed look of a man whose entire understanding of reality had just been comprehensively revised. "I suppose Dragon Girl is a bit more literal than I thought." Daenerys laughed. The dragons chirped, and somewhere above them, unseen, a raven banked on the morning thermals and turned south, carrying the news that would change everything. They rode back to Winterfell, with the dragons hidden under Rob's cloak, which was an exercise in creative absurdity. The Red Dragon. She was already thinking of them as Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, names from the deep place in her blood where everything Targaryen lived, refused to stay still, poking his head out at irregular intervals and hissing at the horses. The horses did not appreciate this. Rob's gelding nearly threw him twice. "We can't hide them forever," Theon said, riding alongside. He was handling the situation with the forced calm of a man who had decided that if the world was going to be insane, he might as well ride the wave. "They're the size of cats now. In a month, they'll be the size of dogs. In a year, I know." Daenerys adjusted the cloak as Regal's green head poked out and snapped at a passing branch. "We have a few days, maybe a week. They'll need to eat a lot and they'll grow fast." "What do dragons eat?" "Meat. Ideally cooked. They can char their own once they learn to breathe fire, but for now they'll need to be fed." "We'll use the old kennels," Robb said, thinking ahead. "The ones behind the first keep. They haven't been used in years and they're stone-walled. We can rig them as a roost. And when the household finds out, they'll find out when we're ready for them to find out." Robb's voice had shifted into the tone Daenerys was learning to recognize as his command voice, the one that didn't invite discussion. "Maester Luwin first. He'll need to understand. Then the household guard, then the bannermen by Raven. In that order, and we control the message. This isn't a crisis, it's an asset. The North just gained the most powerful weapon in the known world. We need to present it that way." Theon whistled low. "Listen to you. The young Lord of Winterfell, managing the return of dragons like it's a supply chain problem. Everything is a supply chain problem if you think about it long enough." Robb grinned, and it was the first real grin Daenerys had seen from him in weeks, bright and fierce and full of a reckless joy that made her heart turn over. "The North has dragons. Let the South chew on that." They reached Winterfell by mid-morning and smuggled the dragons into the old kennels without being seen. The kennels were indeed stone-walled, dry and warm from the hot springs that ran beneath this section of the castle, and the dragons took to them immediately, exploring the space with the bouncing, curious energy of newborn predators discovering their territory. Daenerys fed them from the kitchen stores raw mutton, chicken, scraps of venison. They devoured everything, and when Drogon accidentally set a piece of mutton on fire with a hiccup of infant flame, she laughed until she cried. "Did he just?" Robb said from the doorway. "He just breathed fire. Barely a candle's worth. But yes." Robb watched the red dragon scorch its meal and eat it smoking. "They grow fast, you said. According to the texts, the first year is the most rapid. They could be the size of hunting hounds within months, horse-sized within a year. Horse-sized dragons in the wolf's wood." He leaned against the doorframe. "My father is going to lose his mind. Your father is going to understand. He raised me knowing what I was. He had to have known this was a possibility." "I don't think anyone considered this a possibility, Dany. Not in 150 years. She stood from where she'd been crouching with the dragons and crossed to him. Viserion, the cream dragon, clung to her shoulder, purring. "Are you afraid?" Terrified. He reached out slowly and touched Viserion's tail where it curled around Daenerys' arm. The dragon opened one violet eye, regarded Robb's finger, and closed its eye again. But the good kind of terrified. The kind that means something extraordinary is happening and I'm part of it. She leaned into him, and Viserion chirped, and in the old kennels behind the first keep, 3 dragons ate and grew and breathed their first small fires, and the world shifted on its axis again. A raven came that evening, not from King's Landing, not from the Wall, from the east. From across the narrow sea, Maester Luwin brought it to Robb in the solar, his face troubled. "It's addressed to Daenerys," he said. "The seal is. I believe it's the sigil of House Targaryen." Robb and Daenerys exchanged a look. She broke the seal and read. The letter was written in High Valyrian, and the handwriting was jagged and furious. The letters pressed so hard into the parchment that they'd nearly torn through. "It's from Viserys," she said. Her voice was very quiet. "My brother." She translated aloud, "Sweet sister, I know where you are. I have always known. The usurper's dogs kept you in their frozen kennel, but a dragon is not a dog and Winterfell is not your home. I am coming for you. I have found allies, powerful allies, who will restore our house and our throne. The Dothraki ride with me, and their call has promised me an army in exchange for a bride of dragon's blood. That bride was meant to be you. Since the usurper stole you from me, I have made other arrangements, but I will have you at my side when I take back what is ours. Do not resist. Do not play at being a wolf. You are the blood of the dragon. Act accordingly. Your king, Viserys Roman III Targaryen, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, protector of the realm." The Solar was silent when she finished. "Your brother," Robb said carefully, "is marching on Westeros with a Dothraki horde." "My brother is claiming to march on Westeros with a Dothraki horde. Viserys has been making claims his entire life. He's been begging his way across the free cities for 17 years, promising anyone who'll listen that he'll take back the throne." She set the letter down. "But the Dothraki are real. If Akal has truly given him an army, then there's a Targaryen invasion force assembling across the narrow sea, while the realm is on the brink of civil war over the Lannisters." She closed her eyes. "The timing is not a coincidence. Someone told him. Someone informed your brother about the instability and convinced a Dothraki call to back him. Illyrio Mapatis, a magister of Pentos. He's been Viserys' patron for years. I found references in Maester Luwin's correspondence archives. He sheltered Viserys after the loyalists who smuggled him out of Dragonstone ran out of money." She paused. "And Illyrio has connections to Varys. Varys, the spider, the king's master of whisperers. The same Varys who serves on Robert's small council and has access to every secret in King's Landing." Daenerys opened her eyes. "Someone is playing both sides, Robb. Someone has been playing both sides for years. Keeping Viserys alive as a backup plan, a tool to destabilize while serving the crown that took our throne." Robb stood and paced the Solar, gray wind tracking him with golden eyes. "Your brother. What kind of man is he?" Daenerys thought about the letter. The fury in it, the possessiveness, the way Viserys referred to her as a commodity, a bride to be traded, a piece to be claimed. "I've never met him, but his letters tell me enough. He's angry, he's entitled. He believes the world owes him a throne and everyone in it is either a tool or an obstacle." She paused. "He called himself my king. He doesn't know me. He's never seen my face, and he called himself my king. He's not your king. No, he's not." She looked at the letter again, and something cold and clear settled in her chest. Not anger, not fear, but decision. "Viserys is a threat. Not because he's dangerous himself. From everything I've heard, he's a beggar with a crown complex, but because whoever is behind him is dangerous. Illyrio, Varys, the Dothraki, those are real pieces on a real board. What do? We write to your father, a coded message. He needs to know that Varys may be working against the crown." She pulled parchment toward her. "And we prepare. Because if Viserys is coming, and the Lannisters are scheming, and the dead are walking beyond the wall, Robb, we're not facing one war. We're facing 3. He stopped pacing and looked at her. The light from the Solar's hearth threw half his face into shadow and lit the other half gold. And in that moment, he looked like something out of the histories she'd spent years reading. A young lord on the edge of greatness, with the weight of the world settling onto his shoulders and the fire in his eyes that said he would carry it. 3 wars, he said, 3 wars. Then we'd better have dragons." Daenerys looked at him across the Solar, And despite everything, the fear, the complexity, the impossible tangle of threats closing in from every direction, she smiled. "We do," she said. "We have three." Chapter 5. Blood of the Dragon. The ravens came in a storm, 3 in one morning, each carrying worse news than the last. Robb broke the seals in the solar with Daenerys at his side and Maester Luwin hovering like a gray-robed ghost, and with each message the temperature in the room seemed to drop, even though the hearth was blazing. The first was from Catelyn, routed through a trusted intermediary at the Twins. Short, coded, urgent. She had seized Tyrion Lannister at the Crossroads Inn and taken him to the Eyrie for trial. The act had already sent shockwaves through the realm. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, the most powerful and most dangerous man in the Seven Kingdoms, had unleashed his bannermen into the Riverlands in retaliation. The Tully lands were burning. "My mother took a Lannister hostage," Robb said, his voice flat with disbelief. "My mother, Lady Catelyn Stark of Winterfell, grabbed Tyrion Lannister in a public inn and dragged him to the Vale. She's brave," Daenerys said. "She started a war." "The war was already started. She just made it visible." The second raven was from a Stark loyalist in King's Landing, a minor household knight who had been left with Ned's retinue. The message was brief and badly spelled and full of terror. Lord Stark had confronted the Queen. Lord Stark had discovered that the royal children were not Robert's. They were Jaime Lannister's, all three of them. Joffrey, Miecella Tommen, born of incest with no claim to the throne. Robb read the message twice, then set it down very carefully as if it might explode. "Jaime and Cersei." He said, "Bran saw them." The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. That's why he was pushed. He climbed to that tower window and saw the Queen and her brother together. They threw him to protect their secret. Robb's hand clenched on the table, knuckles white. Gray wind rose from beside the fire and pressed against his leg, feeling his master's fury. The third raven was the worst. It bore no seal. The message was 3 words, scrawled in a hand Daenerys didn't recognize. "Ned is taken." Robb stared at the scrap of parchment. His breathing was very controlled, too controlled. The kind of breathing a man does when the alternative is screaming. "Taken," he said. "Imprisoned, most likely," Maester Luwin said gently. If Lord Stark confronted the Queen about her children's parentage, Cersei would have moved against him. With Robert's dead, Luwin hesitated, then nodded slowly. "There are reports, my lord. Unconfirmed, but multiple sources suggest the king died of a hunting wound several days ago. If that's true and Joffrey sits the throne, then Cersei controls the crown and my father is a prisoner of the Lannisters." Robb stood so abruptly that his chair crashed backward. Gray wind snarled. The hearth fire surged, though whether that was the draft from the sudden movement or something else, Daenerys couldn't say. "Call the banners." Robb said. This time Maester Luwin didn't argue. The ravens went out within the hour. Not readiness notices, not diplomatic suggestions. Direct calls to arms, bearing the authority of Winterfell, sealed with the direwolf in gray wax. Every major house in the north received the same command. "Mobilize your forces. March to Winterfell." The north rides to war, Robb transformed. Daenerys had watched him grow into his father's role over the preceding weeks, managing the household, hearing petitions, making the small daily decisions that kept Winterfell running. But this was something different. This was the part of him that had been sleeping, the wolf beneath the lord, the thing in his blood that woke when his pack was threatened. He was everywhere. In the armory, inspecting weapons and ordering new stock from the smiths. In the stables, reviewing the horse lines, calculating how many mounted men he could field. In the solar, bent over maps of the Riverlands and the Neck with a strategic focus that startled even Maester Luwin. In the practice yard, training with a ferocity that left his sparring partners bruised and wary. He didn't ask for help. He didn't ask for advice. He simply acted with the instinctive authority of someone who had been bred for exactly this moment. Daenerys watched him and recognized what she was seeing, because she felt it in herself, the awakening. The moment when the person you were meant to be stops waiting for permission and simply arrives. The bannermen came. They came from every corner of the north, riding hard, bringing steel and horses and the grim determination of men who had sworn oaths to house Stark, and took those oaths as seriously as breathing. The great John Umber arrived first, an enormous, thunderous man who rode through Winterfell's gates with 300 men at his back, and a laugh that could be heard from the battlements. The Karstarks came next, then the Glovers, the Mormonts, the Serwins. Even the Boltons sent men, though Roose Bolton himself rode at their head with an unsettling calm that made Daenerys' skin crawl. Within 2 weeks, Winterfell had become an armed camp. Thousands of northern soldiers filled the winter town and spilled across the surrounding fields, their tents and cook fires creating a second city around the castle walls. The sound of hammers and horses and men drilling filled the air from dawn to dusk. Daenerys moved through the camp with a freedom that surprised her. The northern lords knew who she was, the Targaryen ward, the dragon's daughter, but they were northern men, pragmatic above all else. And the fact that she walked openly at Robb's side and was clearly part of his council earned her a grudging respect that had nothing to do with her bloodline and everything to do with her bearing. She earned the rest of it in the war council. Robb convened it in the great hall on the 3rd night after the bannermen began arriving. Every lord and commander of note was present: the Great John, Rickard Karstark, Galbart Glover, Meege Mormont, Roose Bolton, Wyman Manderly, who had sent his son Wylies, and a dozen others. They filled the hall with their voices and their egos and the particular aggressive camaraderie of men who were about to go to war together and needed to establish hierarchy before the killing started. Robb sat in his father's chair. Gray wind lay at his feet. Daenerys sat to his right, as she had since the day Robb took over the household, and the lords looked at her with expressions ranging from curiosity to discomfort to, in the Great John's case, open amusement. "The Targaryen girl sits at war council now," Lord Umber boomed. "What's next, my lord? Shall we invite the cook? The Targaryen girl has been running the supply calculations for this army for the past week," Robb said evenly. "She's the reason you have enough grain in your stores to make the march south. She stays. I don't need a girl to count my grain." "You need someone to count it, my lord, because your quartermaster was shorting your rations by 1/3, and Lady Daenerys caught it before your men started going hungry on the march." Robb's voice was calm, steady, and carried the particular weight of someone stating a fact rather than making an argument. "She stays." The Great John opened his mouth, reconsidered, and sat back with a grunt that might have been respect. "Now," Robb said and pulled the map toward him. The situation. The situation was grim. Ned was imprisoned in King's Landing. Joffrey, the false king born of incest, sat the Iron Throne with Cersei pulling his strings. Tywin Lannister had 30,000 men ravaging the Riverlands, burning Tully lands and pushing toward Riverrun. The Riverlands were Catelyn's homeland, the seat of House Tully, and if Riverrun fell, the North would lose its only ally south of the Neck. "We march south through the Neck," Robb said, tracing the route on the map. "Moat Cailin is ours, the Crannogmen hold it, and the Reeds are loyal. Once we're through the Neck, we enter the Riverlands. Tywin is here," he pointed. "West of the Green Fork with the main Lannister host. Jaime Lannister has a second army besieging Riverrun." "2 armies," Roose Bolton observed, his pale eyes studying the map. "And we have one. We have one army and the element of surprise. The Lannisters don't expect the North to move this fast. Tywin thinks he has time to take Riverrun, to consolidate, to force us to react. We're not going to react. We're going to act." "How?" Lord Karstark asked. Robb looked at Daenerys. She felt the eyes of every lord in the room shift to her. "We split our forces," she said. She'd been over this with Robb for 3 nights running, arguing and refining until the plan was sharp. A feint and a strike. Lord Bolton takes the foot, the larger, slower portion of the army, and marches directly south along the King's Road toward Tywin's position on the Green Fork. He engages, not to win, to hold, to pin Tywin in place and make him think the entire Northern Army is committed. "You want me to throw men against Tywin Lannister as a distraction?" Bolton's voice was silk over steel. "I want you to keep Tywin Lannister looking east while Robb takes the horse west." She tapped the map. The cavalry, fast, mobile, riding hard through the Twins and across the river. While Bolton holds Tywin's attention, Robb hits James' army at Riverrun from behind. Break the siege, free the Tullys, and catch Jaime between the castle garrison and the Northern horse. The room was quiet. Lord Glover leaned forward, studying the map. The Great John's eyes had narrowed to slits of calculation. "It's bold," Midge Mormont said. She was a hard, grizzled woman with a mace and a manner that suggested she'd enjoy using it. "Bold enough to work if the timing holds." "The timing holds if Bolton sells the feint," Robb said. "And if we move fast enough. I want to be at Riverrun before Tywin knows we've split." "And the Twins?" Lord Karstark asked. "Walder Frey controls the crossing. He'll want something for letting us pass." Robb's jaw tightened. Walder Frey. The Lord of the Crossing. An ancient, petty, treacherous man who had made a career of extracting concessions from anyone who needed his bridge. He was technically a Tully bannerman, which meant he should support Robb's march. But Walder Frey's loyalty was to Walder Frey, and the price of his bridge would be steep. "I'll negotiate with Frey," Catelyn's voice said from the doorway. Every head turned. Catelyn Stark stood at the entrance to the great hall, dusty from the road, her hair windswept, her eyes blazing with the cold fire of a woman who had ridden hard for days and had no patience left for pleasantries. Sir Roderick stood behind her, equally road-worn. "Mother." Robb was on his feet. "Sit down. You're in council." She crossed the hall with brisk strides, and the lords parted before her like water before a ship's prow. She took her place at the table, glanced at the map, and absorbed the plan in seconds. Bolton feints on the Green Fork. "You take the horse to Riverrun through the Twins. It's good. It'll work if Frey lets you cross." "Will he?" "He'll want a marriage. He always wants a marriage. One of his daughters or granddaughters wed to a lord of suitable rank." Her eyes flickered to Robb, then, barely perceptibly, to Daenerys. "We'll discuss the specifics later. For now, accept that I can get you across the Twins." "At what price?" "At whatever price is necessary." Catelyn's voice brooked no argument. "Your father is in a cell in King's Landing, Robb. Riverrun is besieged. The Riverlands are burning. This is not the moment to haggle." The War Council continued for another 3 hours. Supply lines, march orders, contingency plans. Daenerys spoke when she had something to contribute and was silent when she didn't. And gradually, imperceptibly, the lords stopped noticing that a Targaryen girl was helping plan their war and started noticing that her contributions were consistently, irritatingly good. The Great John caught her arm as the council broke up. His hand was the size of a dinner plate, and his grip could have crushed stone. "You've got a head for war, girl," he said. It was not quite a compliment and not quite a concession, more like an acknowledgement, one predator to another. "Thank you, my lord." "Didn't say I liked it. Said you've got a head for it." He released her arm and lumbered off, bellowing for ale. Daenerys rubbed her arm where his fingers had left marks and smiled. That night, Catelyn found Daenerys in the old kennels. The dragons had grown. In the weeks since their hatching, They'd gone from cat size to the size of large hunting dogs, their scales hardening, their wings strengthening, their appetites becoming frankly alarming. Drogon was the largest, coal-black with red markings, already capable of sustained flame that could melt iron. Rhaegal was leaner, faster, his green bronze scales iridescent in the light. Viserion was the smallest but the cleverest, with an unsettling habit of watching people with those violet eyes as if he understood exactly what they were saying. Daenerys was feeding them when Catelyn appeared in the doorway. She stopped mid-stride when Drogon raised his head and hissed, smoke curling from his nostrils. "It's all right," Daenerys said, and the dragon subsided, returning his attention to the haunch of venison between his claws. "They're protective. They won't hurt you." Catelyn entered the kennels slowly, her eyes moving from dragon to dragon with the expression of a woman who was watching the world rearrange itself around a fact she couldn't deny. "Robb told me," she said. "I didn't believe him. Most people won't. They're real, very real, and growing fast." Catelyn stood in the center of the kennels, surrounded by dragons, and Daenerys watched the calculations run behind her tully blue eyes. Not the emotional reaction of someone encountering the impossible, but the strategic assessment of a woman who had spent her life thinking in terms of power, alliance, and advantage. "These change everything," Catelyn said. "I know. If the Lannisters find out, if anyone finds out before we're ready, I know, my lady. The North has no fleet, no siege engines, no advantage in numbers against Tywin Lannister's gold and his 30,000 men. But 3 dragons," she paused, watching Rhaegal spread his wings and flap experimentally, lifting himself 2 feet off the ground before crashing back with an undignified squawk. "How fast are they growing?" "Faster than the texts predicted. I think it's me, the closer they are to me, the faster they grow. By the time the army reaches the Riverlands, Drogon should be large enough to ride." Catelyn looked at her sharply. "Ride? I'm not building a weapon, Lady Stark. I'm raising children. But they are what they are, and what they are is the thing that conquered Westeros 300 years ago." Daenerys met the older woman's eyes. "I won't use them recklessly. I won't burn cities. I won't become my father, but I will use them. For Robb, for Ned, for the North." Catelyn was silent for a long moment. Viserion padded across the kennel floor and sniffed at her skirt. She looked down at the cream and gold dragon, and something moved across her face. Not warmth exactly, but the recognition of beauty in a dangerous form. "Frey will want a marriage," Catelyn said, returning to the practical with the abruptness that characterized her. "He'll want Robb to marry one of his daughters, I heard. You understand what that means. For you and my son. I understand what Frey will want. I also understand that Frey has never seen a dragon." Daenerys scratched Viserion under the chin, and the dragon purred. "People negotiate differently when there are dragons in the room." Catelyn stared at her. Then slowly she laughed, a real laugh startled out of her, the first laugh Daenerys had ever heard from the woman that wasn't polite or performative. "Gods help me," Catelyn said. "You're right." The army marched south 3 days later. 20,000 men, horse and foot, streaming out of Winterfell and the winter town in a column that stretched for miles along the King's Road. The sound of it was thunder, hooves and boots and wagon wheels and the creak of leather and the clatter of steel. Banners snapped in the autumn wind. The Stark direwolf, the Umber giant, the Karstark sunburst, the Mormont bear. The North was marching, and the ground shook with it. Robb rode at the head of the column on a gray stallion, gray wind loping beside him, his auburn hair catching the thin northern sun. He looked, Daenerys thought, like something out of the songs Sansa loved, the young lord riding to war, noble and golden and doomed. But Robb wasn't doomed. She wouldn't allow it. Daenerys rode beside him. She'd argued for it and won, not through sentiment but through strategy. Her presence at Robb's side sent a message. The Targaryens and the Starks were united. Whatever the lords thought privately about a dragon girl riding to war with the wolves, the symbolism was impossible to ignore. The dragon she kept hidden, not from fear, from tactics. Robb's plan depended on surprise, and the existence of 3 living dragons was the most devastating surprise in the history of Westeros. It would be revealed at the moment of maximum impact, not a second before. The march south took weeks. The Kingsroad cut through the north like a scar, winding past Last Hearth and the Last River and through the gray, rolling hills of the Gift. The weather turned cold, then colder, and the men grumbled and marched and grumbled more, and Daenerys walked among them in the evenings after making camp, sharing fires, sharing meals, learning their names. She learned that the Northerners were not like the people in the histories she'd read. They were not courtly. They didn't scheme or flatter or play with words the way the Southern lords she'd met during the royal visit had. They said what they meant, and meant what they said, and respected anyone who did the same, regardless of their name or blood. When they learned she was a Targaryen, they shrugged. When they learned she could hold her hand in a campfire without burning, they leaned in closer. When they learned she had planned the supply logistics that kept their bellies full on the march, they started saving her a seat by the fire without being asked. "You're winning them," Robb told her one night as they walked the perimeter of the camp together. Gray wind padded ahead of them, checking shadows, and the sounds of 20,000 men settling for the night surrounded them like a living wall. "I'm not trying to win anyone. That's why it's working." He took her hand as they walked, their fingers intertwined with the ease of long practice. "The Great John asked me today if you were my woman." "Your woman," his word, not mine. "I told him you were nobody's woman, you were your own woman, and he'd be wise to remember it." "What did he say?" He laughed until he cried and said you'd make a fine Northerner. Robb paused. "He also said that if I didn't marry you, I was the biggest fool in the 7 kingdoms." They walked in silence for a moment. The campfires flickered around them, thousands of small orange constellations spread across the dark landscape. "Catelyn says Frey will demand a marriage pact." Daenerys said carefully, "I know what Frey will demand." And Robb stopped walking and turned to face her. In the dark, with the firelight behind him, she could see only the outline of him, broad shoulders, strong jaw, the glint of his eyes. "Dany, I am going to say something, and I need you to let me say it before you start listing reasons why it's impossible. That's a concerning preamble. When this war is won, when my father is free and the Lannisters are beaten and the realm is settled, I am going to marry you. Not because of politics, not because of dragons, because I love you and I have loved you since I was a boy, and I will love you until they put me in the ground." He took a breath. "That is not a proposal, not yet. The timing is wrong, and we're standing in a muddy field surrounded by 20,000 soldiers. When I propose, it will be proper, and you will have the option to say no, and I'll respect that. But I need you to know, before we ride into battle, before anything else happens, that this is what I want. You are what I want." She stood in the dark field with the northern wind pulling at her hair and the fire in her blood burning steady and bright, and she said, "When you propose, I'm going to say yes." He kissed her, and the nearest campfire flared 6 feet high, and the soldiers sitting around it yelped and scrambled back, and neither Robb nor Daenerys noticed. They reached the twins in the 3rd week of the march. The castle was actually 2 castles, twin gray fortresses squatting on opposite banks of the Green Fork, connected by a stone bridge that was the only crossing for miles in either direction. It was an ugly, practical position, and Walder Frey had spent 90 years milking it for everything it was worth. The old man received them in his great hall, sitting in a black oak throne that seemed to swallow his shrunken body. He was ancient, 91 years old, with a face like a dried apple and eyes that missed nothing. His hall was full of his progeny, sons, grandsons, great-grandsons, daughters, granddaughters, an army of Freys in various states of ambition and resentment. The young wolf. Walder Frey croaked, looking Robb up and down with the assessing eye of a horse trader. Ned Stark's boy, come to beg for my bridge. Come to request passage, Lord Frey. As your liege lord's grandson, I'd hope that request would be received with the courtesy it deserves. Courtesy, Frey cackled. Courtesy doesn't toll a bridge, boy. Hoster Tully is your grandfather, and what's Hoster Tully done for me lately? Nothing. Nothing in 60 years of so-called allegiance. Why should I bleed for the Tullys? Why should I bleed for the Starks? Catelyn stepped forward and negotiated. She was magnificent, patient, precise, giving ground where it cost nothing and holding firm where it mattered. Frey wanted a marriage. Robb's hand for one of his daughters. It was, as Catelyn had predicted, the price of the bridge. Daenerys watched from the side of the hall, half hidden behind a pillar, and counted Freys. She counted exits. She counted the guards, their positions, their weapons. She noted the way Walder Frey's eyes kept sliding to the corners of the room, the way certain of his sons stood too close to Robb's men, the way the hall felt less like a negotiation and more like a trap being set. She didn't like it. The feeling was instinctive, animal, the same prickle she felt when storms were coming, a wrongness in the air, a tension that had nothing to do with the conversation and everything to do with the man having it. When Frey named his price, Robb's hand for his daughter Roslyn, the hall held its breath. Robb looked at the old man. He looked at Catelyn, whose face was carefully neutral. He looked at the hall full of Freys, calculating and hungry. Then he looked at Daenerys. She saw the moment he made his decision. It was in his eyes, not doubt, not hesitation, but the final click of a thing that had been building for months. The moment when the boy who tried to please everyone became the lord who chose his own path. No, Robb said. The hall erupted. Walder Frey half rose from his throne. Catelyn closed her eyes. The Frey sons muttered and shifted. No, Frey's voice was sharp. You refuse. I refuse your price, not your bridge. Robb stepped forward, and the command in his bearing silenced the muttering. I'll give you a different bargain, Lord Frey. A better one. Better than marriage to the heir of Winterfell. The heir of Winterfell is not for sale, but passage across your bridge is worth paying for, and I'll pay handsomely. Expanded trade rights with Winterfell. A seat on the Northern Council I intend to establish. A lordship for your grandson Olivar as my personal squire, with all the advancement that implies. And one more thing. He turned and gestured to Daenerys, who stepped out from behind the pillar and walked to Robb's side, aware of every eye in the hall tracking her silver hair. This is Daenerys Targaryen, Robb said. The last daughter of House Targaryen, raised in Winterfell, and the most valuable political alliance in the Seven Kingdoms. She stands with the North. Her support, her name, her blood, her claim, backs our cause. Every lord in Westeros will hear that the Targaryens ride with the Starks. That Lord Frey is worth more than any marriage. Walder Frey's ancient eyes fixed on Daenerys. She met them without flinching. The old man studied her the way he studied everything, as an asset, a calculation, a piece on his endless petty board. A Targaryen, he said. Pretty thing. Aerys's daughter, she confirmed. And I remember every lord who stood with my family, and every lord who stood against them, and every lord who stood aside and waited to see which way the wind blew. She smiled. It was not a warm smile. Which kind of lord are you, Lord Frey? The hall was very quiet. Walder Frey looked at Daenerys for a long time. Then he looked at Robb. Then he looked at Catelyn, who had the expression of a woman watching someone she'd underestimated play a card she hadn't seen coming. The trade rights, Frey said slowly. In writing. In writing. Robb agreed. The seat on your council, guaranteed. And the Targaryen girls' public endorsement of House Frey as loyal allies of the crown. Whichever crown wins, Daenerys said. You'll want to be on the right side of history, Lord Frey. I am offering you that chance. The old man cackled. It was a dry, rattling sound like bones shaking in a cup. I like this one. She's got teeth. Fine. You have your crossing, young wolf. Take your army and your dragon girl and get off my bridge before I change my mind. They crossed the twins that night. 20,000 men streaming over the stone bridge in torchlight. The thunder of their passage shaking the twin castles to their foundations. Walder Frey watched from his tower, and Daenerys watched from the far bank, and something cold and careful in the back of her mind filed the old man away as a threat to be remembered. You didn't need a marriage pact, Catelyn said, falling into step beside Daenerys as they rode south from the crossing. Her voice was neutral, but her eyes were bright. You played him. I gave him something more valuable than a bride. I gave him relevance. Walder Frey has spent 90 years being ignored by the great houses. A seat at the table, a Targaryen's public endorsement, that feeds his vanity more than any marriage. And if he betrays us, then he betrays the woman who has dragons. Daenerys met Catelyn's eyes. He won't know about the dragons until everyone does. But when he does know, he'll remember this moment and he'll be very glad he chose correctly. Catelyn was quiet for a long time, riding beside her in the dark. You're not the girl I raised, she said finally. No, Daenerys agreed. I'm not. The army split at the fork of the Green River. Roose Bolton took the infantry east, 18,000 foot soldiers, marching hard toward the Green Fork where Tywin Lannister's army waited. His orders were clear. Engage, hold, bleed. Not to win, just to keep Tywin's eyes fixed forward while the jaws closed from behind. Robb took the cavalry west. 2,000 mounted men, the best riders in the north, pushing through the night toward Riverrun. They rode hard and they rode quiet, gray wind scouting ahead, the horses' hooves muffled by the soft river country earth. Daenerys rode with the cavalry. The dragons were with her. She'd kept them in a covered wagon for the march south, tended by Theon, who had, improbably, become their keeper, feeding them and cleaning up after them, and enduring their occasional attempts to set his hair on fire with a resigned stoicism that Daenerys found deeply endearing. The dragons had nearly doubled in size since leaving Winterfell. Drogon was the size of a small horse now, his wings broad enough to cast shadows, his flame hot enough to melt steel. Rhaegal and Viserion were slightly smaller but no less formidable. They rode through the night and into the dawn, and when the scouts reported back that Jaime Lannister's army was camped around Riverrun, 15,000 men, siege lines established, the castle surrounded, Robb called his commanders together in a hasty council beneath the trees. Jaime's overconfident, Robb said, studying the crude map his scouts had drawn. His siege lines are spread thin. He's got men on 3 sides of the castle, but his rear is open. He's relying on the river to protect his flank and Tywin to protect his back. He doesn't know Bolton is keeping Tywin busy. He doesn't know we're here. 2,000 horse against 15,000 men, the great Jon rumbled. Even with surprise, those are ugly numbers. They won't be fighting 15,000. They'll be fighting whoever Jaime can rally in the chaos of a night attack. Half his men will be asleep. The other half won't know what's happening until it's too late. Robb paused. And they won't be expecting what comes from the sky. Every head turned to Daenerys. She stood at the edge of the firelight, and she made a decision that she'd been making and unmaking and making again for weeks. The decision to stop hiding. She raised her hand and whistled, a high, piercing note that cut through the night air like a blade. Drogon came through the trees. The dragon was enormous in the firelight, black as midnight. his scales drinking the light and giving nothing back, his eyes burning like twin forges. He landed in the clearing with a thud that shook the ground, his wings folding against his body, his head swinging toward the assembled lords with a predator's appraisal. Regal came next, green and bronze, circling once before landing beside his brother. Viserion last, pale and elegant, his violet eyes sweeping the clearing. The silence was absolute. The great John Umber, a man who feared nothing, who had once killed a bear with his bare hands, who had laughed at death in a dozen battles, took one step backward. Midge Mormont's hand went to her mace and stayed there, frozen. Lord Karstark's mouth opened. No sound came out. Robb stood beside Daenerys and did not flinch. He put his hand on her shoulder, a deliberate gesture, a statement, and said, "My lords, I believe you've met Daenerys Targaryen. These are her children." Drogon opened his mouth and roared. Not a shriek, a roar, a deep, percussive blast of sound that rattled the trees and sent leaves spiraling down from the canopy and made every horse in the northern army try to bolt at once. The roar ended with a jet of black fire that shot 20 feet into the air and turned the darkness to daylight for one blazing, impossible second. "Seven save us," the great John whispered. "Not the seven," Daenerys said. She walked to Drogon and put her hand on his snout, and the dragon, this creature of fire and death, this living weapon, this thing out of legend, pressed his massive head against her palm and rumbled. "Fire and blood, my lords, that's what saves us." The great John looked at Drogon. He looked at Regal and Viserion. He looked at Daenerys, standing before the largest dragon with her silver hair catching the firelight and her violet eyes burning with a light that had nothing to do with reflection. Then he drew his sword, dropped to one knee, and drove the blade into the earth before her. "I'll follow you," he said. "Gods help me, I'll follow you both." One by one the other lords knelt, Karstark, Glover, Mormont. One by one, swords in the earth, heads bowed, and the clearing filled with the sound of steel and the crackling of dragonfire and the deep, low rumble of 3 dragons who had waited 150 years to be seen. Robb didn't kneel. He stood beside her, his hand on her shoulder, and when she looked at him, his face was lit by dragonfire and tears and a fierce, burning pride that matched her own. "Together," he said. "Together," she agreed. They hit Jaime Lannister's camp at the darkest hour of the night. The northern cavalry came from the tree line like a wave, 2,000 riders screaming out of the dark, and the sound alone was enough to break the first line of Lannister sentries. Gray wind led the charge, a gray streak of death that tore through the camp ahead of the horses, and Robb was right behind him, his sword drawn, his voice rising above the chaos. "Winterfell! Winterfell!" The camp erupted into pandemonium. Lannister soldiers stumbled from tents half-armored, grasping for weapons, trying to form lines that dissolved as fast as they coalesced. The northern horse smashed through them like a hammer through glass, and the night filled with the sounds of battle. Steel on steel screams, the thunder of hooves, the crash of collapsing tents. Jaime Lannister rallied his personal guard in the center of the camp. Even in chaos, even surprised, the Kingslayer was exactly what his reputation promised. Golden and deadly, his white armor catching the firelight, his sword a blur as he cut down the first northerner to reach him. He shouted commands and his men responded, forming a shield wall, a core of resistance around which the shattered army might reform. He might have held. Against cavalry alone, with time and daylight and the weight of numbers, Jaime Lannister might have turned the rout into a battle. Then Daenerys came over the tree line on Drogon's back. The dragon's wings blotted out the stars. His shadow fell over the camp like a second darkness, and when he opened his mouth and screamed, the sound shattered something fundamental in the men below. The assumption that the world was a place they understood, that war was a thing between men, that the creatures in the old stories were dead and gone. Drogon breathed fire, not at the soldiers. Daenerys was not her father. She did not burn men for sport, did not bathe the living in dragonfire. She aimed the blast at the siege engines, the trebuchets, the siege towers, the battering rams that Jaime had built to break Riverrun's walls. They caught like candles. The fire was black and red and so hot that the wood didn't burn so much as evaporate, consumed in seconds, and the shock wave of heat sent men sprawling and horses bolting, and the entire western front of the Lannister siege crumbling into chaos. Rhaegal hit the eastern camp. Viserion took the south. 3 dragons, 3 passes, and Jaime Lannister's army ceased to exist as a coherent fighting force. Not through slaughter, through terror. Men broke and ran, throwing down their weapons, streaming away from the dragonfire in every direction. The siege lines collapsed. The river filled with men trying to swim to safety. In the center of it all, Jaime Lannister stood in his white armor amid the ruins of his camp and watched the dragon wheel above him, and his face, visible in the firelight, showed not fear but something closer to wonder. He dropped his sword. Robb's men took him in the field, disarmed and unresisting. The Kingslayer, who had never lost a battle, who had never been captured, who had spent his life as the most dangerous man in any room he entered, let himself be bound with rope and led away, his golden head bowed, his green eyes fixed on something in the sky that no one else could see. Later, when the camp was secured and the prisoners were being gathered and the fires were being put out, Robb found Daenerys beside the river. She was sitting on the bank with Drogon's great head in her lap, stroking the dragon's scales, staring at the water. Rhaegal and Viserion were hunting in the fields beyond the camp, dark shapes wheeling against the graying sky. She was shaking. Robb sat beside her and put his arm around her shoulders, and Drogon opened one burning eye and assessed him and closed it again. "Are you all right?" Robb asked. "I burned things. I destroyed things." She stopped, breathed. "I aimed carefully. I didn't hit anyone. I targeted the siege engines, the supply wagons, the wooden structures. But the heat, people were close, Robb. People were hurt. You broke a siege and captured an army with almost no casualties, on either side. Do you understand how extraordinary that is? I understand that I sat on a dragon's back and rained fire from the sky, and that my father did the same thing to the people he burned alive in the Red Keep." Her voice was very quiet. "How far is the distance between what I did tonight and what he did?" Robb took her face in his hands and turned it toward him. "The distance is everything. Your father burned people because he wanted to hear them scream. You burned siege engines because you wanted to save lives. The power is the same. The person wielding it is not. You can't know I won't become him. I can, because I know you. Because you're sitting here shaking over the possibility that someone might have been hurt, while your father laughed at their screams." He pressed his forehead to hers. "You are not the Mad King, Dany. You never will be. I will spend the rest of my life making sure of it if you'll let me." She closed her eyes. The shaking slowed. Drogon rumbled beneath her hand, a sound of comfort and containment, and the first light of dawn broke over Riverrun's towers, and the Tully banners, red and blue, fish leaping, stirred in the morning wind, free for the first time in weeks. The castle gates opened. Edmure Tully rode out at the head of his garrison, haggard and thin from the siege, and when he saw the northern banners and the shattered Lannister camp and the dragons circling overhead, he stared for a long, silent moment, and then he began to laugh. Riverrun was free. Jaime Lannister was captured. The North had won its first battle, and the world, the entire, ancient, sleeping world, was waking up to the fact that the dragons had returned. Robb stood on the walls of Riverrun that evening, looking south toward King's Landing, and Daenerys stood beside him, and between them they held the future in their hands. "We need to get my father back," Robb said. "We will. The Lannisters will negotiate now. They have to. We hold Jaime, their golden son, the Queen's brother, and," he paused, "the Queen's lover, their most valuable piece. And we have dragons, which means we negotiate from strength. Our terms, Ned's release, recognition of the Northern Army's right to march, and the truth about Joffrey's parentage made public." Robb looked at her. "That last one means war with the Crown. We're already at war with the Crown. This just makes it honest." She leaned against the battlement. Drogon perched on the tower behind them, his wings folded, his shadow falling over the wall like a cloak. "One step at a time, Robb. First, your father. Everything else follows," he nodded. Then he reached into his cloak and pulled out something small, a ring, dark iron, set with a stone that caught the torchlight, and threw it back in two colors, blue, like Tully waters, and red, like dragonfire. "I know I said the timing was wrong," he said, "and it is. We're standing on a castle wall in the middle of a war, but I've been carrying this since Winterfell, and I can't carry it any longer." He held it out to her. "Dany, will you?" "Yes. I didn't finish. You don't need to." She took the ring and slid it onto her finger, and it fit, because of course it fit, and the firelight caught the stone and it blazed like a star. "Yes, to all of it, to whatever comes." He kissed her on the walls of Riverrun, with dragonfire in the sky and a war at their feet, and the future wide open before them. And from the courtyard below, the great John Umber looked up and saw them, and let out a roar of approval that shook the stones. Chapter 6. The Wolf and the Dragon. The Raven from King's Landing arrived at Riverrun on a cold morning 3 days after the battle, while the castle was still counting its blessings and its prisoners. Robb broke the seal in Edmure Tully's solar with Daenerys beside him and Catelyn standing at the window, her bandaged hands clasped behind her back, staring south as if she could see King's Landing through 700 miles of river and hill and forest. The Blackfish, Brynden Tully, Catelyn's uncle, a hard old soldier with a face like weathered granite, leaned against the far wall with his arms crossed, and his mouth set in its permanent expression of grim assessment. Robb read the letter. His face didn't change, but his hand tightened on the parchment until the edges crumpled. "It's from Cersei," he said. "Addressed to the Lord of Winterfell and his bannermen, written in her own hand." He paused. "She wants to negotiate, a prisoner exchange, Jaime for my father." "Straightforward enough," the Blackfish said. "Too straightforward. What's the hook?" The exchange would take place at a location of her choosing, King's Landing. Catelyn turned from the window. "She wants you to march into the capital. She wants me to bring Jaime to her doorstep, where her father's army and the city watch, and whatever's left of the Kingsguard can surround us." Robb set the letter down. "She thinks I'm stupid." "She thinks you're young," Daenerys said, "which is worse. Stupid can learn." Young in Cersei's mind means reckless, emotional, controllable. She picked up the letter and read it again, parsing the language. Cersei's High Valyrian was serviceable but stiff. The woman had learned it as a political tool, not a living tongue, and it showed. But beneath the courtly formality, the message was clear. "Come to me on my terms or your father dies." "She's panicking," Daenerys said. "This letter is panic dressed in silk. She's lost Jaime. She's lost the Riverlands. Tywin is pinned on the Green Fork. Bolton's feint worked better than we hoped, and now Tywin can't withdraw without exposing his flank. And the news about the dragons is spreading. She's heard the reports and she doesn't believe them yet, but she's afraid to disbelieve them, and that fear is making her move too fast." "How do you know she's heard?" Catelyn asked. "Because she doesn't mention them. Not a word about dragons in this entire letter. If she hadn't heard, she wouldn't need to avoid the subject. The absence is the tell." The Blackfish uncrossed his arms. "I like this girl." "She's not a girl," Robb said. "She's my betrothed." The room went quiet. Catelyn's eyes moved to Daenerys' left hand, where the ring sat, iron and stone, catching the morning light. Something moved across Lady Stark's face, too fast and too complex to read, and then she turned back to the window. "We'll discuss that later," Catelyn said. Her voice was controlled but not cold, not the icy rejection Daenerys had braced for, simply a woman who understood timing and knew this wasn't the moment. "The question now is how to answer Cersei." "We don't answer Cersei," Robb said. "We answer the realm." He stood and crossed to the map table, where the great parchment map of Westeros was pinned down with inkwells and daggers. He'd been studying it every night, moving markers, tracing routes, playing out scenarios in his head while Grey Wind dozed by the fire. Cersei controls King's Landing. Tywin controls the Westerlands. Between them, they can field 60,000 men more if they call in debts from the Reach. He touched the map. But the Reach hasn't committed. The Tyrells are sitting behind their walls at Highgarden, waiting to see which way the wind blows. The Stormlands are divided. Half the lords supported Renly Baratheon's claim before he was killed, and now they don't know where to turn. Dorne is neutral, hates the Lannisters, and has its own agenda. The Vale is sealed behind the bloody gate with Lysa Arryn refusing to commit to anyone. "So the realm is fractured," the Blackfish summarized, "everyone waiting for someone else to make the decisive move. Then we make it." Robb's finger came to rest on King's Landing, not by marching to Cersei's doorstep, by changing what the fight is about. He looked up at Daenerys. "Every war needs a cause. Ours started as a rescue, free my father, protect the Riverlands. But causes evolve, and if we're going to win this, we need something bigger than one man's freedom." "What are you thinking?" Daenerys asked. "I'm thinking that Joffrey is not the rightful king. His parentage is a lie. The Baratheon line is broken, and the Iron Throne is sitting empty, waiting for someone with a legitimate claim to step forward." He held her gaze. "You have that claim, Dany." The room went very still. "No," Catelyn said. Not sharply, carefully, the way you say no to someone reaching toward a hot stove. "Robb, no, you're talking about a Targaryen restoration. The realm fought a war to end Targaryen rule. The realm fought a war to end the Mad King's rule, not the Targaryen dynasty. Aerys was insane. Daenerys is not. And the alternative is Joffrey, a bastard born of incest, controlled by a woman who pushed a 10-year-old boy out a window." Robb's voice was hard. "The realm needs a legitimate ruler, someone with an actual claim to the throne, someone who can unite the kingdoms. Someone with the power to enforce that unity." "Someone with dragons," the Blackfish said. "Someone with dragons," Robb agreed. Daenerys stood very still. The fire inside her, her constant companion, her inheritance, the thing that had lived in her blood since birth, was burning hotter than she'd ever felt it. And the room was warm, and the candles on every surface were stretching tall, their flames reaching toward her like flowers toward the sun. "You want to put me on the Iron Throne," she said. "I want to give the realm a choice. A real one. Not between Lannister puppets and pretenders. A choice between the old way, lies, corruption, a broken dynasty propped up by gold, and something new." He crossed to her and took her hands. "You are the rightful heir. By every law of succession, by blood, by right. You are the last Targaryen, Viserys. Viserys is a beggar with a Dothraki horde he can't control, and a claim he couldn't enforce without someone else's army. You have your own army. You have your own power. You have the North behind you and dragons in the sky, and a name that means something to every person in Westeros who remembers what the Targaryens were before the madness." She pulled her hands from his. Not in rejection, in the need to think, to stand alone with this for a moment, to feel its weight without the warmth of his touch confusing the calculation. She walked to the window where Catelyn had stood. Outside, The Tumblestone River churned past Riverrun's red walls, and beyond it, the camp of the Northern Army spread across the fields. Tents and banners and cooking fires and men who had marched south to rescue Ned Stark and were about to be asked to fight for something much larger. The Iron Throne, the seat her ancestors had built, forged in dragonfire, ugly and magnificent, soaked in 300 years of blood and ambition. She had never seen it. She had never wanted to see it. She had spent her life trying to be small enough to survive, quiet enough to be overlooked, northern enough to belong. But the fire in her blood was not small. The dragons circling above Riverrun's towers were not quiet. And the girl who had walked into a pyre and emerged unburned was not someone who could ever truly belong in anyone else's shadow. "I don't want the throne," she said. Robb opened his mouth. She held up a hand. "I don't want the throne," she repeated. "I want to be clear about that, because it matters. I didn't hatch those dragons to conquer the 7 kingdoms. I didn't walk through fire to sit on a chair made of swords. If this were just about power, just about a crown and a title and a throne room, I would say no, and I would mean it." She turned from the window. "But this isn't about what I want. It's about what's needed. Cersei will destroy the realm to keep her secret. Joffrey will be worse. He's cruel, and cruelty with a crown is the most dangerous thing in the world. And beyond all of it, beyond the politics, beyond the wars, there is something coming from the north. Something Jon wrote to me about. Something the Night's Watch has been screaming about for months while everyone fights over a chair. The dead are walking, and the realm is too busy tearing itself apart to notice." She walked back to the map table and looked at Westeros. The whole continent, laid out in ink and parchment. 7 kingdoms, 100 lords, 1,000,000 souls, and all of them blind to what was coming. "If I take the throne," she said, "I take it to save these people. Not from each other, from what's beyond the wall. I take it because someone has to unite this realm before winter comes, and winter is not a metaphor. It is death and cold and an army of the dead, and the only thing that has ever stopped them is fire." She looked at Robb. "Dragonfire." The room was silent. Catelyn spoke first. "You believe the reports from the wall." "I believe Jon Snow. He doesn't lie and he doesn't exaggerate, and his letters describe things that should be impossible. The dead walk. The White Walkers have returned, and they are coming south whether we believe in them or not." Daenerys straightened. "I will take the throne, not as a conqueror, as a protector. I will take it with northern steel and dragonfire, and the support of every lord and lady who understands that the true war is not between wolf and lion, but between the living and the dead." The Blackfish pushed off the wall. His face, perpetually grim, had shifted into something that might have been admiration. "Well, that's a speech." "It's not a speech, it's a plan." She turned to Robb. "First, we free your father. That's not negotiable. Whatever else happens, Ned Stark walks free." "Agreed." "Second, we deal with Tywin. He's the real threat. Cersei is dangerous, but Tywin is the mind behind the Lannister machine. We need to break his army, and I can do that. The dragons. Not just the dragons. The Tyrells. The Reach has the largest army in Westeros, and Mace Tyrell has been sitting on it for months, waiting for someone to give him a reason to commit. I am that reason. A Targaryen restoration, with the promise of a prominent place in the new order, that's what Tyrell wants. That's what he's been waiting for. You know this how? Because the Tyrells were Targaryen loyalists during the rebellion. They were the last house to bend the knee to Robert. They've spent 17 years being second-class citizens in a Baratheon court, watching the Lannisters accumulate power that should have been shared. They're hungry, and I'm offering them a seat at the biggest table in Westeros." Robb stared at her. "You've been thinking about this for a while." "I've been thinking about this since I was 12 years old and read my first history of the conquest. I just didn't know it was preparation until now." He shook his head slowly, and the expression on his face was something she would carry with her for the rest of her life. Not surprise, not awe, but recognition. The look of a man seeing the person he loved become the person they were always meant to be. "Then we do it," he said. "Together." "Together." Catelyn cleared her throat. She was standing with her arms crossed, her face set in the particular expression of a woman who has just watched her son and his betrothed plan the overthrow of a dynasty at her brother's breakfast table. "If we're going to do this," she said, "we need to do it properly. Robb, you need to address the lords, all of them, not just the northern bannermen, the Riverlands lords too, Edmure's people. If Daenerys is going to claim the throne with our support, it needs to be a unified declaration, not a backroom deal." "Agreed." "And—" Catelyn paused. She looked at Daenerys, and something in her expression shifted. Not warming, not quite. More like the final setting of a stone that had been finding its place for 16 years. "And the betrothal should be announced at the same time. If the realm is going to accept a Targaryen queen, they need to see that the Targaryens and the Starks are one house now. One cause." Daenerys felt something crack in her chest. Catelyn Stark, careful, guarded, political Catelyn Stark, who had spent 16 years maintaining a precise distance between herself and the dragon girl in her household, was giving her blessing. Not with warmth, not with open arms, but with the thing Catelyn valued most, strategic commitment. "She was all in, my lady," Daenerys said, and her voice was steady even though her eyes were not. "Thank you. Don't thank me. Win." Catelyn uncrossed her arms. "I've spent 17 years raising you in my house and watching you become something I didn't expect. I will not pretend I'm not afraid of what you are, but I would rather have a dragon I trust on the throne than a lion I don't." She held Daenerys' gaze. "So win. For all of us." The great hall of Riverrun had not held this many lords since the days of Hoster Tully's prime. They packed the room shoulder to shoulder, northern lords and Riverlands lords, bannermen of the wolf and the trout, warriors who had marched south to rescue Ned Stark and found themselves at the hinge point of history. Robb stood at the head of the hall. Grey Wind flanked him on the left, enormous and still, golden eyes tracking the crowd. Daenerys stood to his right, in a gown of dark red and black that Catelyn had commissioned from Riverrun's seamstress in a single frantic day. Targaryen colors. For the first time in her life, she wore her house's colors and they felt like armor. "My lords," Robb said, and the hall went quiet. His voice filled the space without effort, clear, carrying, the voice of a man who had found his authority not through age or experience, but through the simple, unarguable fact of being the right person in the right moment. "3 weeks ago, we rode south to free my father. That cause has not changed. Eddard Stark is still a prisoner in King's Landing, held by a false king on a stolen throne. We will free him. That is not a hope. That is a promise." A murmur of approval rolled through the hall. The great Jon thumped his fist on the table. "But this war has grown beyond one man's freedom. The truth about Joffrey Baratheon, that he is no Baratheon at all, but a bastard born of the Queen and her brother, changes everything. The Iron Throne has no legitimate occupant. The Baratheon line is broken. And the realm stands on the edge of chaos that will consume us all if someone doesn't step forward and end it." He turned to Daenerys. She stepped forward, and the torchlight caught her silver hair and the dark red of her gown, and she knew she looked, like something out of the oldest stories. "The dragon's daughter, returned. Daenerys Targaryen is the last true-born heir of House Targaryen," Robb continued. "Her family built the Iron Throne. Her ancestors united the 7 kingdoms. By every law of succession, by right of blood, by right of conquest, by the only right that has ever truly mattered in Westeros, the throne is hers. And I don't ask you to give it to me." Daenerys said, and her voice was fire and iron and the cold certainty of someone who has stopped asking for anything and started stating what is true. I ask you to help me take it, not for power, not for vengeance, not for the glory of a name that half the realm would rather forget. She paused and let the silence gather weight. I was born on Dragonstone in a storm. My mother died bringing me into the world. Robert Baratheon wanted me dead in my cradle, and I survived because Ned Stark, your lord, your friend, the man we're fighting to save, told his king that he would not be party to the murder of children. Ned Stark saved my life. He raised me. He gave me a home in Winterfell and a place among his family, and I have spent 16 years learning what honor looks like by watching him live it. She felt the room shift. The Northerners leaned in. They knew this story. They had lived alongside it. The Targaryen girl at Winterfell. They'd seen her in the practice yard, in the great hall, in the corridors of the castle that they served. She was not an abstraction to them. She was real. I am taking the Iron Throne because the alternative is a realm consumed by war and winter. Not the winter you know, not the cold seasons that test your stores and your resolve. A different winter. The longest night. The dead walk beyond the wall. The Night's Watch has been begging for help while we fight each other, and no one has listened, because the Game of Thrones is so loud that the truth gets drowned out. She held up her hand. The glow came, amber and fierce, not the soft luminescence she'd shown Robb in the Godswood, but a full, blazing radiance that lit the hall like a second sun. Lords gasped. Hands went to sword hilts. I am the blood of the dragon. Fire lives in my veins. And I have brought something back into the world that the world forgot it needed. She raised her voice, not a shout, a call, a note pitched to carry through stone and sky, and whistled. The great hall of Riverrun had windows set high in the walls, narrow lancets designed for defense, barely wide enough for an archer. They were not wide enough for a dragon. Drogon didn't care. He hit the wall from outside with the force of a battering ram, his claws punching through the stone like it was clay, his head smashing through two lancets at once in an explosion of masonry and dust. His great black head thrust into the hall, his jaws opening to reveal a throat that glowed like a forge, and he screamed. A sound that shook the tables and cracked the plaster and drove every man in the hall to his knees through sheer, primal, overwhelming force. Rhaegal and Viserion appeared at the other windows, their heads pushing through, their eyes blazing, their wings beating against the exterior walls and sending showers of stone dust cascading into the hall. 3 dragons. 3 windows. 3 impossible heads jutting into a room full of the most powerful lords in the north and the Riverlands, and every single one of them on their knees. Daenerys walked to Drogon and put her hand on his snout, and the dragon went quiet. His furnace throat dimmed to a low glow. His golden eyes fixed on her with an adoration that was absolute and terrifying. "I am not my father," she said into the silence. "I will not burn the world, but I will burn anything that threatens it, the Lannisters, the dead, whatever comes. And I am asking you, not commanding, not conquering, asking to stand with me." She turned back to the hall. Her eyes swept the assembled lords, rough men, proud men, skeptical men who had spent their lives in the hard north and the muddy Riverlands and did not bend easily to rhetoric or spectacle. The great Jon stood first. He always did. He drew his sword and pointed it at Daenerys and roared. The queen, the dragon queen, Midge Mormont stood. Her mace was in her hand and she raised it overhead. The queen in the north, Lord Karstark, Lord Glover. Edmure Tully with tears on his face, the siege fresh in his memory and the gratitude still raw. One by one they rose, and the hall filled with the sound of their voices. Not a coordinated chant, but a raw, rising wave of individual declarations, each lord adding his voice to the tide. The queen. The queen in the north. The dragon queen, Robb didn't chant. He stood beside her and drew his sword, not to point at her but to hold at his side, a wolf beside his dragon. And when she looked at him, his eyes said everything his voice didn't need to. Drogon pulled his head from the ruined wall and screamed into the sky, and the sound carried across the riverlands like a trumpet call, and every living thing for 10 miles heard it and knew that something had changed. The ravens flew that afternoon. Not a dozen this time, scores of them, black shapes spiraling from Riverrun's rookery to every corner of the 7 kingdoms. Each carried the same message, signed by Robb Stark and every northern and Riverland's lord of consequence. Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name, rightful heir to the Iron Throne, mother of dragons, has declared her claim. The North and the Riverlands stand with her. All lords who value justice, honor, and the survival of the realm are called to her banner. The responses came faster than anyone expected. The Tyrells answered first. A raven from Highgarden, sealed with the golden rose, bearing a message that was pure Mace Tyrell, flowery, self-important, and transparent in its ambition. The Reach would support the Targaryen claim. In exchange, Mace wanted his daughter Margaery in a position of prominence at the new court, his son Loras in the Kingsguard, and the Tyrell family restored to the status they'd held under the Targaryen kings. It was exactly the calculation Daenerys had predicted, and she accepted it without haggling. Dorne answered next. Prince Doran Martell, the cautious Lord of Sunspear, sent a message that was more careful than the Tyrell declaration, but no less significant. Dorne would support the Targaryen restoration. The Martells had never forgiven the Lannisters for the murder of Elia Martell and her children during the sack of King's Landing. A Targaryen queen who could deliver justice for that crime would find Dorne a loyal ally. The Stormlands fractured. Half the lords declared for Daenerys immediately. The other half hesitated, uncertain, leaderless since Renly's death and unwilling to commit until they saw which way the battle swung. Daenerys sent them a simple message: I understand caution. I reward courage. Choose wisely. Even the veil stirred. Lysa Arryn remained sealed behind the bloody gate, but her lords, the Royces, the Redforts, the Hunters, sent quiet messages of support that stopped short of formal declaration but promised much. Within a week, the map had changed. The Lannister position, which had seemed unassailable from King's Landing, now looked like what it was: an island of power in a sea of enemies. Tywin's army on the Green Fork was pinned by Bolton and cut off from reinforcement. Jaime was a prisoner. The Riverlands were lost. The Reach was mobilizing against them. Dorne was sharpening its spears, and 3 dragons circled over Riverrun, growing larger by the day, visible for miles, a constant reminder that the world had teeth again. Cersei's second letter arrived 10 days after the first. This one was not polished. The handwriting was ragged, the language stripped of courtly pretense. It was the letter of a woman who could feel the walls closing in and was reaching for the only weapon she had left. Your father will die. If you do not return, my brother, and withdraw your armies, Eddard Stark will be executed as a traitor on the steps of the great Sept of Baelor. You have 14 days. Robb read it and went white. Catelyn read it and went to the Sept to pray. The Blackfish read it and swore. Daenerys read it and felt something cold and absolute crystallize inside her, a decision that had been forming since the moment she'd heard Ned was taken, settling into its final shape. 14 days, she said. She's bluffing, the Blackfish said. Ned is her only leverage. She kills him. She's got nothing. Cersei doesn't bluff, Catelyn said from the doorway. She had returned from the Sept with dry eyes and a face like carved stone. She threatens and she follows through because she'd rather destroy her advantage than appear weak. If we don't respond, she will kill him. Then we respond, Daenerys said. She went to the rookery and wrote a letter, not to Cersei, to Tyrion Lannister. Catelyn had released the imp from the Eyrie after his trial by combat, an absurd episode that Catelyn recounted with tight-lipped fury, and he had returned to King's Landing and been appointed Hand of the King by Tywin. He was, by all accounts, the only Lannister with a working brain currently in the capital. Lord Tyrion, she wrote, you don't know me, but I know you. You are a man who values survival above sentiment and cleverness above ideology. I respect that. Here is a clever calculation. Your sister's reign ends within the month. The question is whether it ends with negotiation or with dragonfire. I have no wish to burn King's Landing. I have every ability to do so. You have 14 days to ensure that Eddard Stark is alive and unharmed when I arrive. In exchange, I will guarantee the safety of Tommen and Miecella Baratheon. They are innocent children, and I do not murder children, whatever your sister might believe. Deliver Ned Stark. Deliver the city. And I will give you something your family has never been able to buy. Mercy. Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name. She sent the raven and went to find Robb. He was in the practice yard, which was where he always went when his emotions outran his capacity to contain them. He was sparring with Dacy Mormont, the lady warrior of Bear Island, and he was fighting badly, too aggressive, too reckless, leaving openings that Dacy was too good not to exploit. She cracked him across the ribs with the flat of her blade, and he stumbled back, panting. You're going to get yourself killed fighting like that, Daenerys said from the fence. Good. He threw his practice sword on the rack. Because I'm going to get my father killed if I can't figure out how to reach King's Landing in 14 days. 1,200 miles by road. Impossible in 14 days, even with the best horses in the realm. Daenerys climbed over the fence and walked to him. But King's Landing is not 1,200 miles by air. He stared at her. No, Robb. You are not flying to King's Landing alone on a dragon to face Cersei Lannister and the entire city watch and whatever Tywin's gold has bought her. I'm not going alone. I'm taking all three. That's worse. That's you can't just fly into a city. Aegon did. 300 years ago. He landed on the Aegon fort with 3 dragons and the entire continent knelt. The infrastructure hasn't changed. The walls are the same. The Red Keep is the same. And the people inside it are considerably less impressive than the kings Aegon faced. Aegon had an army. Aegon didn't need one. That was the point. The dragons were the army. She took his hands. Robb, listen to me. I can be there in 2 days. 2 days of flying. I can land in King's Landing with 3 dragons before Cersei even knows I've left Riverrun. And when I land, everything changes. Not because of destruction, because of presence. Because the last time a Targaryen landed in King's Landing with dragons, the city opened its gates. And if they don't open their gates, then I'll open them myself. But they will. Because Tyrion Lannister is inside those walls and Tyrion Lannister can count, and the count says surrender. Robb gripped her hand so hard it hurt. I can't lose you. Do you understand that? I cannot lose you. If you fly to King's Landing and something happens, nothing will happen. I am the blood of the dragon, Robb. I am fireproof. I am riding the most powerful creature in the known world, and I have spent my entire life being underestimated by people who think a girl with silver hair is a victim and not a conqueror. She pulled one hand free and cupped his jaw. Your father saved my life. Now I'm going to save his. That's how this works. That's what family does. He closed his eyes. She felt the tension in him, the warring impulses of a man who wanted to fight this battle himself and a lord who knew that the best move was not always the one that felt right. 2 days, he said. 2 days there, 2 days back. The army marches south in the meantime. By the time I return with your father, you'll be in position to end this." He opened his eyes. "Promise me you'll come back." "I always come back. It's becoming a habit." He kissed her hard, right there in the practice yard in front of Daisy Mormont and a dozen training soldiers who pretended very hard not to notice. She left at dawn. Drogon was saddled, if the rough harness of leather straps she'd rigged could be called a saddle, and eager. The great black dragon stamped and huffed in the courtyard, his wings half spread, his body vibrating with the need to fly. Regal and Viserion circled overhead, dark shapes against the gray sky, waiting for their mother. The courtyard was packed. Every lord and soldier in Riverrun had come to watch. This was history, the first dragon flight in 150 years, and they knew it. And the air crackled with the electric, terrifying energy of a world remaking itself in real time. Catelyn came to her. The older woman's face was composed, controlled, betraying nothing. But her eyes, her tully blue eyes that she'd given to Robb, were bright. "Bring him home," she said. "I will, and come back yourself. My son won't survive losing you, neither will the realm, I suspect." She paused. "Neither will I." It was the closest Catelyn Stark had ever come to saying she loved Daenerys Targaryen, and they both knew it, and neither of them needed to say anything more. Daenerys climbed onto Drogon's back. The dragon shifted beneath her, adjusting to her weight, his great muscles coiling. She took the reins of the harness and leaned forward and pressed her face to his neck and felt the furnace heat of him, the massive, ancient, impossible power of a creature born from fire and magic and her own blood. "Soves," she said. "Fly." Drogon launched himself into the sky. The force of it pressed Daenerys flat against his neck. The courtyard dropped away beneath her, Riverrun's red walls shrinking to a toy, the river becoming a silver ribbon, the army camp a scattering of dots on a green-brown canvas. Regal and Viserion fell into formation on either side, their wings beating in tandem, and the three dragons climbed into the gray sky and turned south, and Daenerys flew. She could never have imagined, nothing in the books or the histories or the dreams had prepared her for the reality of dragon flight. The wind was a wall, a roar, a living thing that tore at her hair and stung her eyes and stole her breath. The ground was impossibly far below, the landscape rolling past in a blur of green and brown and silver. Rivers and forests and fields and the distant gray thread of the Kingsroad winding south toward the capital. Drogon flew with the easy, devastating power of a creature in his element. His wings ate the sky in great sweeping strokes, each one carrying them miles, and the air around him was warm, heated by the fire in his belly, a pocket of warmth in the cold upper atmosphere that wrapped around Daenerys like a blanket. She laughed. She couldn't help it. The joy was too big, too fundamental, the bone-deep rightness of a Targaryen on dragonback for the first time in 150 years. She threw her head back and laughed into the wind, and Drogon roared in answer, and the sound of it rolled across the sky like thunder. They flew south. Over the riverlands, over the fertile farmland and the quiet villages and the war-scarred fields where armies had marched. Over the God's Eye, the great lake glittering in the afternoon sun. Over Harrenhal, the ruined castle that her ancestors' dragons had melted 300 years ago, its towers still twisted and warped by ancient fire. She flew through the night. The stars came out, a million cold lights in a black sky, and the world below was dark except for the distant pinpricks of village fires and the silver roads of rivers. The dragons flew by instinct, by some ancient navigation that predated maps and compasses, and Daenerys dozed against Drogon's warm neck and dreamed of a throne made of swords and a crown that burned. Dawn found her in the Crownlands. The landscape changed, rolling hills giving way to the flat, fertile plains that surrounded King's Landing. She could see the Blackwater rush, the wide, glittering river that emptied into the bay. She could see the city. King's Landing spread across its hills like a creature basking in the morning sun. 500,000 souls crammed behind ancient walls, the Red Keep sitting atop Aegon's high hill like a crown on a brow. The great sept of Baelor gleamed white on Visnya's hill. The dragon pit, where her ancestors' dragons had been kept, squatted on Rhaenys' hill, empty and ruined. Its great dome collapsed decades ago. She circled the city once, high enough that the people below would see only dark shapes against the sun. Shapes that might be birds, might be imagination, might be fear. Then she descended. Drogon came in low over Blackwater Bay, skimming the water, his wings throwing up spray. Rhaegal flanked left, over the city walls. Viserion flanked right, over the Red Keep itself. They moved in concert, 3 points of a triangle, closing on the city from 3 directions simultaneously. The bells of King's Landing started ringing. Not the measured, ceremonial bells of a royal occasion. The frantic, desperate bells of a city under siege, every bell in every sept, every tower, every gatehouse, clanging and crashing in a cacophony of terror. People poured into the streets, looking up, pointing, screaming, running. Drogon climbed. He rose over the walls of the Red Keep, his shadow falling across the castle like a dark hand, and Daenerys saw the courtyard below. The gold cloaks scrambling for positions, the Kingsguard forming a line before the keep's entrance, the servants fleeing. The chaos of a household caught utterly and completely off guard. She landed Drogon in the outer courtyard of the Red Keep. The impact cracked the flagstones. Drogon's claws dug furrows in the ancient stone, and his wings spread wide, blotting out the sun, and his head rose on his long neck, and he opened his mouth and showed the assembled defenders a throat full of black fire. Rhaegal landed on the walls. Viserion landed on the roof of Meager's holdfast. The Red Keep, the seat of the Iron Throne, the most fortified castle in Westeros, was occupied by 3 dragons. Daenerys dismounted. She stood in the courtyard in her Targaryen red and black, her silver hair whipping in the wind from Drogon's wings, her violet eyes burning with the fire that lived in her blood. She looked at the gold cloaks with their crossbows and their spears and their white-knuckled terror, and she felt no fear. Not because she was reckless, not because she was mad. Because she was exactly where she was meant to be, doing exactly what she was meant to do, and the certainty of it was so complete that it left no room for doubt. "I am Daenerys Targaryen," she said, and her voice carried across the courtyard with the clarity of a bell. First of her name. Queen of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men. I am the daughter of kings and the mother of dragons. I have come to take what is mine. Silence. Then, from the entrance of the keep, a small figure emerged. Tyrion Lannister walked into the courtyard with the careful, rolling gait of a man whose legs had never quite been long enough for the world he inhabited. He looked up at Drogon, up and up and up, and his mismatched eyes widened and he swallowed hard, and then he squared his shoulders and walked forward until he was standing before Daenerys. "Your Grace," he said. His voice was remarkably steady for a man standing in the shadow of a dragon. "Your letter was persuasive. Your entrance is more so, Lord Tyrion. I've done what you asked. Ned Stark is alive and unharmed. My sister is less cooperative. She's barricaded herself in Meager's holdfast with Joffrey and 100 loyalists." He glanced at Viserion, perched on the holdfast's roof. "Though I suspect that particular barricade is less effective than she imagined. And the city is yours. The gold cloaks answer to me. I made sure of that, because I am not a fool and I can count, as you so astutely observed. The Kingsguard will follow whoever sits the throne which is about to be you. The small folk are, he gestured at the sound of bells and distant screaming. Adjusting. Take me to Ned Stark. Tyrion led her into the Red Keep. She walked through the halls of her ancestors for the first time, and the heat inside her sang. Recognition. Homecoming. The deep genetic memory of a bloodline that had built these walls with fire and vision. The corridors were red stone, soaring and vast, and the torches in their brackets flared as she passed, their flames bending toward her, and the gold cloaks who lined the halls pressed themselves against the walls and stared. The dungeon was beneath the Red Keep, cut into the bedrock of Aegon's Hill. The air was cold and damp, a stark contrast to the warmth that Daenerys carried with her. Tyrion produced a key and opened a cell door, and Daenerys stepped inside and found Ned Stark sitting on a stone bench in the dark. He was thin. His face was gaunt, his hair matted, his clothes filthy. His injured leg, someone had told her about a fight in the streets, an ambush by Lannister men, was splinted and wrapped in dirty linen. He looked 10 years older than the man who had ridden out of Winterfell's gates. But he looked up when the cell door opened, and the torchlight fell on Daenerys' face, and his gray eyes went wide and his lips parted. And for a moment he was simply Ned, not the Lord, not the Hand, not the prisoner. Just the man who had saved a baby girl 17 years ago and raised her as his own. "Dany," he whispered, "I told you I'd come." She knelt beside him and took his hands, and they were cold, trembling, the hands of a man who had been in the dark too long. "I'm here. It's over." How the dragons, I heard the bells, but I thought, the dragons are real. I hatched them, and I flew here from Riverrun in 2 days to get you out. She squeezed his hands. "Robb is marching south with the Northern Army. The Tyrells and the Martells have declared for me. The Lannisters are finished, Ned. It's done." Ned Stark looked at her, really looked, the way he had in the Godswood of Winterfell, with that weight in his gray eyes that spoke of secrets and sorrows and the terrible price of doing the right thing, and tears rolled down his gaunt cheeks. "I'm proud of you," he said. "I have never been more proud of anything in my life." She helped him to his feet. Tyrion provided a cane. They walked together out of the dungeon and up through the Red Keep. And with every step, the fire in the torches blazed brighter, and the guards who lined the corridors knelt as she passed. One by one, the clatter of their armor against stone spreading like a wave through the castle. They emerged into the courtyard. Drogon was waiting, patient as a mountain, his golden eyes fixed on the door. Ned looked up at the dragon, and his face did something complicated. Awe, fear, and a resigned acceptance that said he had always known this was possible, had always known that the baby he'd saved carried this inside her. "You found eggs," he said. "I found eggs. In the Wolf's Wood." "In a Targaryen cache, yes." He shook his head slowly. "I should have known. There were always stories, old stories from before the rebellion, that the Targaryens had left things hidden in the north." He paused. "Your father's madness destroyed everything on the surface. But the roots went deeper than anyone guessed." "The roots survived," Daenerys said. "I survived." Ned put his hand on her head, the way he'd done since she was small, and she leaned into it and closed her eyes and let herself be, for one moment, the child he'd raised instead of the queen she was becoming. Then she straightened. There was work to do. Meager's holdfast fell without a fight. Cersei, confronted with 3 dragons on her walls and an army that had switched allegiance, emerged with Joffrey and Tommen and Miechella under a flag of truce. She was pale and immaculate, her golden hair perfect, her green eyes blazing with a fury that was equal parts terror and disbelief. She looked at Daenerys and said, "You can't do this. I've done it. The realm will never accept a Targaryen. The realm has already accepted a Targaryen. The North, the Riverlands, the Reach, Dorne, and half the Stormlands. You are the one the realm won't accept, Cersei. You and your lies and your bastard children and the brother you've been bedding since before you were married." Cersei flinched. It was small, a tightening around the eyes, a fractional drawing back, but Daenerys saw it, and so did everyone in the courtyard. Your children will not be harmed. Daenerys continued. I meant what I wrote to Tyrion. Tommen and Miachella are innocent. They'll be cared for, raised properly, given lives that don't involve the weight of a crown they were never entitled to. Joffrey. She paused, looking at the golden prince, who stared at her with a hatred so pure it was almost admirable. Joffrey will answer for his actions, not for yours. And what about me? Cersei's voice was ice. What does the Dragon Queen do with the lion she's caged? That depends entirely on you. You can spend the rest of your life in a comfortable exile, or you can spend it in a cell. The choice is yours, and it hinges on a single question. Did you order the murder of Jon Arryn? Something broke behind Cersei's eyes. Not guilt, recognition. The recognition of a woman who had spent her life playing the game and had just realized she was playing against someone who already knew the answers. Tyrion, Daenerys said without turning. Take the queen to appropriate quarters, not the dungeon, not the tower. Somewhere she can think clearly about her options. Tyrion bowed. As your grace commands. Cersei was led away. Joffrey screamed and raged and had to be carried. Tommen cried. Miachella went quietly, holding her little brother's hand, and Daenerys watched them go and felt the weight of what she'd done settle onto her shoulders like a cloak woven from centuries of fire and blood. The throne room was vast. She'd read about it. She'd dreamed about it. Nothing had prepared her for the reality. The Iron Throne sat at the far end of the great hall, on a raised dais, a twisted mass of swords, 1,000 blades, the histories said, melted and fused by dragonfire into something that was part chair, part monument, part warning. It was ugly. It was magnificent. It was the most powerful symbol in the known world, and it was empty. She walked the length of the hall alone. Her footsteps echoed on the stone floor. The afternoon sun slanted through the high windows, catching motes of dust, painting bars of gold across the red stone. The throne grew larger as she approached, its twisted spires reaching toward the ceiling like grasping fingers. She climbed the dais. The swords shifted beneath her feet, uneven, treacherous, designed. The legend said to cut any ruler who sat carelessly. Aegon had built it that way deliberately. A king should never sit easy. She sat. The throne was cold. The swords pressed against her back, her arms, her legs not cutting but present, a constant reminder. She settled into it and found the position that held. The way the armrests supported her weight, the way the backrest cradled her spine. And she understood, with a clarity that went beyond thought, why her ancestors had built this particular monstrosity as the seat of their power. It was not comfortable. It was not beautiful. It was honest. It said, this is what ruling costs. This is the weight of it. Every blade is a life, a war, a decision made in blood. She sat on the Iron Throne, and the fire in her blood burned steady and sure. And through the high windows she could see Drogon circling the sky above King's Landing, his shadow passing over the city like a benediction. Robb arrived with the army 4 days later. She watched from the walls of the Red Keep as the northern column marched through the Lion Gate, 20,000 strong, their banners snapping in the autumn wind, the Stark direwolf and the Tully trout and the Umber giant, and the Mormont bear streaming above them like a forest of sigils. The Tyrell vanguard marched behind them. The Reach had committed fully, and the sight of the Golden rose alongside the Northern Wolf was the most powerful statement of unity the realm had seen in a generation. Robb rode at the head of the column, gray wind at his side, and when he looked up at the Red Keep and saw Daenerys standing on the walls with the Targaryen banner flying above her, he drew his sword and raised it, and the army roared. She met him in the courtyard. He dismounted, and she walked to him, and for a moment they simply stood there, The wolf and the dragon, separated by days that had felt like years, reunited in the place where everything was about to begin. "I like what you've done with the castle," he said, looking around at the Targaryen banners that now flew from every tower. "I redecorated." He laughed and she laughed, and he picked her up and spun her around in the courtyard of the Red Keep, in front of 20,000 soldiers and 3 dragons and the entire known world. And she held on to him and felt the fire burn bright and clean and right. They married 3 days later in the great sept of Baelor, before the eyes of gods and men. The sept was full to bursting, lords and ladies from across the realm, northern warriors in their finest, southern knights in polished armor, the small council newly appointed with Tyrion as hand, the Kingsguard newly reformed, with Brienne of Tarth at its head, a choice that had caused more scandal than anything since the dragons themselves. The High Septon performed the ceremony, though his hands trembled slightly, possibly because Drogon was perched on the sept's roof, and the building vibrated with every shift of the dragon's weight. Robb wore stark gray and white. Daenerys wore Targaryen red and black, with a gray and white cloak that Catelyn had sewn herself, the bride's cloak, the thing she would wear to the altar in exchange for the colors of her new house. Except that Daenerys wasn't joining a house. She was founding one, wolf and dragon, intertwined. The vows were spoken. The cloaks were exchanged, Robb wrapping her in a new cloak that bore both sigils, the direwolf and the 3-headed dragon woven together in silver and red. The sept erupted in cheers. The Great John wept openly. Catelyn sat in the front row with tears streaming down her face and the expression of a woman who had just watched 2 impossible things happen simultaneously. Her son married the girl she'd spent 16 years being careful around, and the world didn't end. The world, in fact, looked better than it had in years. Ned Stark stood beside his wife, leaning on a cane, his face gaunt but his eyes clear, and when Daenerys looked at him after the vows, he nodded once, the same nod he'd given her in the godswood of Winterfell, the one that said, "You are mine and I am proud." That evening on the terrace of the Red Keep, looking out over a city that was slowly, tentatively beginning to believe that the worst was over, Daenerys stood with Robb and watched the sun set over the Blackwater. "It's not over," she said. "I know. Tywin is still in the field. The Ironborn are raiding the western coast. The Stormlands need to be settled. The Vale needs to be brought in." She paused. "And the Wall. The Wall. Jon's last raven was 2 weeks ago. The ranging beyond the Wall found something." He didn't say what, the raven wasn't secure, but the tone was wrong. "Jon doesn't scare easily." He sounded scared. Robb was quiet for a moment. "We'll deal with Tywin first. He'll negotiate now, he has no choice. His army is surrounded, his son is captured, his daughter is dethroned. Tywin Lannister is a pragmatist. He'll take a deal that preserves his family's wealth and position rather than fight a war he can't win. And after Tywin, we turn north." He took her hand. The ring on her finger, his ring, iron and stone, blue and red, caught the last light. "We take the dragons to the Wall. We see what Jon has found. And if the dead are walking, then we burn them." He looked at her, and she looked at him, and between them lay the future, vast and uncertain and full of fire. A future that a month ago had seemed impossible and now seemed inevitable, the way dawn seems inevitable even in the darkest hour of the night. "I love you," she said. "I know." He grinned. "I loved you first. You absolutely did not. I loved you from the moment you gave me that ridiculous tunic when I was 12. The gray one, you still have that. I sleep in it. You sleep in my old tunic. It stopped smelling like you years ago, but yes." He laughed, bright and warm and full of the joy that had somehow survived war and fire and the weight of crowns. And she laughed with him, and Drogon circled overhead, and the sun went down over the black water, and the stars came out, cold and distant and old. The same stars that had watched the Targaryens come to Westeros 300 years ago, the same stars that would watch whatever came next. The world had changed. The dragons were back. The wolf and the dragon were one, and winter was coming. But for the first time in a very long time, the fire was ready.